Everyone knew that with only 200 yuan as a bride price, the Zhang family wouldn't let her go so easily. In 3 years, when Zhang Dahong left her job for her family, they could negotiate the bride price. But for now, it wasn't easy for Xie Jianzhong to win her over. Even if Zhang Dahong agreed, her parents wouldn't approve, and he wouldn't be able to marry her. Unable to think of a good solution and without extra money, Xie Jianzhong developed some large blisters on his lips in just a few days. Jianzhong is getting anxious, Xie Kezi sighed. He looked worried and quietly complained to Wang Suifan, "I've been losing sleep over Jianzhong's situation these past few nights." Wang Suifan's voice was cold. "If you can't sleep, go help someone with night shifts." "I was just saying." "I didn't disturb you," Xie Kezi replied, feeling frustrated. "Last night, I even heard you grinding your teeth in your sleep. You sleep deeper than anyone." Before Wang Suifan went to bed, he didn't dare to move. When he couldn't sleep later in the night, he felt anxious but couldn't do anything about it. Anxiety was something beyond his control. Just thinking about the eldest's marriage made him worry. "Why don't we go directly to the Zhang couple to feel them out? At least we could understand their situation better," Xie Kezi suggested. "I'm not going." "Go by yourself," Wang Suifan said sarcastically. "Who told you to be his real dad, while I'm just the stepmother? If you're so worried about him, you should go yourself. Why drag me into it? I don't want to deal with that."
"You should really think about this."
"We're trying to discuss something important. Can't we talk properly?" Xie Kezi said helplessly. "Seeing the eldest like this, aren't you worried? He has lost so much weight in just a few days." Wang Suifan remained unmoved. He brought this on himself. He deserves it. "Don't say things in anger," Xie Kezi gently tapped her hand. He genuinely wanted to discuss how to handle their eldest son's relationship issues with Wang Suifan. But she refused to engage, acting as if it had nothing to do with her. Xie Kezi wanted to intervene, but Wang Suifan advised him not to meddle. "This is someone very important to him. If you go, and it doesn't go well, Jianzhong will be furious with you," Wang Suifan said without hesitation. "With an ungrateful son like him, if he holds a grudge, who knows how he might treat you when you're old? He might not give you clothes or food or even mistreat you." "You're making it sound worse than it is," Xie Kezi almost laughed. Wang Suifan said seriously, "You think I'm joking? If he tries to kick your good leg, you won't be able to escape." At least she had 2 good legs and could definitely run faster than Xie Kezi. The key was that she also had Su Qing. Su Qing was her real support. When it came to discussing retirement, the couple had no reservations. Xie Kezi confidently stated, "You're just being alarmist. Even if the eldest doesn't listen, we have other children." Wang Suifan laughed at this. "Forget it, I won't say more. You won't want to hear it anyway. For children, 3 ungrateful ones and 1 unknown, Xie Jianhua." But Xie Jianhua was serving the country and sacrificed young. Wang Suifan wanted to fix their eldest son's marriage and help with the second son's troubles, but it wasn't the right time yet. She planned to pretend to be ill to get her son to come home later. Some things can be avoided for a while, but not forever. Being a soldier is inherently dangerous, and no one can guarantee safety. Wang Suifan couldn't guarantee that Xie Jianhua would live a long and healthy life. Thinking that her only future support was Su Qing, Wang Suifan couldn't help but want to treat her a little better. "I bought these chocolate-filled candies with tickets. 1 pack cost 4 sugar tickets and 70 cents. I also got some fancy snacks and cookies that didn't require tickets, just money. I've put them in your cabinet, so if you're hungry, you can sneak some." In the store, items labeled premium are priced 3 to 4 times higher than regular products. The prices are high, but they don't provide receipts. The main customers are older officials who earn a couple of hundred a month and aren't afraid to spend that money. Usually, Wang Suifan looks for someone to exchange tickets for cheaper goods, rarely buying expensive items directly. "Did your brother upset you again?" Su Qing asked, handing a snack to Wang Suifan, guessing that Wang Suifan must have been annoyed by Xie Jianzhong again. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to be the one overspending, especially since they didn't urgently need the snack. "Jianzhong has been very well behaved these days. He wouldn't dare upset me," Wang Suifan replied. I just feel like you're so much better than Jianzhong. I can't help but want to treat you better. Ye Suqing leaned closer, snuggling with Wang Suifan and said, Mommy is so nice. I love you the most. Wang Suifan chuckled, I'll buy you more next time. We have enough money for that. And to be honest, premium snacks do taste better, so I'll get you some more. Wang Suifan understood the dynamics of their relationships well. Without Suqing needing to say anything, Wang Suifan noticed that the snack cabinet was a bit empty and immediately refilled it for her. Whenever she could buy chicken, duck, fish, or meat, she would get it for Suqing to help her grow strong. In contrast, Xie Jianzhong's treatment was quite the opposite and had taken a nosedive. Wang Suifan had several hundred yuan for the betrothal gift, and she had plenty of money. However, she hadn't given a single cent to Xie Jianzhong, despite his attempts to play the victim for days. She couldn't feel too sorry for him. Seeing him lose his appetite made her scold him, You're a grown man but have no sense of responsibility. You just sit at home worrying and pressuring your parents. If it were me, I wouldn't feel comfortable marrying my daughter off to someone so timid. As Wang Suifan spoke, Suqing nodded along, agreeing with her mother. Don't look at me. I'm telling you now, I won't get involved in this. I arranged a blind date for you, and Zhang Dahong messed it up. Now you want my help? Not happening, Wang Suifan complained. Xie Jianzhong had already been feeling down, and after Wang Suifan's scolding, he felt even worse, looking as sad as a wilted vegetable. As a parent, Xie Kezi couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him. Suifan, maybe you should say a little less. Wang Suifan glanced at him and almost forgot about Xie Kezi. She continued, Big brother, don't expect your dad to help. Neither your dad nor I will get involved in this matter. Without waiting for Xie Kezi to hesitate, she made the decision for him. Since Wang Suifan had spoken, Xie Kezi didn't dare to oppose her and accepted her stance of not helping. They had already given all the advice they could. If Xie Jianzhong insisted on hitting a wall, then let him. As parents, they raise their children. It's not about great kindness, but at least there's no animosity. They shouldn't be forced to clean up their children's messes. Wang Suifan was particularly firm this time. Not only was Xie Jianzhong surprised, but even Xie Jiankong found it unexpected. In his eyes, Mom used to favor Big Brother the most. Even though Suqing had married in and taken some of that affection away, his old perception was hard to change. Before going to bed that night, Xie Jiankong complained, Big Brother, Mom loves you so much, yet she doesn't want to help you with this marriage. Can't you just marry someone else? I only want to marry her, Xie Jianzhong replied firmly. Our parents don't like her. Only you do, Xie Jiankong rolled his eyes, clearly disapproving. What kind of taste is that? Xie Jianzhong looked at Xie Jiankong as if he were foolish. What do you know? At his age, he had already started to develop feelings. Xie Jiankong, on the other hand, only knew how to eat and drink, causing Wang Suifan to chase after him. If she scolded him, he would cry, acting like a big fool. I don't understand, but you must know everything, right? Xie Jiankong felt rejected and muttered, I can't be bothered with you anymore. Marry whoever you want. After all, the worst would just be another Suqing. The thought made Xie Jiankong shiver, and he wrapped himself tightly in his blanket. But in the middle of the night, his blanket was suddenly pulled away, and he flailed his arms in the air, shouting, Don't come near me. Ah! Don't hit me. What were you dreaming about? Xie Jianzhong was woken up, annoyed, and pushed his younger brother, gritting his teeth, Wake up. What kind of nightmare did you have? You hit me. I dreamed that I was beaten by my second sister-in-law, and then by a future sister-in-law with no face. Just imagining that scene made Xie Jiankong feel hopeless. With lingering fear, he asked, Big brother, if the future sister-in-law hits me, will you help me or her? Xie Jianzhong looked speechless and replied casually, I'll help you. Big brother, you're so nice. You truly are my dear brother. Xie Jiankong couldn't tell it was insincere and felt very touched. Not long ago, Suqing's actions had shocked Xie Jiankong greatly. Fortunately, Suqing had targeted his big brother, not him, and thankfully, their second brother had stepped in. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how things would have turned out. As someone who tried to break up the fight, he only got pulled a little and later found his arm bruised in several places, hurting for 2 days. He knew very well what would have happened if he had been the main target of Su Qing's punches. He had helped apply ointment to the bruises on Xie Jianzhong, and the injuries were quite serious. Aside from Xie Jianzhong's face being somewhat clean with just a few scratches, his body was covered in bruises. This showed how strong Su Qing was. However, Xie Jianzhong was at fault for ruining the blind date arranged by Wang Suifan and for offending her with his words, which is why Su Qing had attacked him. Su Qing hitting Xie Jianzhong didn't make sense at first, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that Xie Jianzhong was in the wrong. Even the neighbor, Sister Li, who vaguely heard about the incident, thought that Wang Suifan and Xie Kezi were the ones who had fought, not realizing that Su Qing was the main aggressor. When talking to Zhang Dahong, Xie Jianzhong also said it was family members who fought. Such vague statements led Zhang Dahong to think that Xie Kezi was involved. It was ironic that Xie Kezi, who was just trying to mediate, ended up taking the blame. Even during this matchmaking situation, Xie Kezi's lack of help made Xie Jianzhong resent him just as much as he resented Wang Suifan, since he was the head of the family. With their parents not helping, Xie Jianzhong had to bear everything alone. But when he finally gathered the courage to talk to Zhang's parents about the conditions, he didn't even get to drink a cup of hot tea before being chased away. In a private meeting in the alley, Xie Jianzhong and Zhang Dahong looked like a pair of star-crossed lovers. "What do we do now?" Xie Jianzhong asked Zhang Dahong. Zhang Dahong pressed, "Can your family really not come up with that much money? Didn't they spend 500 on Jianhua's wedding? My family only wants 600. Why can't it work?" After testing the waters, he found out Zhang's family had specific requirements for marrying off their daughter. First, there was the job. They could get married, but after marriage, the job had to be returned to the family, and until then, Zhang Dahong's salary had to go to Zhang's family. Xie Jianzhong had no objections to the job requirement and agreed readily. However, the issue of the bride price was a real challenge for him. He really can't come up with 600 yuan. There's no extra money at home. My parents only gave me a budget of 200. No matter how you look at it, my mom will never agree to 600. Some things Xie Jianzhong didn't say clearly, fearing it would hurt Zhang Dahong's feelings. Even without the issue of Su Qing's arranged marriage, the daughter from the Su family, Su Shui, has a job and will bring some money as a dowry. Wang Suifan has a little private money, but she isn't someone who will just spend it on anyone. She wants her second son to find a working daughter-in-law. With both partners working, their life will surely be better. Plus, if the wife has a stable job, even if she moves with the army, the organization can arrange work for her. At over 40, Wang Suifan is very practical. If the daughter-in-law has a salary, she wouldn't mind a higher bride price. Even if it's more, they can negotiate. But if she doesn't have a salary, then that's a different story. However, Wang Suifan wouldn't openly share these thoughts. In the eyes of the neighbors, Wang Suifan has always cared for Xie Jianzhong since he was little. Zhang's parents even think that if they push a little, she might come up with 600. Since she gave 500 to the second son, she can't give less to the first. If she really doesn't give anything, there must be another reason. Zhang Dahong tearfully asked, "Does Aunt Wang have something against me?" There are indeed some concerns. But Xie Jianzhong didn't dare to say that. He could only reply, "No. My mom really likes you. But they just married off my second brother less than 6 months ago, so there's no extra money." After thinking hard, Xie Jianzhong came up with a reasonable excuse. He said, "I told my mom that I wouldn't marry anyone but you. She hasn't planned for my wedding expenses yet. If we save for 3 more years, it should be enough. But we're doing this ahead of time. Wouldn't marry anyone but me?" Zhang Dahong looked at him with teary eyes. "Then why did you go on blind dates?" "Because I thought I had no hope before." Xie Jianzhong said firmly, "Don't worry, I will find a way." "What way?" Zhang Dahong asked. "Are you going to borrow money?" "Yes. First, I'll borrow money. Then I'll pay it back slowly. I don't want to wait 3 years to marry you. I can't wait that long." 3 years is too long, and unexpected things can happen. Xie Jianzhong didn't want to take that risk. Zhang Dahong knew that their family's demands were excessive and cautiously asked, "If I borrow money, will Aunt Wang agree? What if she doesn't?" "No need for her approval. I'll borrow it myself." Saying this, Xie Jianzhong appeared very responsible. With a plan, both felt much more at ease. After chatting for a while, they hurried home to talk to their parents about their thoughts. The bride price of 600 is really too high. Even if it's a competition with Cielair, 500 would be enough. Zhang Dahong is really worried that if her parents don't agree, she might end up single and marry a widower. Now, with the youth going to the countryside policy, if she is not working and not married, she will have to go to the countryside. So, she must hurry to get married within that year when she is transitioning jobs. Time is tight, and if her family doesn't care, she might be arranged to marry someone randomly. Xie Jianzhong is afraid that Zhang Dahong won't marry, and Zhang Dahong is also worried that Xie Jianzhong won't want to marry her. Her family's demands are so high that 9 out of 10 people can't accept it. But Zhang Dahong understands her parents. Her grandparents are still in the countryside, and her dad has to send almost half of his salary home. Plus, there are younger siblings who are not yet adults. If she doesn't return the job to her family, and they don't want a high bride price, what will happen to her family? They can't all go hungry, and her brother can't remain single forever. Fortunately, Xie Jianzhong is willing to understand her difficulties. Love can make one feel fulfilled, and Xie Jianzhong is willing to compromise for love, but Wang Xuefan is not. "Zhang's family demands make me laugh," Wang Xuefan said, laughing as if she heard a joke, and added, "I want to see what kind of fool Zhang's family can find." She thought that would be the end of the matter. She knows that Xie Jianzhong's family is not well off. Although they separated during the new year, Xie Jianzhong manages his own salary. Since he lives at home, he gives his family 10 yuan for food and keeps 18 yuan for himself. This 10 yuan covers not just meals but also rent. The house is public property, and just having a place to stay is good enough. The rent can't be low. Housing is in high demand now, and even with money, it's not easy to find a place to live. Their small courtyard is considered spacious. Next door, in Sister Li's yard, the same size is shared by 2 families. With 10 yuan covering food and housing, and the meals being decent, Wang Xuefan feels she hasn't gained anything. Normally, after paying for meals, Xie Jianzhong could save the rest. But young people who just started managing their own money rarely budget, as well as the older generation. In the 2 months after separating, Xie Jianzhong went to state-run restaurants several times and even brought food and supplies to Zhang Dahong. This month, facing difficulties with the marriage proposal, he learned his lesson and became more careful with his spending. Not long ago, Xie Jianzhong didn't feel like he was living a carefree life. He was careful with money, and his 18 yuan was gone in no time. He hadn't saved any money, and the only dowry he had was the 200 yuan set aside by Wang Xuefan. The difference between 200 and 600 yuan was significant. 400 yuan was enough for Xie Jianzhong to live without spending for 2 or 3 years. However, if he was dating someone and didn't show affection but only focused on saving money, he wouldn't be able to keep the relationship. So he needed to delay saving for a while. Just by calculating Xie Jianzhong's financial gap, Wang Xuefan felt that the marriage wouldn't happen. She thought he would give up, but he immediately asked, "Mom and Dad, can you lend me 400 yuan? I will pay you back after the wedding." When facing Zhang Dahong, he said he didn't need Wang Xuefan's approval and would borrow the money himself. When he got home, he directly asked, "Mom, can you lend me 400 yuan? Hearing this made Wang Xuefan clench her fists. But before she could respond, Xie Qiaozi spoke first. "No, you can't borrow. You are not allowed to marry into the Zhang family."
I don't agree with this marriage.
Their demands are unreasonable. If the other party wasn't sincere about the marriage, why should the Xie family rush into it? Their son could find a partner elsewhere. Hearing this made Wang Xuefan feel relieved, and she agreed. "Right, we can't go through with it. You've worked for over 6 years and only saved 200 yuan for the dowry. Although it's partly because of the low wages of an apprentice, saving money is indeed hard. If you borrow 400 yuan for a 600 yuan dowry, how many years will it take to pay it back? If you won't lend me the money, that's fine. Xia Jianzhong replied stubbornly. I'll find someone else to borrow from. Find someone else? And borrow 400 yuan right away? How did I end up with such a foolish child? Wang Suifan was so angry that she didn't even want to grab a feather duster and just reacted. In the past, she had laughed at the neighbors' misfortunes, but now her family was the one causing a scene. The whole street was watching. Wang Suifan chased after him, yelling, if you want to borrow money for a wedding, go ahead. If you borrow it, you'll have to pay it back yourself. Your dad and I won't help you at all. We won't help you at all. Wang Suifan shouted. This wasn't just for Xia Jianzhong to hear, it was also for the shameless Zhang family. Hoping to control their son and threatening the couple is out of the question. What's going on? Did your eldest make you angry again? Sister Li's head popped up over the wall. It's this troublemaker. Such a nuisance. Wang Suifan said. He says he wants to borrow money. We won't recognize any money he borrows. If he tries to borrow money using our names, you must not lend him anything. Oh, is that so? Sister Li leaned over the wall, curious. How much does he want to borrow? 400. If he actually pays it back, it will take him ages. Wang Suifan complained. Oh dear, 400. Sister Li couldn't help but shake her head. If he could pay it back quickly, it wouldn't be so bad, but if it drags on, who would want to lend him money? Wang Suifan's loud warning served this purpose. If anyone dares to lend Xia Jianzhong money, they can go ahead, but she has made it clear that if he can't pay it back on time, they shouldn't come to her for repayment. She won't take responsibility. Wang Suifan not only warned her neighbors, but also asked Xia Kezi to inform his close colleagues. If Xia Jianzhong wants to borrow money, he can, but they won't let their son take advantage of them. I'm so angry. He's really going to drive me crazy. Ah. As she spoke, Wang Suifan's words could no longer express her anger, and she let out a frustrated scream. Wang Suifan aimed her anger solely at Xia Jianzhong, not mentioning Zhang Dahong or the Zhang family at all. Everyone knows the Zhang family situation. It's not the first time. Normal people wouldn't get involved in that drama, especially since it's not like they can't find a spouse. Xia Jianzhong is the one pushing for it. Everyone knows a little gossip, and not mentioning names doesn't stop Wang Suifan from venting. Just by looking at Wang Suifan's nearly frantic expression, everyone could tell she was really upset this time. Calm down, calm down. What young person doesn't make mistakes? They'll mature in a couple of years. Sister Li tried to comfort her. Though she said that, Sister Li couldn't help but shake her head internally, thinking that Xia Jianzhong should know better than to treat his parents this way. If he were her son, she would have dealt with him firmly by now. Sister Li wasn't the only one thinking this. And Zhou, who was also talking, felt the same. Calm down, calm down. What young person doesn't make mistakes? They'll mature in a couple of years. Sister Li tried to comfort her. Though she said that, Sister Li couldn't help but shake her head internally. You've already greeted the neighbors, and no one will lend him money. Once this period passes, we can find him a good wife and keep an eye on him. Exactly, he will definitely change. Wang Suifan angrily said, change? He has no conscience now, and after marriage, he will be even more ungrateful. I feel like I raised him for nothing. She knew her son was ungrateful, so she had been cautious, but she still underestimated him. It was like she only prepared a small shield and boldly entered the battlefield, only to find that these kids, besides dealing the final blow, could also cause her other wounds. In her past life, she had too much love for her children. Even when they hurt her feelings over small matters, she never held a grudge. She only remembered that they eventually didn't care for her. After all, life has its little conflicts. After being reborn, she realized that these children were not good at all. Although Xia Jianzhong was her own son, living under the same roof felt like mutual torment, and they often upset each other. This is frustrating. How can my life be so miserable? It was already midnight, and Wang Suifan was still upset about the family matters, keeping her awake. Sigh. Xia Kezi sighed along with her. Before, He was the only one unable to sleep, while Wang Suifan was deeply asleep. Now, both of them were awake. The couple sighed together in the middle of the night. Wang Suifan said with grievance, "How did I end up being bullied by my son like this? She was supposed to be reborn. How could she live such a miserable life?" Xie Kezi reminded her, "At least you have scolded and hit him." She had indeed scolded and hit him, and though she had a lot of anger, she could release some of it. After that, Su Qing and the others would come for her. Unlike him, who kept everything bottled up. Compared to Wang Suifan, he was the one truly suffering. "I can't go on like this. Just dealing with Jianzhong is enough to drive me crazy. If he really brings Zhang Dahong home, I might get so upset that I won't live long." Wang Suifan suggested, "Let's tell Jianzhong to apply for a dormitory at the factory, so he doesn't stay or eat at home anymore. He can manage on his own." Wang Suifan had seen a lot and had come to terms with things, but Xie Kezi still needed some experience. He hesitated and said, "Jianzhong is the eldest. They had 3 sons in total, and the second was in the army, far away, so it was unlikely he would help with their care." Xie Kezi's implication was that they might end up relying on Xie Jianzhong for support in the future. Hitting and scolding children is common for Xie Kezi, but kicking someone out is a serious matter. Wang Suifan understood his thoughts well and sneered, "With someone like him, do you expect him to support you in old age? What good do you think will come from that? As long as you can earn money, he dares to treat us like this. Once you stop earning, how will he treat us?"
But
Xie Kezi hesitated. This was his own son. It shouldn't come to that. But what? I'm about to lose my temper, and you still have excuses. Wang Suifan said angrily, "If you care so much for your eldest son, I'll take Qingqing and live separately. You can go stay with your son." Though it was an idea born from anger, as she spoke, Wang Suifan felt it was actually quite clever. If Xie Jianhua could survive, she could follow Su Qing and join the army. If Xie Jianhua's fate was sealed, she could accompany Su Qing at school. Focusing on taking care of Su Qing was much better than worrying about her troublesome son. There's not a single good person in your family. You're not any better. Just look at what you've raised. Knowing Wang Suifan had a quick temper, Xie Kezi didn't mind her blunt words. In his younger days, she could have dragged the entire Xie family through the mud when angry, so this was nothing. He finally conceded, "Let the eldest stay in the dormitory for a while. Once he calms down, we can talk." With Wang Suifan taking the initiative and no longer cursing, she quickly arranged, "Let's inform him first thing tomorrow. He needs to apply for the dormitory right away." With the plan settled, Wang Suifan felt much better and fell asleep almost immediately. In her half-asleep state, she thought that it was indeed better to express anger than to bottle it up. If the eldest caused trouble, she would just send him away. She didn't believe that, even in the dormitory, Xie Jianzhong would still think about getting married. The factory dorms had bunk beds, at least 8 people per room, small spaces, and no privacy, making it very inconvenient to live in. Marriage in the dormitory was out of the question. At the breakfast table, when Xie Kezi announced this decision, Xie Jianzhong was stunned.
Dad,
Xie Jianzhong pleaded. With housing so tight, where was he supposed to find a place to stay? With no help from home to clear a wedding space and no support from his parents, the difficulty of getting married just doubled for Xie Jianzhong. "Now you want to call Dad? It's too late." Xie Kezi's voice was cold. During this time, not only Wang Suifan but he was also quite upset. In fact, after they agreed last night to deal with their son, Xie Kezi slept more soundly. Although he hesitated verbally, his body was honest. Although it was Xie Kezi who said to hurry up, Wang Suifan felt relieved listening to it. She urged, "You need to move out quickly. The sooner the better. Otherwise, there will be small arguments every day and big fights every few days, and people will just laugh at us." "Mom, no one will laugh at you. Everyone feels sorry for you," Su Qing quickly interjected. The ones being laughed at were actually Xie Jianzhong. "Yes, everyone feels sorry for me. Just that ungrateful one, who only knows how to upset me," Wang Suifan said, glancing sideways at Xie Jianzhong with sarcasm. Su Qing smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment watching Wang Tsuifan scold him. The two of them, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, felt they were both nurturing each other. When Wang Tsuifan was reborn, she was so angry with her son that she only thought about not letting them rely on her for support or spend too much money. But with education, work, and marriage matters, she still couldn't help but worry. After being a caring mother for so many years, Wang Tsuifan had never experienced any other role. Even after being reborn, it was hard for her to break away from the role of a loving mother. But now, she could even push her son out of the house. That was a significant improvement. This change was largely thanks to Su Qing teaching her and supporting her. You can't grow without experiencing challenges. Once your older brother goes out and faces the world, he'll understand your parents' intentions. Su Qing praised Wang Tsuifan, saying, "Mom, your approach is really decisive and impressive." Many people understand this principle, but most parents feel sorry for their children and can't bear to let go. The Wang Tsuifan of the past couldn't let go, but the current Wang Tsuifan can. After facing the world, Xie Jianzhong will realize how much Wang Tsuifan protected him from difficulties. Now that Wang Tsuifan was decisively letting go, Su Qing saw it as her giving up on her eldest son completely. But to Xie Jianzhong, this was just a game between him and his parents. Once his parents cooled down, they would still be a family. Right now, he needed to fight for himself. He had already grown up, worked for several years, and earned a salary for years. Why should his marriage still be decided by his parents? They still treated him like a child, making him listen to their arrangements for everything. He must stand up for himself and gain the right to make his own decisions. At this moment, he cannot back down. Seeing his parents' firm attitude, Xie Jianzhong gritted his teeth and said, "I will apply for a dormitory today and aim to move out by tomorrow."
Fine.
As long as you have a plan, Xie Kezi replied coldly. He actually hoped Xie Jianzhong would take a step back and not insist on marrying Zhang Dahong, so the family conflict would naturally disappear. After some time, if the Zhang family realized they wouldn't find a suitable match, they might lower their demands. If the conditions were reasonable, the marriage could be reconsidered. Parents are often soft-hearted and can compromise for their children. He didn't like the Zhang family or Zhang Dahong, but if they could help Xie Jianzhong get married, he would still assist. Who knew Xie Jianzhong was just like Wang Tsuifan said, determined to go against his parents. Since that was the case, Xie Kezi had nothing more to say. He quietly ate his meal, no longer looking at Xie Jianzhong. After hesitating for a few minutes, Xie Jianzhong couldn't help but ask, "Mom, Dad, can I have the 200 yuan you set aside for my bride price a bit early?" "Humph, what? Afraid I'll take your money?" Wang Tsuifan rolled her eyes and said, "Here.
Take it."
As if 200 yuan means anything. She had 200, 2,000, or even 20,000. It was as if she had never seen money before. Ignoring Xie Kezi's hint, Wang Tsuifan said, "I'll go get the money for you right now." No matter how much Xie Jianzhong protested, the decision-makers in the house were still Wang Tsuifan and her husband, as they had built their family fortune together. There were some things they wouldn't give, and Xie Jianzhong couldn't just take them by force. Hearing Wang Tsuifan's response, Xie Jianzhong sighed in relief. He hadn't thought his parents were greedy for that little money. He was just worried they would delay giving it to him. Wang Tsuifan put down her chopsticks, stood up to get the money, and as she passed Xie Kezi, she kicked his good leg twice. That old man had stepped on her foot and hurt her, so she had to kick back. Xie Kezi, who was kicked under the table, didn't change his expression. When their eyes met, he couldn't help but give her a look. After their gaze locked, Xie Kezi said, "It seems we can't gather 200 right now. We'll give it to you in a couple of months when we have enough." It's not easy for a child to save 200 yuan. If he gets the money, what if he gets tricked? It would be too late then. It's fine for a child to make small mistakes. They can learn a lesson from it. But if you make a mistake that takes years to fix, it will be a big problem and delay the kids too much. Xie Kezi's feelings at this moment are similar to those of a father in the future who worries about his child accumulating huge online debts. We've already split the family. Your eldest son even asked about that 200 yuan. How can you still help him? He even complains that you are too controlling. Wang Suifan dropped her words to Xie Kezi and went to get the money, then handed it to Xie Jianzhong in front of everyone in the house. Here you go.
200 yuan. Thank you, Mom.
Su Qing shot a cold glance at Xie Jianzhong, unable to hide her disdain. Not just Su Qing, but Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying, the two siblings, also couldn't understand their elder brother's choice. But the family had already argued and made noise. Xie Jianzhong was determined and would not change his mind. Xie Jiankong shook his head, sighed, and couldn't help but take a big bite of the steamed bun. How can you eat at a time like this? Xie Guiying shot him a secret glare and whispered, Are you a pig? With the atmosphere at home like this, who still has an appetite? Even Su Qing didn't seem to have much of an appetite today. Only Xie Jiankong was unaffected, eating and drinking as usual, without a care. What are you afraid of? I'm different from my elder brother. If Mom tells me to marry someone, I will. Xie Jiankong said, I won't make Mom and Dad this angry like my brother did. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Su Qing's indifferent snicker. If Wang Suifan were in a good mood, Su Qing would definitely have something to say to him. A real ungrateful person, yet he seemed proud. But because Wang Suifan was in a bad mood, without Su Qing saying anything, Wang Suifan shot Xie Jiankong a glare and scolded, You only care about the older one and forget about this little one. If you don't study hard, you'll end up like your brother and have to go play by yourself. The kids are all the same, so why compete against each other? Wang Suifan wouldn't think Xie Jianzhong is particularly unfilial and considers Xie Jiankong to be good. She would only take her anger out on them. Seeing all of you is annoying. So annoying. Wang Suifan complained loudly. Xie Jiankong dared not express his anger and didn't want to upset anyone at this moment. Even after being scolded, he could only lower his head and secretly pout. After finishing the meal, he had to obediently wash the dishes. While the two siblings washed the dishes, Su Qing stood at the kitchen door and asked, Are there any students in your class who want to sign up for the countryside program? Now, there is no 9-year compulsory education, and the age for starting school varies. Some children are already 10 years old and are just starting first grade. Many people can go to the countryside right after graduating from middle school. Recently, there have been a few young people from nearby streets going to the countryside, but not as many as during graduation season. With more young people needing to go to the countryside, the units have been given quotas, which allows them to encourage employees to persuade their family members. Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying, whose grades are not bad and whose families can afford the 5 yuan tuition, plan to attend high school in the second half of the year. They have a plan and do not intend to go to the countryside as educated youth, but they often hear their classmates discussing it. When Su Qing asked about it, Xie Jiankong replied, Sister-in-law, don't worry about our classmates. Their going to the countryside is arranged by the school. Those who are reluctant and want to delay finding work can still look for jobs at factories or sign up at the street office. It's not up to you.
Oh.
Hearing there was no hope, Su Qing turned and left without hesitation. The school, the units, and the street office all have quotas to meet. With so many people watching the group of educated youth who are supposed to go to the countryside, those without skills really can't stay in the city. This is not like the early years when educated youth were sent to the countryside for over a decade. It's now 1976, and by the end of next year, there will be college entrance exams. Those with ability might return to the city after the exams. Those without skills may also return home when a large number of educated youth come back in a couple of years. But there will always be some unfortunate ones who remain far away in the countryside, facing a very different fate from their siblings. In Su Qing's view, encouraging people to go to the countryside is not a good thing. She made a half-hearted effort and then just gave up. Director, my family doesn't have anyone going to the countryside. None of my relatives or friends are going either. I won't meet my quota. Not meet your quota? If you really end up with nothing, you'll have to come up on stage at the meeting and explain yourself.
Shui Nadith, no problem.
Her carefree attitude made the director grind his teeth in frustration. Not everything needs to be about being the best. Sometimes being the worst isn't so bad. Su Qing was quite calm about it, and when she talked about it at home, she seemed indifferent. But when Wang Tsuifan heard about it, she immediately disagreed. No way. You can't go on stage to explain. That would be so embarrassing. I'll help you find a solution. No need, really. Let's just reflect on it. I don't feel embarrassed. Don't worry. Just leave it to Mom. Wang Tsuifan, who was initially feeling sad about Xie Jianzhong, quickly shifted her focus to helping Su Qing find people. Seeing Wang Tsuifan suddenly full of energy, Su Qing couldn't help but smile and teased. Tsuifan really is a worrywart. We should find her more things to do. As long as she has things to keep her busy, Wang Tsuifan won't have time to think about the ungrateful people at home. Since Su Qing didn't want to work anyway, she eagerly caught up with Wang Tsuifan and suggested, Mom, how about I let you take my job? You can go to work. Imagining the strange scene of her mother-in-law working to support her while she relied on her, Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. You're full of ideas. How could I go? Wang Tsuifan shot her a playful glance. Su Qing praised, this job is perfect for you. But they wouldn't want me. I'm in my 40s, and in a few years I could retire. I don't have a degree, and my handwriting isn't good.
Why would they want me?
Wang Tsuifan was very self-aware. You can take your sister's job because of your brother-in-law's connections and your experience as a youth sent to the countryside. In the past 2 years, many organizations have relaxed their stance on bringing youth back to the city. So, you can take over, but I can't. Everyone understands the desire to reunite family members in the city, so as long as the rules aren't broken, organizations are willing to help with the transition. While organizations are open to new members, they also choose carefully. They won't accept just anyone. Wang Tsuifan knew she had no chance. However, Su Qing had mentioned not wanting to work several times. The family had money and didn't need Su Qing's small salary. She had been holding off on resigning just to avoid trouble. Now that the money was secure and the leader who hid it was gone, the trouble had passed. Wang Tsuifan advised, if you don't want to work, you can sell your job to those girls eager to find work and not go to the countryside. But you can't leave without a job. That would raise eyebrows. Let me help you find a couple of people to sign up for the countryside, and then we can discuss not working. Wang Tsuifan surprisingly cared a lot about her reputation. Su Qing scratched her chin and obediently said, Okay, I'll follow Mom's plan. Using the excuse of talking to people, she relaxed at home while letting Wang Tsuifan help her find candidates, feeling there was nothing wrong with it. In Su Qing's view, both she and Wang Tsuifan could take it easy. But since Wang Tsuifan can't sit still, let her keep busy. It's not right to keep someone who can't stay at home doing nothing. Dogs and cats each have their own ways of living. Wang Tsuifan has been rooted in the nearby streets for many years. She knows which family's child is going to the countryside and who is inquiring about job openings. She doesn't have the strange psychological burdens that Su Qing has. Some people are meant to go to the countryside. Even if she doesn't say much, the situation is clear and the other person has no choice but to go. If Su Qing wants to hand over her work to someone else, she needs a good excuse. If she openly says, I sold my work to someone else, the organization won't accept that. Just create a fake medical case, Su Qing said casually. Wang Tsuifan couldn't help but poke Su Qing's forehead. Isn't that just cursing yourself? Can't you think of something better for yourself? After thinking for 2 seconds, she tentatively suggested, how about saying you're pregnant and need to rest at home, so you let a relative take over your work? How does that sound? Su Qing looked at her belly, and then at Wang Tsuifan. Mom, you know best whether I'm pregnant or not. If we make up a story, what will I say when my belly doesn't grow? Her relationship with Xie Jianhua is still innocent. They don't have the means to have children right now. Their marriage process was too absurd, and they haven't spent much time together, so there are no real feelings. Maybe her avoidance is too obvious, and Xie Jianhua has too much pride. They haven't broken through that barrier. Thinking of this made Su Qing feel a bit awkward. Qing, don't overthink it. Mom doesn't mean to pressure you about having kids. You shouldn't feel any stress. Worried that Su Qing might misunderstand, Wang Tsuifan quickly explained, I just think this reason sounds more believable. Saying you're pregnant sounds better than saying you have a serious illness. In her past life, after her second child passed away, Su Qing didn't remarry or have children. Sometimes, Wang Suifan wanted to ask Xie Jianhua if the rumors were true, if he really couldn't have children. If there were issues and they divorced, she would support them both in finding new partners. Then she could adopt Su Qing as her goddaughter and help her find a husband even better than her own son. In Wang Suifan's eyes, her biological son does not hold a higher status than Su Qing. If it turns out that Su Qing has issues and can't have children, Wang Suifan promised, "Qing, if you don't have children in the future, I will help you raise an adopted child as if they were my own."
Oh my.
Where did you go with that? I really didn't think much of it, Su Qing said with a laugh. I was just figuring out how to cover up a lie. Cover up what? Just say it casually when handing over work. Once you're not at the job anymore, who cares? Wang Suifan replied lightly. If you say you're sick, the boss will want a doctor's note. But if you say you're pregnant, no one will ask further questions. Many young wives, feeling unwell, will ask someone to fill in for them. Su Qing could use the excuse of being pregnant to pass her work to someone else. It wouldn't be a problem, though people might say she's being delicate and can't handle hard work. But if she doesn't do any work and just stays at home, people will definitely talk about her being spoiled. Both Wang Suifan and Su Qing were prepared for this and wouldn't take the gossip to heart. After a while, if someone from work sees that the baby hasn't been born yet, they might assume she had a miscarriage, especially since she mentioned feeling unwell when she resigned. Once the excuse was settled, Su Qing took the 16-year-old girl who was covering for her to the office to hand over her duties. Using her savings to change jobs is quite normal for this generation. Spending money feels good. As soon as she received the 500 yuan, Su Qing took Wang Suifan out to eat. Is this really a reason to celebrate? Wang Suifan asked, puzzled. Why does everything seem to warrant a celebration with so many reasons to reward oneself? A few days ago, she completed the homework Su Qing assigned perfectly, and Su Qing said they should celebrate by going out for a nice meal. Wang Suifan was used to being frugal. She preferred cooking at home rather than eating out. She bought good ingredients, too, like fresh fish and meat. Cooking at home is a hassle. Let's eat out and just pack some food for Dad and the others. Su Qing thought that taking care of family was a bit burdensome. Having family responsibilities was affecting their carefree lifestyle. Su Qing treated herself well, and when they ate out, it was always for the meat dishes. Stewing potatoes with ribs makes it so tasty. Siakazi loves potatoes, so I'll give him extra. Wang Suifan said as she opened the takeout box and picked out dishes for Siakazi and the others. Mom, add a few more pieces of ribs. Siakazi was usually a nice person and a kind elder. No matter how good the potatoes were, they couldn't compare to meat. Looking at the box full of just potatoes, Su Qing curiously asked, "What's wrong? Did Dad upset you recently?" "Oh, it's just about the eldest." Seeing that there hasn't been any news from him for a while, Siakazi started complaining again. "This old thing, always remembering the good but forgetting the bad, makes me so angry," Wang Suifan grumbled. Su Qing remained calm. "Anyway, Dad isn't here, so Mom, you can say whatever you want. Once you vent, you'll feel better." Her stance was firm. She wasn't there to mediate, but to cheer Wang Suifan up. It was unrealistic to expect Wang Suifan to improve her behavior and stop speaking harshly, so it was better to let her vent. As long as she didn't say it directly to Siakazi, she could complain behind his back. This way, Siakazi wouldn't feel upset, and Wang Suifan could release her frustration. Everyone wins. Even if Siakazi himself showed up, he would have to agree that this idea was good. That silly Siakazi went to Jianzhong's office yesterday to check on his son. He said Jianzhong has lost a lot of weight and seems more mature. "I think it's not just his leg that's weak, his judgment is too." Su Qing nodded while eating ribs, "Right. Don't think I don't know. I've heard people say that Jianzhong is still involved with that Zhang Dahong. Siakazi thinks his son has learned a lesson and is being good. How naive can he be?" Su Qing continued to nod. "Exactly." After venting for a while, Wang Suifan concluded, "Just like you said, it's sad but also frustrating. Seeing Siakazi like this makes me feel sorry for him, but it also makes me mad. Having been together for so many years, Wang Suifan understood Xia Keizi's feelings well. However, unlike her, Xia Keizi didn't have the chance to start over and still held onto unrealistic hopes for their children. When she got carried away, she even scolded herself, "I'm foolish too. Even with Xie Jianzhong like this, I still hope he settles down and marries a good wife to live a stable life. If I weren't his mother, I wouldn't care who he marries, even if it were someone with a troubled past." It's okay to vent at Xie Keizi, but not at herself. Su Qing immediately replied, "That's not right." With sincerity, she said, "Being kind is a beautiful quality. We shouldn't blame ourselves for being too kind." "I really appreciate your kindness, Mom." Although Wang Suifan was used to Su Qing's compliments, she still felt a bit shy and said, "Well, it's not that special. I'm just a little kind." "That's enough," Su Qing encouraged. "It's not just me saying it. Look at the neighbors. They all praise you as a good mother-in-law." Wang Suifan couldn't help but smile, secretly deciding to be a kind person today. On the way home, no matter what nonsense Xia Keizi muttered in her ear, she could still be generous. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is harsh. When Wang Suifan mentioned that Su Qing had resigned, she noticed that Xia Keizi's expression was off. "What's with that face?" Wang Suifan shot him a glance and complained, "I kindly brought you food from the restaurant, and you're still upset? If you don't want it, just give it back." She realized she had given Xia Keizi too much face. What's the point of eating ribs and potatoes? Just some pickles would do. Mountain pigs can't handle fine grains. "I didn't mean it that way," Xia Keizi said, lowering his head and eating quietly. But once they were alone in the room, Xia Keizi finally asked, "Why did you let the second daughter-in-law sell her job?" "That job wasn't suitable for Qingqing," Wang Suifan said seriously. "Her sister works there, and there are relatives of her brother-in-law too. Do you think Qingqing would be comfortable working in that environment? This place is too small." Su Qing's resignation couldn't be hidden, so when she sold her job, Wang Suifan honestly explained it when she returned. However, Xia Keizi hadn't heard anything before Su Qing sold her job. He frowned and disagreed. At least it was an office job. Jobs are so hard to find these days. Selling it off like that is just too. He wanted to say it was wasteful, but he didn't dare say it in front of Wang Suifan, fearing her reaction. Everyone in the family knew that Wang Suifan was very protective of Su Qing, and Xia Keizi didn't want to provoke her. Even though he didn't say anything harsh, just expressing his disagreement made Wang Suifan turn against him. "Spit out everything you just ate."
Huh?
"The meat you just ate was bought with the money from Su Qing selling her job," Wang Suifan said disdainfully. "You old man eat it and still talk bad about her? Spit it out." Xia Keizi protested. "I didn't say anything bad about her. I didn't say a word when the second daughter-in-law was here." He was a person with a strong sense of boundaries, so he felt uncomfortable interfering in his daughter-in-law's matters. If Xie Jianhua were home, he would share his thoughts with him, but since Xie Jianhua wasn't there, he could only talk to Wang Suifan about Su Qing. But whether it was opinions or suggestions, Wang Suifan wouldn't listen, let alone help convey or educate. "You're meddling too much. This job belongs to Qingqing. She can handle it however she wants. There's no need for you to give any bad ideas," Wang Suifan scolded. Xia Keizi glanced at her and said, "You old woman. Did you ever think about our Guiying when you were making decisions? If the second daughter-in-law doesn't want this job, it would be good for Guiying. Do you really want to see Guiying go to the countryside?" He had some plans for the two younger children in his mind. But plans are just plans. Whether they work out is uncertain. Having a job in hand feels much more secure. As long as there's a job available, it doesn't matter if they don't finish high school. Even middle school can be skipped. Child labor is not considered a big deal by many. Everyone is eager to secure jobs quickly to avoid hardship in the countryside. "You old fool. What a terrible idea," Wang Suifan retorted. "Are you trying to drive a wedge between me and Qingqing? The job she brought from her family ending up with us will only make us a laughingstock." This was no different from openly taking away a daughter-in-law's dowry. In this era, a job is the best dowry for a woman. What respectable family would demand a woman to work right away? Siak Hazy felt wronged and exclaimed, "We're not stealing it. The second daughter-in-law simply doesn't want it." He certainly wouldn't bring it up himself. He just thought if Su Qing didn't want it, the family could take it. After all, it's better to keep resources within the family. Siak Hazy's thinking was reasonable, but Wang Suifan asked, "Qingqing's job was sold for 500. Can you come up with that amount?" "I can't." "Then that settles it." Siak Hazy quietly said, "We can't come up with that much money right now, but we could give the second daughter-in-law an IOU and pay her back slowly. She probably wouldn't mind. She's not in urgent need of money." "Huh?" Wang Suifan sneered. "I care about my reputation. I can't say something like that." Siak Hazy believed that family members should support each other, which is why he thought this way. After being scolded by Wang Suifan, he could only say, "Since the job is sold, discussing it further is pointless. Let Jian Kong and Guiying find their own jobs in the future." Wang Suifan shrugged and remained silent. Finding a job now is like crossing a narrow bridge with many competitors. Some jobs may require exams, but what they really test is connections. So many young people are struggling to find jobs, with many going to the countryside as educated youth. Wang Suifan has no expectations for her two children at all. Actually, Siak Hazy's thoughts were things Wang Suifan used to consider. Parents often worry about their children, no matter how old they are. But since Wang Suifan's heart has grown cold, her only concern now is Su Qing. Wang Suifan warned, "You must not let Su Qing hear what you just said, or it will make her think too much. At your age, you shouldn't be saying such foolish things." Siak Hazy was speechless and didn't want to respond. He hardly speaks to Su Qing all day. He just mentioned it casually, and Wang Suifan made such a big deal out of it. "I was going to treat you better today, but you just know how to make me angry," Wang Suifan complained. If Siak Hazy talked about their eldest son, Wang Suifan could hold back, but when it comes to Su Qing, she couldn't keep her composure. With Wang Suifan's warning, Siak Hazy, who already spoke little, became completely mute in front of Su Qing. In the past, when Su Qing called out Dad, Siak Hazy would respond with yes, and would casually say things like "you're back," or "going to work," or "remember to take an umbrella if it rains." Now, Siak Hazy only nods in response. He felt a bit angry after Wang Suifan's words. These days, he not only spoke little to Su Qing but also became reluctant to talk to Wang Suifan, only nodding or mumbling. It was impossible to comfort anyone, and Wang Suifan even complained in front of Siak Hazy, "What are you pretending for?" Siak Hazy tilted his head and remained silent. "Now you're pretending to be mute," Wang Suifan said with a cold laugh, confidently stating, "Soon you'll be yelling because of your son." "Which son?" "No matter which son it is, they are all troublesome and could cause trouble." Wang Suifan and Siak Hazy exchanged glances and suddenly felt a shared understanding. In other matters, she could tease Siak Hazy, but when it comes to raising children, they were both in the same boat. "It's the eldest," Wang Suifan said with a pained expression. Siak Hazy was already a bit numb. What's wrong with him now? According to his plan, Xie Jianzhong should have backed off and settled down. But Wang Suifan's expression gave him a bad feeling. "I heard from Sister Li that Jianzhong secretly visited the Zhang family yesterday afternoon." Wang Suifan revealed the information she had just learned. Since applying for a dormitory at the factory, Xie Jianzhong had rarely come home. But yesterday, he actually went to the Zhang family secretly, and he hid it from the family. In this situation, even a fool would know something is wrong. Although Xie Jianzhong is secretive about his actions, he can't escape the street's information network. Wang Suifan received news the next day about when he arrived and when he left. Why can't this child think clearly? Siak Hazy sighed in disappointment. He has time to run to the Zhang family, but never comes home to see his parents. Since it concerns his troublesome son, Siak Hazy couldn't stay silent and asked, "What did the eldest go to the Zhang family for?" "I have no idea. I can't just eavesdrop at their door," Wang Suifan replied confidently. "But the eldest is acting sneaky and doesn't want us to know. He must be up to no good." Feeling frustrated, Siak Hazy said, "I'll go to his office and talk to him." He needed to give his son a few words of advice. He goes to work at the factory every day, so he could easily stop by to speak with Xie Jianzhong. The accountant at the factory has an easy job, only busy when calculating employee wages, and is usually quite free. The family found this job for Xie Jianzhong because it was light work, as he was the weakest in the family and couldn't do heavy labor. Wang Suifan, with a mother's heart, arranged this job for him. As soon as Xie Kezi arrived at the office door, Xie Jianzhong stood up on his own and came out to speak with him. You went to the Zhang family yesterday. Before Xie Kezi could finish a sentence, Xie Jianzhong started coughing violently. The sound from his chest indicated he had a bad cold. Not wanting to scold him anymore, Xie Kezi asked with concern, "Why are you still sick? Did you get medicine from the medical room? Do you need N4? It looks serious. Did you catch a chill at night?" "I got medicine and I'm taking it," Xie Jianzhong replied honestly. Living in the dormitory is indeed very inconvenient, with issues in eating, dressing, and living. He shares a room with 12 people, and at night, there are those who snore and grind their teeth, along with others waking up for night shifts. All this noise makes it hard for him to sleep. Showering and doing laundry also require waiting in line. Eating at the cafeteria is not as economical as eating at home, and his monthly food expenses exceed his budget. Dormitory life is not better than home, but Xie Jianzhong doesn't want to complain. He knows that Wang Suifan and Xie Kezi want him to experience hardship, so he will soften. If he complains, it would seem beneath him. Xie Kezi's attention was diverted by his coughing, so he didn't ask about the Zhang family anymore. However, Xie Jianzhong took the initiative to bring it up himself. "Did Dad want to ask me what I was going to the Zhang family for?" Xie Jianzhong asked himself and answered. Uncle Zhang finally spoke up and wanted me to discuss marrying Da Huang. I thought Uncle Zhang was willing to marry off his daughter, but when I got there, he brought up the idea of me moving in. I immediately refused. "You're not completely foolish," Xie Kezi said with a hint of relief. "The Zhang family has a son. They wouldn't want you to move in. He just wanted to tease me about it." It was just a way to mock the Xie family's inability to pay a bride price. Xie Jianzhong caused a rift with his parents for someone, and although Wang Suifan didn't name names, the neighbors could guess. The Xie family's disdainful attitude was also noted by the Zhang family, which made things uncomfortable. Even if it was awkward, if they could get money to marry off their daughter, they might tolerate it. The problem was that Xie Jianzhong was not doing well. Without support from home, he couldn't even borrow 400 yuan. Most of the neighbors and factory workers were middle-aged, around 40, with few young people managing their own households. With housing and food tight, living together made it easier to save money, so most young people handed their wages to their parents for management. Young people had little money, and Xie Jianzhong couldn't borrow much. The older generation could lend money, but they had been warned by Wang Suifan and Xie Kezi. Even if they had money, they wouldn't lend it to Xie Jianzhong. This situation made Xie Jianzhong very uncomfortable. He couldn't marry, and he couldn't go home for now, leaving him in a tough spot. He was anxious, but the Zhang family was even more anxious. Xie Jianzhong was the best choice in Da Huang's eyes, but not for the Zhang family. The Zhang parents were worried that Xie Jianzhong couldn't come up with the money, and they had made their daughter dizzy with the idea that she could only marry him, so they took precautions early on and didn't give him a chance to delay. A girl's situation is different from a boy's. If you can't afford to marry, don't waste your time. The Zhang family's mention of moving in sounded sincere, but it was really just a way to push Xie Jianzhong to back down. They knew he would refuse. He wasn't without money or a job. If he really couldn't marry, he wouldn't consider moving in. Although Xie Jianzhong was short, he had strong traditional views about masculinity. Given a culture, becoming a son-in-law meant losing face. You've refused, so just avoid the Zhang family from now on. Xie Kezi thought the matter was settled and said with concern, "You're really sick. Maybe you shouldn't stay in the dorm. Come home and take care of yourself." The eldest son's health had always been weak. Xie Kezi and Wang Suifan were very worried when they were raising Xie Jianzhong, afraid that they might accidentally harm their child. In addition to the 4 children they raised, they had also lost 2. Now, hearing Xie Jianzhong cough, Xie Kezi felt anxious. Looking at Xie Jianzhong's somewhat worn face, Xie Kezi thought sadly. This is the child they had worked so hard to raise. If something happened, Wang Xuefin would be heartbroken and regretful. Since the child realizes his mistakes, forgiving him this time is not a big deal. Xie Kezi had already given him an opening, but Xie Jianzhong hesitated, saying, "Dad." Without needing to hear more, just seeing his son's expression, Xie Kezi knew he wouldn't say anything good. Xie Kezi's expression instantly turned cold. "Enough, don't call me Dad. Your dad is gone." Jianzhong can be really annoying at times. When there were no outsiders around, Xie Kezi couldn't help but complain to Wang Xuefin. "You are more annoying. I'm doing my homework, so don't disturb me." Wang Xuefin sat at the dining table, deep in thought. Xie Kezi couldn't help but say, "That's enough. It's enough to learn the words you need for daily use. You're not going to take the scholar exam." He didn't look down on others, nor was he being unfair. He held himself to the same standard. In the past, he had memorized a few poems in school, but after starting work, he couldn't remember any. Xie Kezi's relaxed attitude toward learning didn't match Wang Xuefin's, so she turned away slightly and quietly continued writing, ignoring him. Regardless, her homework had to meet Su Qing's standards. Wang Xuefin didn't want to be seen as foolish in Su Qing's eyes. That would be embarrassing. "Are you really not going to care?" Xie Kezi asked. Wang Xuefin replied firmly, "Not at all." Whether it was about Xie Jianzhong catching a cold or marrying into the Zhang family, she didn't even want to hear about it. "Every time I hear you talk, I just get angry. Next time, don't tell me these things. Say something good instead," Wang Xuefin complained. After thinking about the recent good things happening at home, Xie Kezi said, "The eldest isn't doing well, but the second one is impressive. They've only been married for a short time, and now they're expecting a child. Let's see who dares to say he's not capable." News of the pregnancy came just 6 months after the wedding. Other families might think that was slow, but Xie Kezi didn't mind, as Xie Jianhua was often away and only came home twice a year. That efficiency was quite good. "Let's talk about the baby later," Wang Xuefin said, not really engaged. There were some things she didn't want to explain to Xie Kezi. She can't just say that she and Su Qing made up the excuse of being pregnant to avoid going to work. That would tarnish Su Qing's reputation and make her seem lazy. Wang Xuefin asked, "Who told you about the pregnancy?" "Su Qing, and I haven't shared it with anyone, fearing it might just be wishful thinking. I heard part of it when Su Shui from the Su family came to talk to the second daughter-in-law after I got off work," Xie Kezi replied, confused. "Weren't you at home then?" "I was in the kitchen cooking and didn't pay attention," Wang Xuefin cautioned. "Don't talk about family matters outside, got it?" Xie Kezi was speechless. When have I ever gossiped outside? It's always Wang Xuefin who goes out and talks about others. But this time, she really kept quiet. Even he was kept in the dark about Su Qing's pregnancy. If he hadn't happened to catch Su Qing talking with her sisters, Wang Xuefin might have kept it a secret for much longer. Su Qing used the excuse of being pregnant to quit her job, and her colleagues didn't react much. It's quite normal for a young wife to be pregnant. The only one affected was Su Shui. She had previously schemed to marry someone else after hearing rumors about Xie Jianhua. When she heard about Su Qing's pregnancy, Su Shui was the first to doubt it and went to ask directly, "Isn't Xie Jianhua incapable? How could you be pregnant? And you gave up your job? Mind your own business."
"I am pregnant. Anyway," Su Qing replied defiantly.
She touched her belly, which looked slightly rounded after eating the fried meat Wang Xuefin had given her, making it seem quite believable. Seeing Su Qing's belly, Su Shui inexplicably reached out her hand, wanting to touch it. "What are you doing?" Su Qing stepped back defensively. Su Shui awkwardly withdrew her hand and explained, "I was just reminded of the child I lost before." After all that fuss, she realized she had taken the wrong path and lost her own child. She sounded pitiful, but Su Qing showed no sympathy and said, "If it's gone, it's gone. That was your choice. It's too late to regret now."
Su Shui forced a smile.
Even if she regretted it, she couldn't tell Su Qing. She married Rin Chao because she thought he was capable enough to arrange her job and provide for her, hoping to become a high-ranking official's wife in the future. But recently, something happened, and a big leader from Rin Chao's faction was suddenly ousted, dragging Rin Chao and others down with him. The dream of being a high-ranking official's wife was put on hold, and the temporary job she was supposed to get promoted to was now stuck. She is currently a temporary worker, but Su Qing sold her job. Unable to hold back her complaints, she said, "You're pregnant, so why did you give up your job? Do you know how hard I worked to get this position? I already lost my job." "It's none of your business how I handle it," Su Qing replied bluntly. "With our relationship, we see each other every day at work. If you're not annoyed, I certainly am." Although they are sisters, they rarely talk. They only exchange a few words when work becomes too boring. Su Shui awkwardly said, "Sister, are you still upset?" Su Qing gave her a look, as if to say it was obvious. Who would want to be friends with a bad person? "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be able to return to the city and live this good life. Stop with the nonsense. My ears are getting tired of it. I can live well because I have the ability, not because of you." Su Qing rebutted while pushing her away, saying, "Don't come to my house again. I don't want to see you." Su Qing thought selling a job was no big deal, and she didn't make much money from it. However, after pushing Su Shui away, she was soon visited by He Lady and her husband. Even though Su Qing had taken the job, He Lady viewed it as something the family provided. Selling the job meant they were entitled to some of the money. Even if Su Qing didn't sell the job, she should still support them. It seemed like any money her daughter had should be shared with them. This time, Wang Suifan directly kicked them out without Su Qing needing to intervene. "How dare you come to our CF family and act superior? Have you forgotten what the severance letter said? If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude." He Lady was not one to back down either. She and Wang Suifan exchanged insults at the door until they couldn't argue anymore and left angrily. Not long after sending He Lady away, Su Qing received a letter from Xie Jianhua addressed to her. When she read the part that said, "I heard you're pregnant," her eyes widened in shock. She quickly took the letter to Wang Suifan to complain, who blabbed to Xie Jianhua. Hearing she was pregnant and inviting her to join the military, what kind of good intentions could that be? She just didn't want to work and told a little lie. How did it escalate so much? Wang Suifan took a deep breath. "I figured it out. It was that lame Xie." Jianhua mentioned it in a letter to the family. "This year is definitely going to be chaotic for me. Life is becoming a complete mess. The issues with my eldest son aren't resolved, and now there are problems with my second son. It's partly my fault for being too hasty after being reborn. After enduring things for decades in my past life, I've lost my temper in just a few months, making everything feel chaotic. With troubles from both my in-laws and my own family, I really agree with Wang Suifan's words. It's all a big mess. Since that's the case, let's just start fresh," Su Qing said, raising the letter in her hand. "Mom, didn't Jianhua ask me to join the army? Why don't you come with me? Not all difficulties can be solved, and some can be simply let go. Avoiding problems may be shameful, but it can be useful. Mom, let's go find Jianhua and let my brother handle his own mess." "Out of sight, out of mind," Su Qing coaxed. Xie Jianzhong is Wang Suifan's biological son. Although she often complains about him, saying things like he's an ungrateful wolf, she would never actually harm him. It's not just that she can't bring herself to do it, she also fears what others might say. In this day and age, having a bad reputation can lead to being bullied by the community. Even when her mother, He Lady, comes to trouble Su Qing, Wang Suifan doesn't dare let Su Qing confront her. She handles it herself. It's easy for children to get a bad reputation when they argue with their own mother. Su Qing feels inferior when dealing with He Lady and her husband. Su Qing's suggestion is a good idea, but Wang Suifan still couldn't help but say, "It wouldn't be right for me to go with you to the army. Why don't you go alone? You could avoid the trouble." To Su Qing, Xie Jianzhong is a hassle. But to Wang Suifan, He Lady is the real trouble to avoid. Wang Suifan has never left her children behind to go far away, nor has she ever thought of doing so. She could stay home, but if given the chance, she would like to send Su Qing away. Mom, my brother's situation is fine with Dad around. Just come with me to find Jianhua, Su Qing said, tugging at her sleeve. If you don't support me, I'll be scared. Besides, don't you want to stay with me? Wang Suifan looked at Su Qing with concern. I really don't want to be apart. Then you have to come with me.
Shuin insisted.
She didn't care what Xie Jianhua's intentions were in inviting her to join the army. She just wanted to resolve her own troubles. First, she needed to avoid the chaos, and everything else could be dealt with later. Holding such a stable job with a bright future, even if Xie Jianhua was unfaithful, he wouldn't become a violent husband. As for the pregnancy, both she and Wang Suifan could explain it away. Her explanation wasn't very convincing, but Wang Suifan, being the mother, had a solid reason. With Wang Suifan around, Su Qing wasn't worried about Xie Jianhua at all. Living at home, Wang Suifan often found herself frustrated by Xie Jianzhong, which affected her quality of life. When they were far apart and only communicated through letters, Xie Jianzhong's ability to annoy her was limited. As for Xie Kuizi, Su Qing didn't care much, as long as he didn't upset her good mother-in-law. The father-in-law was less of a concern. She thought he wouldn't be too hard to handle. Encouraged by Su Qing, Wang Suifan hesitated for only 2 seconds before deciding to leave the man and run away with her. Let's do it your way. When Xie Kuizi gets home, I'll talk to him and then write to Jianhua. Wang Suifan and Su Qing's plan was well received by Xie Kuizi. In his mind, Su Qing was still pregnant. He said, Suifan, it's good for you to go along. You can help take care of the second daughter-in-law. They are young and inexperienced, and they need someone older to watch over them. Unexpectedly, the earlier lie served a purpose, and Wang Suifan didn't even need to find an excuse. She nodded in satisfaction and said softly, it's your fault. If you hadn't mentioned this to Jianhua, he wouldn't have rushed to send Su Qing. Xie Kuizi felt guilty, but it's a good thing. I just wanted to make him happy. His private reason for writing to Xie Jianhua was to ask him to persuade Xie Jianzhong. Some things are hard for parents to say, but brothers can understand each other better. During the time he was sending letters, Wang Suifan didn't want to hear about Xie Jianzhong, so Xie Kuizi had to secretly write to his second son for help. No matter what it took, he hoped to convince the eldest son. Xie Kuizi thought Xie Jianhua might have some good ideas, but Jianhua said he didn't really understand his brother, who seemed too caught up in love. After all, he trained every day and never worried about such matters. Xie Jianhua's suggestion was to put Xie Jianzhong in the security department for extra training. If he worked hard, he'd only think about eating and sleeping, not love. While not everyone was a soldier, the militia in various communes and the factory security team were well armed. The security department arranges training for all the workers every month. There are many female colleagues in the factory, and to improve their shooting skills, they practice regularly. For example, while writing with her right hand, one can lift a few bricks with her left hand to build arm strength. However, Xie Jianzhong lacks the determination that the women have in this area. After reading the letter, Xie Tzuzi couldn't help but complain. Heir's idea is terrible. With his health, he can't handle the training. I shouldn't have asked. Worried that Wang Suifan would question him about writing to Heir without telling the family, Xie Tzuzi reassuringly said, Suifan, you can go with Heir's wife without worry. You don't need to think about home. Health and Guiying are old enough to take care of themselves. Then I really will go, Wang Suifan replied proudly, but she felt a bit sad inside. Xie Tzuzi promised, you can go with Heir's wife. I'll keep an eye on things at home. Nothing will happen. I will definitely go, Wang Suifan said, grinding her teeth. As soon as Heir's reply arrives, I'm leaving. After being a housewife for over 20 years, her life had always revolved around the men and children. She thought that when she suggested leaving, Xie Tzuzi would try to convince her to stay, but he agreed so easily. Her presence didn't seem to matter much to the family. It was as if the world could keep turning without her, just like the family could manage without her. Su Qing, who initially felt sorry for Xie Tzuzi, noticed Wang Suifan's expression and quickly put her arm around Wang Suifan's shoulders, smiling as she said, Dad is so generous. I can't live a day without Mom. If Mom isn't around, I wouldn't even think of looking for Manhwa. Hey, Ching Ching, how can you say that? Wang Suifan playfully scolded, her expression brightening instantly. While Xie Zuzi was ensuring the logistics with Wang Suifan, he felt quite reliable. But after hearing Su Qing's words and thinking them over, he suddenly realized he might have said the wrong thing again. How about you just don't leave? Xie Zuzi asked tentatively. As expected, he received another eye roll. Fine. Then you go ahead. By the end, Xie Zuzi's voice had dropped. He found himself in a tough spot. Whether he told someone to leave or stay, it didn't come out right from him. Maybe it was just that he wasn't the right person for this. If Su Qing had said it, she probably wouldn't have gotten an eye roll. Xie Zuzi thought this and couldn't help but look at Su Qing helplessly. The second daughter-in-law is quite nice, but she's very cunning, especially with Wang Suifan. They're in cahoots. Thanks to Wang Suifan, recently Su Qing has received a new nickname from the neighborhood kids, calling Wang Suifan the wolf grandmother. I don't know how Su Qing manages to say those sweet words, they sound so cheesy to me. Come on, you two should leave, said Xie Kazi helplessly. Pack your things carefully, so it's not inconvenient when you go out of town. I know, no need to remind me. As long as there is money and tickets, going out isn't really inconvenient. The only issue is that we can't take large amounts of cash or gold bars with us, and even the money at home needs to be hidden away in a new place. If we're not home, even if your room is locked, it won't be safe. We need to take it out and find a new hiding spot, Wang Suifan suggested. She is much more cautious about the kids at home than Su Qing is. She doesn't need to hide her things again because there's a secret compartment in her box that Xie Kazi has never discovered after living with her for so many years. Money is still valuable, Su Qing said helplessly, but she had no choice but to secretly bury the money outside with Wang Suifan. Even if the money is hot, it's too valuable to throw away. In a couple of years, if they want to do something or start a small business, this will be their initial capital. The first bucket of gold is the hardest to get. Hiding money is much easier than trading items for profit. After securely hiding most of their money, both of them stuffed 1,000 into their inner pockets, along with various food coupons. They agreed on a time and place with Xie Jianhua and headed to the train station with their bags. When Su Qing and Wang Suifan left, the whole family came to see them off. Even Xie Jianzhong showed up. Second daughter-in-law, please keep an eye on your mom during the trip. Suifan hasn't traveled far before, Xie Kazi reminded with concern. He originally meant for Wang Suifan to take care of his pregnant daughter-in-law, but it came out as Su Qing needing to look after Wang Suifan. Su Qing assured him, Dad, don't worry. I will take good care of Mom. All right, hurry back. The train is about to leave, Wang Suifan urged. If you don't feel comfortable, come back early, Xie Kazi said to Wang Suifan. Let us know in advance when you're coming back, so we can pick you up at the station. Xie Kazi was worried about Wang Suifan, and she was equally concerned about him, reminding him, you need to keep an eye on the house. By keeping an eye on the house, she meant to watch over the money. Last night, before going to bed, Wang Suifan reminded Xie Kazi to keep the money safe and not to give it to Xie Jianzhong to waste. Since Xie Jianzhong was present, Wang Suifan couldn't say it directly. I know. Don't worry, Xie Kazi quickly replied. As the train started moving, Xie Kazi felt a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying couldn't help but celebrate with exchanged glances. With their mother gone and their sister-in-law away, they felt free. For a while, they could do whatever they wanted. That morning, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying went out to have fun all morning and returned just in time for lunch, only to be surprised when they got home. Dad, are we really having cornmeal buns with pickles for lunch? Xie Jiankong couldn't help but ask. Wait until I get home to cook, that would be too late. I bought buns from the cafeteria, Xie Kazi replied with a smile, taking out money from his pocket to give to Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying. I forgot to tell you this morning. Last night, I discussed with Suifan that since you two are not in class right now, you will buy groceries and cook. Us. Xie Jiankong was stunned for a moment before quickly accepting the money and enthusiastically agreeing. Sure. Just the two of us.
We can handle it. Having so much money to spend made them excited.
Buying groceries and cooking didn't seem difficult. Once they had the money, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying already thought of ways to save a little for themselves. With money and free time, life seemed enjoyable. However, just waiting in line to buy meat the next day wasted a lot of time, and they ended up not even getting any meat. They could only buy some vegetables, which they ended up burning while cooking. Caught up in household chores, they didn't have fun or eat well. On their first day managing the kitchen, both Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying felt a bit overwhelmed. How did Mom manage to get that meat? I couldn't find any. When she left, she even took the dried chicken from the cupboard. Isn't she being unfair to our sister-in-law? Well, our sister-in-law is pregnant. Mom must be thinking of the grandchild. Xie Guiying comforted herself.
Huh.
I don't believe that. A nephew who hasn't even been born yet doesn't have more importance than our sister-in-law, Xie Jiankong replied. In the past, if Wang Xuefan had acted this way, Xie Jiankong would have thought she favored Xie Jianhua and, by extension, favored Su Qing's unborn child, leaving him feeling sour. But now, Xie Jiankong realized that Wang Xuefan's favoritism was very clear. It was only for Su Qing, even more than for Xie Jianhua. With Su Qing around, Wang Xuefan treats their siblings equally. Since the biological siblings receive the same treatment, which is not great, Xie Jiankong is no longer envious. He even finds it amusing, saying, I can't even imagine. With my second sister-in-law in the army, what will my second brother's life be like? Since Su Qing married into the Xie family, the household has been chaotic. In these few months, Xie Jiankong has experienced more shock than in the past 10 years. Now that this troublesome person, Su Qing, has gone to bother his second brother, Xie Jiankong is quite happy. If his second brother doesn't truly understand what kind of trouble he brought home, he will never know. Look at how badly the younger siblings are affected. With Mom around, what can we do? Xie Guiying reminded helplessly. If Mom is around, life will be even harder for my second brother. She won't protect him. I guess he'll be driven crazy. His retribution is coming. Ha ha. Xie Jiankong's laughter became increasingly strange. To be honest, ever since he wrote home asking Su Qing to come with him, and the family replied that Su Qing wanted to bring their mother along, Xie Jianhua felt uneasy. He knows very well about Wang Xuefan's strength. He also experienced Su Qing's capabilities when he was home on leave. If Su Qing came alone, Xie Jianhua would feel confident about matching her. But with Wang Xuefan added to the mix, the outcome becomes uncertain. However, Xie Jianhua still looks forward to their future life, believing it won't be worse than his bottom line. When the time came, he took leave early to meet them at the station. He is tall and stands out in his military uniform, making it easy for Su Qing to spot him in the crowd. Jianhua, over here. Su Qing put her luggage down and waved enthusiastically at Xie Jianhua. As soon as Xie Jianhua approached, he took all her luggage without her needing to ask, showing great initiative. You all must have had a tough journey. I drove here and parked outside. You can rest well once we get home. Su Qing didn't rub her arms or say anything polite. She simply replied, I'm really exhausted. Traveling by train is indeed tough. Xie Jianhua raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Qing's belly, jokingly asking, is the baby okay? His words instantly lifted the spirits of the two women. About the baby, I have something to say. Wang Xuefan stepped forward to explain for Su Qing. Her purpose in coming with Su Qing was to protect her from Xie Jianhua's teasing. In moments like this, she had to stand up for her. Let's talk while we walk. Xie Jianhua's expression was calm. Seeing his expression, Su Qing knew he wasn't worried about the green hat situation. Su Qing touched her empty stomach and looked at Xie Jianhua in silence. Didn't he know if the child was okay? Understanding Su Qing's gaze, Xie Jianhua calmly said, I just want to hear what Mom has to say. Could he not know there was trouble? Of course he did. Even when he learned that Wang Xuefan and Su Qing would come together, he knew that the trouble was caused by both of them. There was definitely no green hat involved. But he admired Su Qing's ability to stir things up. Thinking about what Su Qing and Wang Xuefan had done while he wasn't home, First digging up a grave to take hidden gold bars and money, and now rumors of pregnancy spreading. Along with the pregnancy news came his brother Xie Jianzhong's messy relationship issues. Because Xie Kezi had informed Xie Jianhua about both matters at the same time, Xie Jianhua couldn't help but connect the two, fearing Su Qing might also get involved in his brother's problems. In such matters, he preferred to stay out of it. If he intervened, they couldn't remain brothers. So when Xie Kezi wrote asking what to do, Xie Jianhua's reply was very straightforward.
I don't know, can't understand.
Let Big Brother exercise more. I followed your instructions and wrote to him, but whether he listens is up to him. Xie Jianhua was also troubled for Xie Kezi and Wang Suifan, but he knew that his brother's issues weren't his to meddle in, so he only gave Xie Kezi an idea that wouldn't be useful. His true feelings were that Xie Kezi and Wang Suifan weren't tough enough. Their methods were fine, but they didn't go far enough. If they had already sent him to the dormitory, why return the 200 yuan? Just let him leave empty-handed. Not only should he leave empty-handed, but they shouldn't even look at him. They needed to clearly tell everyone that the family had given up on Xie Jianzhong, the ungrateful son. Zhang Dahong shouldn't think she could cling to Xie Jianzhong for money. Meanwhile, they should arrange for other men to get close to Zhang Dahong. With other good options available, Xie Jianzhong, who is useless and broke, would surely be kicked to the curb. Once Xie Jianzhong experienced heartbreak and realized his mistakes, they could still be a family when he returned home. But this approach carried risks. If Xie Jianzhong became estranged from his parents and refused to come home, Xie Jianhua couldn't take that responsibility. This tactic could work on his own son, but not on his father's son. Regarding Xie Jianzhong, even when he writes letters to persuade someone, he has to be careful with his words. I understand your desire to marry your sweetheart. But how can you make your parents so angry? Don't you remember our childhood? First, he expresses understanding, then he criticizes, and finally, he reminisces about the past. As brothers who grew up together, Xie Jianhua doesn't want to ruin their relationship. Plus, with Su Qing's unexpected situation, Xie Jianhua immediately decides to remove her from the family conflict. Su Qing's achievements have been too impressive. The siblings of the Xie family have all faced defeat against her. Not being able to keep an eye on her makes Xie Jianhua uneasy, so he writes a letter to have someone accompany her, even if he is busy. When Xie Jianhua returns to the army after his injury, he can apply for family members to join him, but he doesn't have the time at that moment. In recent years, without any battles, ordinary soldiers mainly focus on training. However, for skilled individuals like Xie Jianhua, they are quite busy. They are called to capture enemy agents, apprehend special criminals, and provide protection for visiting leaders. Although there are no special forces in the country yet, Xie Jianhua and his team are starting to resemble one. The army is filled with talented individuals from all over, including former monks from Shaolin and ethnic minorities knowledgeable about various poisonous plants and insects. The abilities of these people put a lot of pressure on Xie Jianhua, who fears falling behind and dedicates himself to training. His strong skills lead to more missions, quicker achievements, and faster promotions. However, he feels too busy. Even if he brings Su Qing to the family quarters, she often ends up alone. It might be better for her to stay at home, where at least family members can keep her company. Who would have thought that family companionship would turn out like this? The whole household is in chaos. Don't blame Qing. Wang Suifan takes all the responsibility, saying, "The idea of pretending to be pregnant was mine. I never intended for you to find out or to cause you any false hopes. If you want to blame someone, blame me for my bad idea, not Qing." She was terrified on her way here, afraid of what you would say. Su Qing doesn't defend herself. She obediently leans against Wang Suifan, looking innocent. "Don't blame her," Xie Jianhua calmly replies, glancing at Su Qing. He wasn't excited. He was worried the whole time.
He knows whose fault it really is.
Wang Suifan thinks this young man is quite understanding.
Exactly.
How could we blame Qing? Wang Suifan's indulgent attitude left Xie Jianhua feeling helpless. He commented, "Mom, you really are thoughtful. Thoughtful to the point of having no principles." Even the eldest brother never received such treatment. He certainly didn't. Qingqing is closer to me than my own daughter. How could I not be thoughtful? Wang Tsuifan declared. Forget about the fake pregnancy. When we get to your military family compound, let's act like nothing happened. The audience around them had changed. They no longer needed to perform the old script from their hometown. Xie Jianhua promised, don't worry. I haven't told anyone about the pregnancy. Nobody knows and won't ask. He was aware that the pregnancy was a false rumor, and he kept it under wraps better than anyone. After loading the luggage into the car, Xie Jianhua started the engine and took Su Qing and the others away. Su Qing got in the car and prepared to sleep, but Wang Tsuifan, full of energy, tapped on the car door and then on the seat, excitedly saying, Second son, when did you learn to drive? Are you good at it? Pretty good, I usually drive steadily. Xie Jianhua replied confidently. Being a driver is a sought-after job now, but it requires not only driving skills but also knowledge of car repairs. Otherwise, if the car breaks down on the road, you can't just leave it and walk back. Given the current manufacturing standards and economic conditions, older cars are likely to break down often. Xie Jianhua was not only skilled at driving but also knowledgeable about car repairs. After joining the military, he quietly developed these skills, which he felt proud of. He never had the chance to show off in front of Wang Tsuifan before, and now he thought she would praise him. His lips began to curl into a smile, but then he heard Wang Tsuifan say, It's great that you can drive, second son. Can you teach Qingqing how to drive? Your car looks nice. I'll get one for her when I have the chance. What do you mean by get one? Xie Jianhua asked, doubting his hearing. Wang Tsuifan replied as if it was obvious, a car. A car? Xie Jianhua reminded her helplessly, Mom, you can't just buy one because you have money. These are government property. This car was borrowed from the military. Such expensive items are only purchased by the unit. Individuals can't even find a place to buy them. Didn't you hear me say there will be opportunities in the future? Wang Tsuifan insisted. There will definitely be a chance to buy a car. Xie Jianhua went along with her. Okay. Then I'll buy it when I have the chance. When you have time, teach Qingqing how to drive.
Okay.
I'll teach her during my vacation. Xie Jianhua understood one thing. Whether teaching or buying a car wasn't important, but making people happy was essential. If he didn't keep them happy, his life would be difficult. Xie Jianhua firmly showed his willingness to cooperate, then asked Su Qing, Do you want to learn?
Yes.
Su Qing, who had been dozing off, was now fully awake, looking at Wang Tsuifan with a grateful expression. As soon as she got into the car, Wang Tsuifan was already planning to buy her one. Although it was just a plan, Su Qing felt warm inside. She could drive, but she didn't mind spending a little time learning from Xie Jianhua again to master the skill. Wang Tsuifan kindly encouraged Su Qing, Learn well. Once you learn, I'll buy you a car, and you can go wherever you want. It'll be so convenient. Okay. Very good. Wang Tsuifan nodded in satisfaction, about to say something else when Su Qing suddenly asked, Mom, can you drive? I can't. Wang Tsuifan shook her head. She really couldn't. In her earlier years, the economy was tough, and she couldn't afford a car. In her later years, buying a car was easy, but she was older now, so she only bought one for her child. If she wanted to go somewhere, she had to ask her son. Su Qing quickly suggested, Then you should learn too, Mom. I'll learn too. Wang Tsuifan hesitated. Mom, you need to set an example for me. When you buy me a car, you should get one for yourself too. With a car, you can go wherever you want, Su Qing said casually. Learning to drive isn't hard. You're so smart. You'll definitely learn. To live a good life, they should do it together, not just one flying solo. Wang Tsuifan bit her lip. Okay, I'll learn too. In just a few sentences, Xie Jianhua gained another student. Teaching one sheep is the same as teaching a flock. Xie Jianhua didn't mind teaching his own mother. He wouldn't hold back when teaching family, but whether they could learn was uncertain. It wasn't that he looked down on them. He had taken a long time to learn to drive, especially since he had a strong motivation for work. Su Qing and Wang Tsuifan were just learning for fun and might not want to put in the hard work. He guessed that after a couple of lessons, they would likely give up. Wang Tsuifan, unaware of Xie Jianhua's thoughts, eagerly asked about the house he was assigned. It's a 2-bedroom apartment. I have cleaned the room, so you can move in without any problem, said Xie Jianhua. Once he confirmed that Su Qing would be coming with the troops, he applied for this apartment. As soon as he got it, he started cleaning and buying daily necessities. Luckily, it was summer, so he didn't have to buy heavy blankets. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough money even if he borrowed some. His previous salary was sent home, and he also handed over money for small expenses. Xie Jianhua confidently said, I won't be sending my salary this month. I spent all my money on supplies. Okay, Su Qing replied casually. To her, this salary wasn't much, and she even hoped Xie Jianhua would spend it all. She felt uncomfortable holding on to his salary, but Wang Suifan always insisted on giving it to her. The 2-bedroom apartment was assigned to young couples. If they had more children of different genders, they would eventually move to a 3-bedroom place. The 2-bedroom they lived in was freed up for this reason. In the apartment, Wang Suifan occupied one room, leaving Su Qing to share the other with Xie Jianhua. Su Qing usually remained calm, but when she saw the droplets of water sliding down Xie Jianhua's chest after his shower, her gaze unintentionally followed them. Are you hurt? Why is there such a big bruise? Su Qing couldn't help but ask. The bruise looked serious, but today Xie Jianhua had driven them back from the family compound for a long time. She wondered if he felt unwell. Xie Jianhua glanced down and casually replied, It's just a minor scrape. Their daily training was tougher than that of regular soldiers. Crawling on the ground and climbing walls were common, and they practiced hard. Getting bruises was normal, and while bumps and scrapes happened often, they still hurt. During training, Xie Jianhua got bumped in the stomach, which made him angry. He glared at his buddy and said, Why didn't you just knock me out?
Sorry.
It was my mistake.
Get lost.
I hope it wasn't on purpose, Xie Jianhua grumbled, but didn't take it too seriously. He had a new injury from yesterday that hadn't healed yet. After years of working hard alone, Xie Jianhua wasn't used to asking his family for help. Even with Su Qing in the room, he didn't think to ask for assistance. He simply took off his shirt and started applying some medicinal alcohol on his own. Using medicinal alcohol to massage a bruise really hurts. When I lived in the dorm, we all helped each other with this, so it was easier to be rough since the other person was the one in pain. When I try to apply it to myself, I can't be too harsh. Xie Jianhua only used a little force on the wound, and I instinctively clenched my teeth. How about I help you?
Shui no fer.
It seemed a bit unfriendly to just stand by and watch. Okay, you do it, Xie Jianhua said, handing the medicinal alcohol to Su Qing. You can be a bit rougher.
I can handle the pain. Shui narid obediently. All right.
Since he said so, Su Qing went ahead and used all her strength. But when she saw the veins popping up on Xie Jianhua's forearm, she quietly eased up a bit, feeling a little awkward as she glanced at his expression. She hoped she wasn't hurting him too much. Fortunately, he didn't look too pained, just slightly furrowed his brow. Overall, he still seemed calm. I'm fine. Keep going, Xie Jianhua said coolly. Actually, Su Qing's strength was a bit more than he expected, stronger than most men. But once he said that, he couldn't take it back. If it hurt, it hurt. This way, the bruise would heal faster. All right, I'll continue. Su Qing suddenly remembered Wang Suifan's comments about her son and couldn't help but agree. This guy was really good at pretending. Even in pain, he called it just a minor injury. But he was her soldier, so she couldn't treat him like someone from elsewhere. As she focused on the pressure she applied, she tried to distract Xie Jianhua by complimenting him. Training must be tough. It's impressive that you can keep going. Your muscles look great.
How did you get them like that?
As they talked, Su Qing noticed the muscle definition on Xie Jianhua becoming more pronounced. He was definitely putting in some effort. Trying not to laugh, Su Qing playfully touched his abs. The way he had shaped them seemed like an invitation to touch. After one touch, she couldn't resist and touched again. Hearing her compliments, Xie Jianhua slightly raised his chin, his expression relaxing. But when her hand suddenly touched his abs, he jolted and looked down at Su Qing, surprised. Su Qing's eyes were only on his abs, She didn't even look up. She even reached for them a second time. Xie Jianhua was shocked and continued to stare. At that moment, he wished he could remind Su Qing to at least look at his face. He really didn't understand what Su Qing meant. She clearly resisted him most of the time, yet here, she was touching his abs. Did she like him or not? Usually, no woman would touch his abs. That was something only friends would do. He wasn't just any man. Seeing Su Qing's hand eager to explore other areas, Xie Jianhua quickly spoke up, "I'm not hurt. No need for the medicine." "Not hurt, huh?"
Su Qing replied, sounding a bit disappointed.
At that moment, she finally looked up at Xie Jianhua. When their eyes met, she noticed his ears were turning red, but his face remained expressionless, even a bit serious. He was shy, and Su Qing couldn't help but smile to herself. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Xie Jianhua's well-defined biceps and thought it was amusing. He said no, but his body was being honest. He said not to touch, but he was secretly showing off his muscles. Although Su Qing didn't have muscles herself, she understood them. "Can I touch your biceps?" "They look really nice," Su Qing asked directly. The simplest rule in life is to say what you want. The worst that could happen is being refused. But she felt sure Xie Jianhua wouldn't say no. She wasn't asking for anything outrageous, just to touch some muscles. The awkwardness of being alone with Xie Jianhua had completely vanished. Without any emotional foundation, and having not seen each other for a long time, Xie Jianhua's presence didn't affect Su Qing much. In her mind, he was just an ordinary friend, someone whose presence was optional. After not being in contact for so long, seeing each other again would naturally feel a bit strange. Su Qing's earlier attitude had some distance and politeness in it, but now, she couldn't help but reflect on herself. They were already registered as a couple, so why be so formal? It was mainly Xie Jianhua's fault. When they used to sleep together, he always wore clothes, even more conservatively than she did, leaving little to the imagination. Most people in this era were quite reserved. Xie Jianhua thought that by hinting, Su Qing would stop, but she didn't even blush and boldly asked to touch his muscles. Although that request was quite forward, but Xie Jianhua couldn't help but feel a little pleased for a moment. After all, Su Qing was not a stranger. He hesitated for just 2 seconds before giving in, saying, "Go ahead and touch." He had really trained well. It's not just bragging. His muscles not only looked good but were also strong. He could easily take on 10 strong men outside. With someone like Su Qing, he could even let her swing from his biceps. It was normal for her to be a bit envious, considering that with her background, she could never achieve his physique. It was completely understandable that she couldn't resist the temptation. As he thought about this, the corners of Xie Jianhua's mouth lifted slightly, and he raised his chin a little. Su Qing's hand rested on his bicep as she leaned in closer and quietly asked, "Are you going to sleep?" The topic of sleep came up so suddenly that Xie Jianhua was momentarily taken aback. It's still pretty early. He still had some reading to do. It was too early for bed. But halfway through his thought, feeling the warmth of her touch, he suddenly understood the meaning behind "Are you going to sleep?" His eyes widened in surprise. Was this right? Last time he was home, Su Qing barely acknowledged him. Why was she acting like this now? He swallowed hard and looked down at Su Qing. He had to admit, she was truly beautiful, looking at him with sparkling eyes like a blooming peony, her petals gently stirring emotions. "Be honest. Did you do something I don't know about?" Xie Jianhua took a deep breath. "You can tell me. I won't blame you." At least he wanted to know what was happening so he could be prepared. Suddenly using such a seductive tactic was a bit frightening. What kind of clueless thinking was this? Su Qing was speechless. Forget it then. She put away the medicinal wine, stood up, and started packing her things, ignoring Xie Jianhua. "Hey?" Xie Jianhua was stunned. Why was every word from Su Qing beyond his expectations? On the way home from the train station, she was so tired that when she got to her room, she washed up and went straight to sleep, leaving her luggage unpacked. As she packed her clothes and skirts, Su Qing couldn't help but try them on in front of the mirror before putting them in the wardrobe. With her complexion and body in good shape, everything looked good on her. Seeing her refreshed self in the mirror, Su Qing's smile was radiant, and she proudly thought to herself, "How can I look this good?" After putting her clothes in the wardrobe, Su Qing began organizing the books she had brought. These books are all high school textbooks, prepared for college entrance exam review. Actually, she could live well without putting in much effort, but Wang Xuefen hopes for a better life for her. So, Su Qing decided to try a little harder, aiming to get into college and make Wang Xuefen proud. The room is small, so there isn't really any private space. The wardrobe and desk are shared. When Su Qing placed her books on the desk, she noticed Xie Jianhua's books too, which included not only textbooks, but also language manuals and dictionaries. What she could take home wasn't anything confidential. Su Qing glanced at an English booklet, which was a maintenance manual for a weapon, with some technical terms annotated in Chinese by Xie Jianhua. He was more diligent than she had imagined. Unable to help herself, Su Qing turned to look at Xie Jianhua. Their eyes met for 2 seconds before Su Qing quickly turned away, unwilling to give him any acknowledgement. No matter how curious she was, she couldn't ask him anything at that moment. In fact, she didn't want to speak to him at all tonight. According to their usual routine, Xie Jianhua should be sitting at the desk studying vocabulary at this time. But now, he was not only sitting on the edge of the bed without moving, he wasn't even dressed. Since Su Qing got up, his gaze had been fixed on her, following her movements. When Su Qing showed off her pretty dress with a bright smile, Xie Jianhua couldn't help but smile back. But when she sighed while pulling out her textbooks, his smile grew wider. After Su Qing finished her work and lay down to sleep, Xie Jianhua quietly approached and asked, "Are you getting ready to sleep now? Should I turn off the light?" Su Qing glanced at him and said nothing, which was her way of agreeing to him turning off the light. Once the light was off, Su Qing realized that Xie Jianhua had taken her hand and placed it on his chest and abs. And it seemed to be sliding down.
Huh.
Su Qing laughed in surprise, poking his chest with her finger and asking, "Aren't you supposed to be sleeping?" Xie Jianhua didn't answer her question. Instead, he held her wrist and rubbed it a bit, saying, "Your wrist is so slender." He squeezed her fingertip and added, "I saw your nails were pink when you washed your face earlier." Su Qing chuckled softly, wondering why he was so reserved when teasing. During their previous nights together, she had remained still, and he hadn't made a move. Even now, when she asked him directly, he still seemed shy. If she were to back out now, given Xie Jianhua's personality, she didn't know how long it would take before she could have another chance. So, Su Qing not only didn't bring up his past mistakes, but she also leaned in and kissed his chin to show encouragement. Actually, Xie Jianhua didn't say he wouldn't sleep. What he meant was that regardless of whether they slept or not, he would find a way to handle any trouble caused by his wife. He just wanted to clarify things before going to bed, so he could feel more at ease. After being tricked by Su Qing too many times, he always felt like she was setting traps for him. But it seemed that going to bed without asking questions was even more thrilling. Even though he sensed trouble ahead, Xie Jianhua pushed those thoughts aside and enthusiastically invited Su Qing to sleep with him for several days.
Sleep? No. Xing coldly refused.
After being close the night before, Xie Jianhua was a bit shocked by her sudden rejection. He silently recalled how well things went yesterday. She even praised him. Why was she changing her mind today? Really not sleeping? Xie Jianhua leaned closer, trying to wrap his arm around her waist, silently tempting her.
No.
After indulging in rich food lately, she felt a bit overwhelmed. Perhaps a more scientific way to say it is that her ovulation period had passed and her estrogen levels had returned to normal. She coldly pushed away his hand around her waist. "Don't bother me. I'm giving Mom some questions." In her mind, their relationship was nowhere near as important as Wang Xuefen's. Recently, she had been so distracted by handsome men that she had neglected to supervise Wang Xuefen. Maybe it was because they were in a new place with many new neighbors and gossip. Wang Xuefen was busy gathering information from her new friends, and her study progress had dropped significantly. Today, when Su Qing checked Wang Xuefen's homework, she immediately noticed something was off. I didn't mean to skip my homework. I was planning to catch up on the last day, Wang Suifan said awkwardly, scratching her head. I didn't think I could forget the date. At home, it's not like school. In one-on-one teaching, Wang Suifan couldn't escape her forgotten assignments. She was still in the next room, working under a desk lamp. What does this idiom really mean? What feelings does this poem express? Wang Suifan was struggling with her homework. Feeling guilty for not finishing it, she wanted to do well while catching up, but she couldn't manage to do even that. When it was time for Su Qing to check the homework, Wang Suifan saw Xie Jianhua coming over and immediately pushed him out. Why are you following me? Are you here to watch me fail? Wang Suifan didn't want Xie Jianhua to see her embarrassing situation. I wouldn't dare laugh at you. I just came to take a look, Xie Jianhua said, feeling a bit unwilling, wanting to see what was more important than him. I'm talking to Qingqing. Why are you here? Go do your own thing. Wang Suifan pushed him out of the room and closed the door. As the door closed to a small gap, Wang Suifan couldn't help but pull it open again and whispered, You're useless too. With such a good body, you can't even keep Qingqing from leaving. After saying that, she quickly shut the door, leaving Xie Jianhua outside, staring in disbelief. When she turned to Su Qing, Wang Suifan's face was all smiles again. Qingqing, I was really focused while doing the problems, but some were just too hard. You've already made so much progress. Mom, you're amazing. Standing at the door, Xie Jianhua listened to the faint sounds coming from inside. He couldn't help but lick his sharp teeth, feeling a bit angry. What did these two women think of him? They used him when they needed him and tossed him aside when they didn't. Was he that easy to dismiss? Xie Jianhua raised his hand and pretended to knock on the door twice, his movement swift but making no sound. If he really knocked loudly, it wouldn't be easy for either Wang Suifan or Su Qing to handle. Forget it, I'm a man, I won't argue with them. After comforting himself with a serious face, Xie Jianhua turned and left. Everyone in the house had a study plan, and he did too. Learning never ends, and there was still so much he wanted to learn. He had missed an opportunity to go abroad because he didn't understand foreign languages, so he was now studying hard. In their line of work, besides being skilled in individual combat, having a wide range of basic skills was also beneficial. No matter the era, those who succeed are always the ones who work hard and seize opportunities. Xie Jianhua and his group were always prepared. They never took things lightly. Whenever they found something to improve, Xie Jianhua would immediately address it. Last time he was home on leave, he heard Su Qing talking about driving tanks and helicopters, and as soon as he returned, he went to his superior, insisting he wanted to learn. The Air Force selects their people carefully. You're in the army. Why do you want to join in? You don't want to run away, do you? His superior asked skeptically. Xie Jianhua was a promising recruit. He definitely wouldn't let him go.
How could I run away?
I just want to learn a bit. Getting on the plane has its requirements, like height, weight, blood pressure, and pulse. I can just go get measured. Xie Jianhua didn't have any other thoughts. He just wanted to improve. Deep down, he really thought the special forces described by Su Qing were impressive and cool. At home, he didn't compete for anything because there wasn't much to fight over. Sometimes, he even let others have their way. Since he joined the army, the connections and friendships of his old comrades have benefited him. He took the most from these invisible resources, so he felt bad taking more from his siblings. But in the army, Xie Jianhua was not so easygoing. If he wanted something, he would fight for it. With so many people around, could he really expect the leaders to hand him benefits? He wasn't their favorite. When he wanted to learn to fly, he approached his superiors for permission. If they didn't agree, he would apply multiple times, and in the end, he really got to learn. Not only did he get to learn, but his entire team was also assigned to this extra skill. They had to learn the skill, but they couldn't neglect their regular training. They promised their leaders that during the big military competition, they wouldn't embarrass them. Even with such a tight schedule, he was still expected to share a bed. The key was that he offered to do so, but Su Qing didn't appreciate it. As Xie Jianhua flipped through his English dictionary, he thought coldly, if she wants him to share a bed again, that won't work. After finishing the translation of the foreign text, he practiced the translated Chinese a few times and then did the same with the English. Once he was done, he couldn't help but check the time. Haven't they finished yet? He got up and went next door, knocking on the door to remind them, Mom, Ching Ching, you need to sleep early tonight. We have driving lessons in the morning. Hearing Xie Jianhua's voice, Wang Xuefan opened her eyes and replied, Aren't you asleep yet? Ching Ching and I are already lying down. You should hurry and sleep. He was making noise and disturbing them. Once there was silence outside, and she guessed Xie Jianhua had gone back to his room, Su Qing began to complain playfully to Wang Xuefan, I really don't want to sleep next to Jianhua. He's too hot. Just being next to him makes me feel so warm. Unlike you, Mom. Your arms are cool and comfortable. A man with a lot of heat is nice to cuddle with in winter, but a bit annoying in summer. Yeah, you're right. What could Wang Xuefan say? She could only agree. She couldn't undermine Su Qing, could she? She didn't even know who had been hanging out with Xie Jianhua the other day. It made her cautious about making noise when she got up for water at night. Although she was forgotten a few days ago, Su Qing can still remember her and talk to make her happy, which is nice. At least Su Qing is willing to put in the effort to cheer her up, whether it's true or not doesn't matter much. The intention is what counts. She patted Su Qing's arm and urged, Hurry up and sleep. We have to practice driving tomorrow. If you're not focused, you won't learn well, and that kid Jianhua will look down on you. Learning from a child can be a bit embarrassing. If she doesn't do well, it would be even more humiliating. Wang Xuefan said Jianhua was showing off, but she also cares about her pride.
Don't worry, Mom.
Learning to drive is easy. You'll definitely do well. If you don't, it just means Jianhua isn't teaching properly. Even before starting, Su Qing had already shifted the blame onto Wang Xuefan. Jianhua had just joined the army and learned to drive quickly. The army has many vehicles, and there are plenty of cars for beginners to practice on, making it easier than outside. Teaching Su Qing and Wang Xuefan to drive wouldn't be much trouble for Jianhua. He easily borrowed an old car meant for training, one that wouldn't be a big deal if it got scratched. He had borrowed it 2 days in advance, just waiting for his day off to start teaching. Both Jianhua and Su Qing were relaxed about learning to drive, but Wang Xuefan was worried about unfinished tasks from the day and the driving practice ahead, feeling that life was tough. No matter how tough life gets, she can't just give up. Before getting up early to practice driving, Wang Xuefan encouraged herself, Come on, you can do it. Ching Ching says I can, so I can. She had to make it work. She couldn't just sit back and wait for Su Qing to work hard while she enjoyed a carefree life. She hadn't done that for her own children in her past life, so she certainly wouldn't do it now. Ignoring everything else, Wang Xuefan followed Jianhua's instructions and pressed the gas pedal to move forward. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the car came to a sudden stop. Su Qing, sitting in the back seat, felt a strong push and then was pushed back by inertia, bouncing slightly. What happened? Mom, did you press the gas instead of the brake? Su Qing asked. Wang Xuefan looked visibly panicked and turned to Jianhua for help. I hope I didn't break the car. I shouldn't have to pay for it, right? She thought it looked so easy when Su Qing was learning. How did she mess it up so quickly? How can there be such a big difference in talent between the two? Xie Jianhua sat in the passenger seat, calm as ever. The car broke down. We've only been driving for a few minutes. How can it have a problem already? Su Qing was shocked. She thought the car just looked old, but it turned out to be in worse shape inside. Xie Jianhua was used to it. He took out a toolbox and opened the hood. Perfect, I'll teach you how to fix this kind of problem. If it weren't for the broken car, he wouldn't be able to teach at all. A good car in service can't just be left alone for them to use carelessly. To teach students, he needed an old car that could have various issues. If they could fix this car, they could apply that knowledge to other cars too. He learned to drive in this same old car. Thinking of this as a necessary lesson before hitting the road, Su Qing peeked at the old car parts inside and said with some disdain, All right, you tell us how to fix it and we'll learn. As repair apprentices, Su Qing and Wang Xuefan had a great attitude. They listened carefully and even brought a small notebook. They took notes on the key points Xie Jianhua taught. After taking notes, they also got hands-on experience, repairing the car under Xie Jianhua's guidance. After a morning of learning, Su Qing not only got her hands dirty, but also her face, and her 2 handkerchiefs were completely black. My nails are even dirty. And with the oil, I wonder if I can get clean. Su Qing looked at her black hands and felt a bit regretful. Wang Suifan looked at her own dirty hands and sighed. My hands are dirty too. Even my clothes got stained. Both of them looked quite messy. Su Qing was young, had a good memory, and understood basic physics and chemistry, so she learned faster. Wang Suifan struggled. She didn't grasp the principles and relied solely on memorization. After just an hour, Wang Suifan felt so overwhelmed that she didn't want to continue. But she was too embarrassed to say so. Su Qing, however, was more straightforward. After half a day of experience, she decided to give up. I'm done learning. Whoever wants to drive this old car can have it. In the future, when I can afford a small car, I'll definitely hire a driver. For now, I'll just ride my bike. In Su Qing's eyes, even a bicycle looked better than this 4-wheeled mess. She wasn't going to be a driver, and she wasn't free to waste time learning car repair skills. Sometimes, you have to know when to quit. She had limited energy and couldn't be an expert in everything. You're not going to learn anymore? Wang Suifan was shocked. Can you just give up like that? After a whole morning of trial lessons, Su Qing has a good idea of whether it suits her. She calmly says, I'm not going to learn anymore. Mom, do you still want to learn? If you do, you can continue. Wang Suifan quickly shakes her head. I won't learn either. Qing is right. We can just hire a driver later. Driving isn't hard. It's just about the gas and brakes. The hard part is fixing the car. Xie Jianhua already expected this outcome. He smiled but said nothing, obediently ending the lesson. He was about to suggest that Su Qing and her mother find something else to do, but by the afternoon, he realized they didn't need his help at all. Since they weren't learning to drive, Su Qing took Wang Suifan to the bookstore in the city to look for books. When Xie Jianhua came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes, he noticed that Su Qing and Wang Suifan were gone. He stood in the hallway, looking around, and found it strange that both of them were missing. Just then, a neighbor going upstairs kindly reminded him, Are you looking for your mom and your wife? They went to the city. I know, yes, they went to the city, Xie Jianhua smiled. Back at his hometown, he had already been isolated by the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Now that he had brought them to his place, he still felt left out. He forced a smile outside, but once he closed the door, he couldn't smile anymore. First, he went to his room and cleaned it up again. He unfolded the blankets that Su Qing had folded poorly and refolded them neatly. He arranged the books by subject and thickness. He organized everything according to his own standards. Seeing that the coal in the kitchen was running low, he took some money and a ticket and went out to buy more coal. His home is on the 2nd floor, and carrying heavy things upstairs is tough. Without Wang Suifan and Su Qing asking, Xie Jianhua took it upon himself to handle the physical work. As he left, he ran into the neighbor, Captain Meng, who was carrying his child home. Jianhua, what's going on? Your mom and wife just arrived, and you finally have a day off. Why are you going out alone instead of spending time with them? Captain Meng thought Xie Jianhua was young and restless, unable to stay at home. He spoke with the wisdom of experience, saying, Even if you want to go out with friends, don't choose such a recent time. There will be plenty of opportunities later. I'm going to buy coal, Xie Jianhua said seriously. He wasn't going out for fun, he was going to do something important. Coal? You bought so much coal when you cleaned the house. How long has it been, and you're buying more? Who are you fooling? Just stay home and spend time with your mom and wife. Your mother and wife just arrived and are still figuring things out. You need to organize the house now so that your life will be easier later. This is wise advice. When they first arrive, it's important to set the rules at home so that when things get chaotic later, there are limits. If it were just a young wife coming along, it wouldn't be too bad. 2 young people can live however they want without much trouble. But Xie Jianhua not only brought his wife, but also his mother. With a mother-in-law around, if Xie Jianhua can't handle things, the house will definitely become chaotic. Captain Meng thinks his wife is gentle and easy to talk to, but he sometimes feels caught in the middle. He hasn't spoken much to Su Qing and Wang Suifan, but they both seem to have strong opinions and are not easy to deal with. If Xie Jianhua doesn't step up and at least keep one of them happy, he will surely face difficulties later. There's no one at home. My wife and mom went out together to buy things in the city, Xie Jianhua said awkwardly, scratching his nose. Was it that he didn't want to go? It was more that they didn't need him to join them. Of course, there was still Cole at home. He was just trying to find something to do. Otherwise, with those two out having fun, it would be quite lonely for him to stay home and read. Two people went out together? Captain Meng was surprised. He put the child he was holding down so the child could go home by himself, then continued to stand in the stairway, curious to ask, "Your mom and your wife? Just the two of them? They didn't call you?" "Why would they call me? Even if they did, I wouldn't go," Xie Jianhua insisted. "They're just going out to wander around. There's nothing important. I don't want to waste time going with them. If it were a weekday and he had training, he wouldn't mind. But today he was on leave." Su Qing and Wang Suifan just left him behind. They didn't even ask him before leaving, clearly forgetting about him. Xie Jianhua took a deep breath. He couldn't think about it anymore. The more he thought, the angrier he got. He sulked silently, but Captain Meng couldn't help but pat his shoulder and said, "You're still too young. When they come back, just pay attention." Pay attention to what? Now it was Xie Jianhua's turn to be curious. Captain Meng advised, "Pay attention to their expressions. If something seems off, you should comfort them. If anyone feels wronged or looks upset, quietly comfort that person. Otherwise, if conflicts grow and things get noisy at home, no one will have a good time." To be blunt, whether this home is tidy or messy is up to him. "Well, I guess I'll just go buy some coal." "I'm done talking to you," Xie Jianhua said with a helpless smile, thinking that Captain Meng's experience was not worth considering. Who cares about his mother and wife's opinions? Who is there to please him? In this house, only those two women can make him angry. He doesn't comfort anyone. Wang Suifan, being his mother, finally remembered Xie Jianhua halfway down the road. "Oh no, I forgot to call Jianhua. He's on leave today. Will he be bored at home alone?" Su Qing quickly replied, "He's been here for so many years. Unlike us, he knows a lot of people. All his friends are around. He can't possibly be bored. It's only half a day of leave. He can easily pass the time." "That's true. The only thing I'm not used to here is that Sister Li and the others aren't around. There aren't many people to talk to," Wang Suifan sighed. "Being away from home, I really miss them." After leaving her hometown, the worries from there couldn't follow, but the joy also decreased a lot. Su Qing curiously asked, "Mom, didn't you get along well with Mrs. Wu next door?" "I was just making small talk, going along with her," Wang Suifan confidently replied. "After chatting with her for a few days, I realized we're not on the same page." "Why not?" Su Qing asked, intrigued. "She's too stingy," Wang Suifan exclaimed. "Haven't you noticed her grandson's pants are almost falling off? He only has 2 pairs, and they're patched up with big holes. No child should be like that, even if they're a bit mischievous." Su Qing said, "Then you two really can't get along. Being frugal and being stingy are 2 different things." Wang Suifan has never been stingy, especially when it comes to children. She never thought about saving money there. She's stingy herself and doesn't want her children and grandchildren to spend money. She can't stand us spending money either, and even wants me to discipline you. "No matter how much I save, I won't save at your expense," Wang Suifan said. "Mrs. Wu has lived in this building for a long time and knows all the gossip. Once I hear all the news, I won't talk to her anymore." Wang Suifan and Mrs. Wu are forced to pretend to be friendly. After all, they are neighbors and they have more chances to talk than with others. The older folks hang out with each other, while the younger ones do the same. While Wang Suifan chats with Mrs. Wu, Su Qing talks more with her daughter-in-law. Unexpectedly, Grandma Wu is that kind of person. Su Qing couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic and said that Captain Meng's wife is so unfortunate. She's such a gentle person and has to deal with a mother-in-law like that. Wang Suifan quickly interrupted, "Don't worry, Qing Qing. Mom is not like Grandma Wu. Mom is generous with you. Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. That's right. My mother-in-law is so good to me, even better than my own mom, Su Qing said with a smile, linking her arm with Wang Suifen's. They had already bought the daily necessities, and today they were out to buy books. With the attitude of a salesperson, buying books took a lot of time because they had to search for them in the store. If they couldn't find something, there was no point in asking the salesperson, as they were not only unhelpful but also rude. Since they had money, Su Qing didn't hesitate to buy anything she thought would be useful. Do we need to buy this book? Wang Suifen asked, puzzled. Are there so many subjects for the college entrance exam? Can she manage all that? Just memorizing some common ancient poems and idioms felt very challenging to her. Thinking about how much Su Qing had to learn made her anxious. In her previous life, her younger son took the exam several times, but back then, Wang Suifen couldn't read and only knew the exam was difficult, not how difficult it truly was. At that time, she just provided money and took care of the children, unable to help with their studies at all. Yes, we need it. The college entrance exam is tough. There are so many students. We must prepare well, Su Qing said. She had studied for 3 years before passing the last exam, and this time she was determined to do her best. Then, let's buy everything, Wang Suifen said, trying to sound casual. Even though we don't know when the exam will be, we should still prepare. The country needs educated people, and the books you read will be useful sooner or later. Su Qing tentatively asked, I found a very useful old math textbook. Should I send it back to my little brother? No need. Why give it to him? He's just not smart. You're clever, so learn more, Wang Suifen replied decisively. Although Wang Suifen praised Su Qing for being smart, she was also prepared for the possibility that Su Qing might not pass the exam. She had supported her younger son for 4 years of retakes. As for Su Qing, as long as she wanted to study, Wang Suifen would support her. By the time Su Qing and Wang Suifen returned with the books, Xie Jianhua had already prepared dinner for them. Seeing them, Xie Jianhua reminded them, You two came back a bit late. Next time, come back earlier. It's not safe on the road at night. If he had been with them, there wouldn't have been any safety issues. But who told Su Qing and Wang Suifen not to take him along? Su Qing behaves one way outside and another way at home. Before she even puts her things down, she praises, Wow, Jianhua, you cleaned up? Everything looks so neat. It's so pleasing to see. Oh my, there isn't a speck of dust on the cabinet. You're so meticulous. You must be tired from cleaning so well. I'm not tired, Xie Jianhua quickly replied, trying to be humble. I just tidied up a bit. Xie Jianhua stayed home to work in the afternoon. Even if Wang Suifen couldn't say it out loud, she didn't complain and quietly went to wash her hands, getting ready to eat. Xie Jianhua's cooking is decent. Su Qing and Wang Suifen didn't complain. They were just happy to have food. After dinner, Su Qing took the initiative to clean the dishes. She still didn't see Xie Jianhua as family, so she felt the need to keep things fair. If she cooked with Wang Suifen, then it was only right for Xie Jianhua to wash the dishes. If Xie Jianhua cooked, then it was her turn to wash. Put that down. What are you washing? I'll do it. You go read. You have so many books. Make good use of your time to study, Wang Suifen said, already feeling a headache just thinking about Su Qing's study tasks. In Wang Suifen's eyes, studying was quite sacred. In the past, if the kids were still in school, she wouldn't let them do any chores at home. It was only after her rebirth that she slightly changed her overly indulgent ways. But when it came to Su Qing, she couldn't help but spoil her. Su Qing felt helpless. She was already grown up. Mom, it's just a few bowls. I can wash them easily. It's no trouble. Then I'll help you, Wang Suifen quickly replied. Xie Jianhua looked around. If Su Qing and Wang Suifen hadn't gone to the kitchen to wash the dishes, he would have suspected they were trying to trick him into doing it. Actually, he had thought about stepping in, but his curiosity kept him watching until the end. In the end, Su Qing didn't call his name, which surprised Xie Jianhua a bit. It felt strange that Su Qing was being so considerate towards him. Once Su Qing sat at her desk, Organizing her new books, he cautiously asked, "Did you run into any trouble while you were out today?" "No, it was just a quick trip to buy something." What could happen? Xie Jianhua had fallen into Su Qing's traps many times before, so he was very cautious and continued to ask, "Are you and Mom adjusting well to living here?" "Yeah, it's great," Su Qing replied, giving him a curious look. "Are you going to read too?" "Am I in your way?" "No, we can sit on opposite sides. It's just right." Xie Jianhua also sat down and continued his studies. A man and a woman were in the same room, but both were focused and serious. Su Qing and Xie Jianhua each read their own books, not bothering each other. However, as long as the other was studying, it served as a silent encouragement. In this little home, the atmosphere for studying was excellent. When Su Qing and Wang Suifan were back in their hometown, the study environment at the Xie family was also good. During holidays, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying could still study together. Now that Wang Suifan was not at home, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying, even when school started, did not touch their textbooks at home and openly wasted time at school. Those who lack self-discipline really struggle with the challenges of studying. In ordinary families, conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law are common. Those who care about their reputation know to protect the family's image when outside, so family disputes are not aired publicly. But just because they don't talk about it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Living in the same building, everyone knows each other. When Su Qing and Wang Suifan first arrived at the staff quarters, no one found it strange to see them shopping together. They were new and needed to fit in. No one would cause a scene upon arrival. Such troublemakers find it hard to settle in. However, over time, Mrs. Wu, who lived next door, sensed something was off and cautiously asked Wang Suifan, "Your second daughter-in-law wants to eat dried fish, so you're making it for her?" After being around for a while, it was time to show their true selves. Wang Suifan replied naturally, "If the kids want to eat, I'll make it for them. Eating fish is good for the brain." As she spoke, she skillfully used scissors to clean the fish, cutting open the belly and removing the insides. These small fish, bought from a villager, were only 2 fingers wide and quite tedious to prepare, not worth much outside. Wang Suifan was clever. Instead of working at home, she took a bucket of water to chat with Mrs. Wu. While talking, people would naturally help her with the work, making it a productive conversation. "You're really good to your daughter-in-law," Mrs. Wu said politely but sincerely. "Preparing these small fish takes a lot of effort. You have quite a bit of patience." While saying this, Mrs. Wu also helped scale the fish, secretly thinking that Wang Suifan was being overly particular. What was the point of scaling such small fish? The work was shared between her and Wang Suifan, while Su Qing only had to enjoy the food. Just thinking about it makes me feel uneasy. Due to her natural position as a mother-in-law, she expressed her dissatisfaction. "What about your second daughter-in-law? Tell her to come out and help." How can a mother-in-law work while her daughter-in-law is doing nothing? Knowing that Mrs. Wu held traditional views, Wang Suifan let her words go in one ear and out the other, responding casually, "Qing is busy." No matter what Su Qing was busy with, as long as she was occupied, Mrs. Wu felt satisfied. She assumed Su Qing was busy with chores like laundry and cleaning, but when Xie Jianhua finally came home, Mrs. Wu overheard some gossip and realized that Su Qing had done nothing at home that morning. She had just been drawing and writing. To Mrs. Wu, this seemed completely unreasonable. Wang Suifan didn't seem like someone who could be easily bullied, so why was she allowing this situation to happen? With a son like that, how can the daughter-in-law take the lead? "That's just too useless," Mrs. Wu muttered in frustration. "I need to have a serious talk with Suifan this afternoon." Her daughter-in-law listened in disbelief and kindly advised, "Mother-in-law, Su Qing is a good person and hasn't done anything to upset you. Why are you picking on her?" Mrs. Wu replied with conviction, "I have a good relationship with Wang Suifan. I'm standing up for her." It wasn't that her son was failing. They were a family where the son was successful, and such mothers-in-law were quite assertive. However, Wang Suifan did not appreciate her sudden concern. She didn't pay attention to Mrs. Wu's praises of Xie Jianhua. Instead, she sincerely remarked, "It doesn't matter how capable my son is. It's my Qing who needs to succeed." Wang Xuefen's tone was so sincere that it left Mrs. Wu speechless. She had never seen someone who didn't expect their son to succeed but hoped for their daughter-in-law to do so. Mrs. Wu lightly pushed Wang Xuefen's shoulder, dismissively saying, "All right, why are you saying all this? Your daughter-in-law isn't even here." As she spoke, Mrs. Wu couldn't help but roll her eyes, secretly thinking, Wang Xuefen is really something. I never noticed she could be so stubborn. The main audience isn't even present, so what's the point of putting on a show? It's a waste to perform for an old lady like me. After being reminded, Wang Xuefen cautiously glanced around and then said, I only dare to say this because Qingqing isn't here. I wouldn't say this in front of her. Reading is already tiring. I can't add more pressure on her. Really? Mrs. Wu widened her eyes. Even now, she was still pretending? She felt that the conversation was going nowhere, muttered softly a couple of times, and immediately parted ways with Wang Xuefen. Wang Xuefen didn't mind and happily took the insoles she needed to find other elderly women to chat with. On the way home, she playfully complained to Su Qing, "Doesn't she see what our relationship is? Can she really stir things up between us?"
Exactly.
That kid Jianhua can't shake your place in my heart, let alone an outsider like her.
Exactly.
Xie Jianhua vaguely heard his name, but didn't dare to turn around. He quietly listened, wanting to find out if the two women were talking about him. It wasn't that Xie Jianhua was petty, it was just that Wang Xuefen often blamed him for things. When Su Qing quit her job, she casually mentioned being pregnant as an excuse. If she couldn't produce a child, Wang Xuefen would blame Xie Jianhua. Since they weren't in their hometown, Wang Xuefen's excuses were quite flimsy. In the letter she wrote to Xie Kezi, she only mentioned a misdiagnosis. I saw a doctor, and I'm not pregnant. It was my misunderstanding. Qingqing just wanted a child too much, and the stress caused her to have pregnancy symptoms. Maybe she also heard the rumors about Jianhua and was afraid she really couldn't get pregnant. Xie Kezi felt disappointed when he read the letter but understood. Wang Xuefen had shared the blame equally, with one part on her and one part on Xie Jianhua. After reading the letter, Xie Kezi unconsciously overlooked Su Qing, but didn't dare to blame Wang Xuefen. He only felt brave enough to write to Xie Jianhua. He scolded Xie Jianhua for being young and careless, joking with friends, which led to rumors. After reprimanding him, Xie Kezi couldn't help but ask in the letter when Wang Xuefen would return. He had gone with the excuse of caring for a pregnant woman. Now that there was no pregnancy, could they return to their hometown? Su Qing, being thoughtful, noticed Xie Kezi's urgency and asked, Mom, do you want to go back? After so many years together, Su Qing felt awkward about making the elderly couple stay apart because of her. I'm not going back, Wang Xuefen replied firmly. While Xie Kezi was in their hometown, there were also troublesome children like Xie Jianzhong and Xie Jiankong. If it were just Xie Kezi, Wang Xuefen wouldn't hesitate, but with those ungrateful children around, she had her reservations. In her past life, Xie Kezi had passed away early, leaving her alone to deal with the children. Now, leaving Xie Kezi alone in their hometown to be troubled by the kids didn't make her feel guilty. It's not just her child. It's unfair for her to be the only one upset. Wang Xuefen really understands the kids at home. They always cause trouble. Just from the letter sent back by Xie Kezi, it's clear that he is very angry. Oh my. Xie Kezi is so upset that he's talking nonsense in his letters, Wang Xuefen said, looking at the letters from home, unable to help but click her tongue in sympathy. The eldest is just like that. There's no reason to be so angry. Should we go back? Su Qing asked. This time, Xie Kezi wasn't just missing his partner. He wanted people to come back to support him. He was alone at home, feeling upset by the kids, and had no one to talk to. Wang Xuefen did come to the family compound, but Xie Jianzhong wouldn't behave just because she was gone. He actually became bolder. With no one watching, Xie Jianzhong and Zhang Dahong secretly went to the factory to get a certificate and directly went to collect their marriage license. Marriage certificates are rare, and after getting one, they would also receive a special portion of wedding candy. After Xie Jianzhong got the certificate, He specifically went to the department store to buy candy to share with his coworkers and dorm mates. Sharing candy was their way of having a wedding ceremony. Xia Kezi only realized that Xia Jianzhong had already gotten the certificate when he was being congratulated.
Congratin, Lao Si.
Your eldest has gotten married, so you have one less burden, someone said. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't make jokes like that, Xia Kezi replied, shaking the newspaper and not taking it seriously. Seeing his strange expression, the person cautiously probed, You don't know? Your Jianzhong is handing out wedding candy in the office. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds, and Xia Kezi thought something was wrong, quickly heading to the office to find Xia Jianzhong. Dad, have some candy. When Xia Jianzhong saw Xia Kezi, his expression froze for 2 seconds. He hurriedly shoved the candy into Xia Kezi's hands and pulled him outside, saying, Dad, let's talk outside. We don't want others to see and make fun of us. As soon as Xia Kezi appeared, everyone noticed something was off and started gossiping. Once Xia Jianzhong pulled him away, a group of people exchanged glances and whispered. After they were gone, someone finally spoke up. Look at Lao Xia's face. He didn't agree to this marriage, did he? I thought Jianzhong was handing out candy because his family agreed.
How could that be?
Xia Jianzhong is still living in the dorm and hasn't gone home. If his family agreed, they would have prepared a place for him. Earlier, Uncle Xia even said not to lend him money. The Xia family has hosted weddings before. When the second son got married, even though it was rushed, they managed to prepare a wedding room and hold a banquet. Unlike Xia Jianzhong, who still lives in a shared dormitory and got married anyway. After getting the marriage certificate, he continued to stay in the dorm, while Zhang Dahong still lived at home. You can't do this. Xia Kezi couldn't help but scold, taking a few deep breaths before asking, Who lent you money? He had already warned relatives and friends not to lend him anything. He wanted to see who was trying to undermine his family. I didn't borrow money, Xia Jianzhong reassured him. The Zhang family has eased up and didn't ask for so much betrothal money. Dad, Dahong is on my side. Hearing that no money was borrowed, Xia Kezi finally relaxed a bit. As long as they don't borrow money, their family can still live comfortably. Xia Kezi and Wang Suifan worried that their children's future would be difficult, but they didn't want to stop them from finding happiness. Now that they realized the Zhang family wasn't taking advantage of them and that their eldest son could have a decent life, Xia Kezi's attitude softened. He took the wedding candies from his son's hand and spoke gently. The Zhang couple isn't great. Dahong is sensible. But what about Zhang Dahong's salary and job? Have you discussed that?
We've talked about it.
In a couple of years, when Dahong's brother can take over, she'll return to the family. As for her salary, Xia Jianzhong paused. She'll give it all to the family. How much will she give? Xia Kezi, having experience, asked in detail. Half, or everything except living expenses. Everything, Xia Jianzhong replied quietly, looking down. Not just living expenses, but all her salary would go to the family. Xia Kezi was both amused and angry.
What?
You get to keep the money for your own expenses, but the money you earn goes to your wife's family? I've never heard of such shamelessness. Even if someone marries a housewife who doesn't work, the expenses are usually covered by her in-laws, as she manages the household and keeps it tidy, ensuring her husband comes home to a warm meal.
Plus, the betrothal money isn't that high.
With Xia Jianzhong and Zhang Dahong's arrangement, they wouldn't be able to save much, as their extra money would all go to the Zhang family. I was initially thinking that since the Zhang family is reasonable and took a step back, we shouldn't take advantage of them. I was going to write a letter to your mom, asking her to come back and help arrange your marriage again, to give Zhang Dahong some face. What's the point of arranging anything now? You should just go yourself. Xia Kezi shoved the wedding candies back into Xia Jianzhong's hands and turned to leave. Dad, this is already the best outcome that Dahong could achieve. Xia Jianzhong hurried after him, trying to explain. If it weren't for Zhang Dahong supporting him, he wouldn't even be getting married. Plus, given his current situation, having Zhang Dahong with him means she has no place to stay and has to live with her family, which is really unfair. Just thinking about it makes him feel heartbroken. Best outcome? If you want a good life, You should stop making things difficult for yourself, Xia Kezi grumbled, leaving with even more energy than when he arrived. Clearly, he was very upset. They had already gotten their marriage certificate, so there was no turning back. No matter what he did, it felt pointless. He was too tired to even yell. But when he was alone, he couldn't help but write a letter to Wang Suifan to discuss what to do about the child. Usually, Wang Suifan would call the child an ungrateful wolf, and now Xia Kezi, in his anger, was also calling him that. Though he was angry, he still cared because he was his own child. We've already split the family and made him live in a dorm. He's faced all the hardships, and he's still secretly got a marriage certificate with Zhang Dahong. Now that he's married, he definitely won't be living in the dorm next month. If he rents a place outside, it'll be inconvenient for work and cost money, and his life is already tough. Maybe we should clear out a room for him at home. You can keep an eye on things, and Zhang Dahong and her family shouldn't dare to act up. If Wang Suifan didn't come home, Xia Kezi wouldn't dare let Xia Jianzhong and Zhang Dahong stay at their house. He was afraid of being scolded by Wang Suifan for making decisions on his own, and he worried that Zhang Dahong would side with her family, causing trouble for the Xia family. With limited resources, each family was just fighting over what little food and clothing they had. Xia Kezi wanted to support his son, but he was afraid that whatever help he gave would just benefit the Zhang family instead. However, with Wang Suifan as a mother-in-law, that situation wouldn't happen. Although Wang Suifan spoke softly to Suqing, her influence was strong. If she decided to be a strict mother-in-law, she could easily manage Zhang Dahong as her daughter-in-law. When they sent their son to live in a dorm, both Xia Kezi and Wang Suifan had already taken on the roles of the strict parents. Now, Xia Kezi sincerely invited Wang Suifan to come home and join him in being strict parents together. Xia Kezi is just being unreasonable. If you want to be the bad guy, then do it completely. Don't let the eldest son come home at all. While trying to kindly call someone back to save on rent, they also wanted to appear tough in front of the boss. Doing a good deed but gaining a bad reputation, what a silly situation. Wang Suifan openly criticized Xia Kezi at the dinner table. Since she was talking about her own father, Xia Jianhua stayed silent and ate quietly. He noticed Suqing nodding along and saying exactly, so he tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to show some respect to the older generation. It wasn't like they were speaking ill of Xia Kezi in front of him, so there was no need to be timid. Suqing pulled her sleeve back. There were no outsiders here, so they couldn't let Wang Suifan's words hang in the air. That would be too awkward. Mom, you're absolutely right. Dad is just too kind and can't be tough on his own son. Please keep talking about him, Suqing comforted. Out of sight, out of mind. We can just ignore it. Xia Jianhua helplessly agreed. Qingqing is right. Your older brother is old enough to know what he should do. Your older brother knows what he's doing, but I'm worried your dad doesn't, Wang Suifan said, unable to hold back. I need to rewrite the letter I just wrote. It wasn't direct enough. Xia Kezi was an ordinary parent, not overly indulgent but not too strict either. She had learned from past experiences and could be tough, but Xia Kezi might not be able to do the same. Some things he wouldn't understand until he was much older. Wang Suifan didn't want to reason with Xia Kezi, so she threatened him directly in the letter. In this family, if he's here, I won't be. If you dare to call your older brother and his wife back, I won't return. I'll just stay with Qingqing, and you can go live with them. Threats were more effective than ordinary conversation. After receiving Wang Suifan's letter, Xia Kezi became hesitant to act rashly. This old woman has such a temper, Xia Kezi couldn't help but grumble. Your older brother hasn't come home, and it doesn't seem like you want to either. What's so good about the family compound that you're so reluctant to leave? The speed of mail was slow, and with all the back-and-forth letters, Xia Kezi hadn't made any decisions yet. Meanwhile, Xia Jianzhong and Zhang Dahong had already gone out to rent a place. Housing was tight in the city, and Xia Jianzhong couldn't find a vacant room near his workplace. The housing authority offered him a place that was too far away, so he ended up renting from a farmer on the outskirts of town. Before, he could walk to work in just a few minutes, but now it took him over half an hour to commute. He doesn't have a bicycle yet, so He can only walk. After walking all day, Xie Jianzhong couldn't take it anymore and went to borrow a bicycle from Xie Kezi. If it were money, Xie Kezi might have lent it, but he couldn't agree to lend the bicycle. He firmly stated, "This bike is part of my daughter-in-law's dowry. I can't make that decision for her. You should write to your brother and ask them. Asking me won't help. Jianhua and his wife are not home. This bicycle is usually not used and just collects dust at home." Xie Jianzhong pleaded sadly, "Dad, can you lend it to me for now? I'll write to Jianhua when I get back, okay?" The Xie family lived close to work, just a few minutes away, and the same for school. The bicycle had been used only by Su Qing. Now that she was gone, it was useless at home. Xie Jianzhong had never envied Su Qing for having a bicycle, but now that he lived farther away, he truly felt envious. A strong guy like Xie Jianhua could easily walk to and from work, but Xie Jianzhong had always been weak and sickly. Having just moved into a new home, he felt tired even before he started settling in. "I already said no," Xie Kezi firmly refused. "The bicycle is your sister-in-law's dowry. If I lend it to you, it wouldn't be right." Sometimes, old beliefs have their merits, like Xie Kezi's strong stance on not touching the dowry of the women in the family. He had never thought about using Wang Suifen's money, let alone his daughter-in-law's. He couldn't help but complain, "Why do you live in the suburbs? If you lived in the city, even if it's a bit far, at least you could take the bus to work and it wouldn't be so tiring." Xie Jianzhong initially wanted to stay silent, but seeing Xie Kezi's carefree attitude, he couldn't help but say, "Dahong and I take the bus every day. That's another expense. Spending a lot on big things while saving on small things. You save on what you shouldn't and scrimp on what you should." Xie Kezi listened, feeling more speechless than sympathetic. But it was too late to say anything now. The vacant houses at the housing office were in high demand, and there were plenty of young couples waiting to rent. If Xie Jianzhong didn't rent, someone else would. Xie Kezi could understand Wang Suifen's feelings now. Looking at all the kids in the family was frustrating. "All right, you should head back. I'll write to your mom about the bicycle." The bike was just sitting there at home, and used anyway. Xie Kezi thought that Su Qing would agree to lend the bike. However, the response from the family compound was cold and harsh.
No.
What if something happens to Qingqing's bike? What if it gets stolen? The older brother can't afford to pay for it now. "You don't need to worry about him. I've already sent a letter to refuse." Wang Suifen's words made it seem like Xie Jianzhong was not her son. In her eyes, the bike was more important. To Su Qing and Xie Jianhua, it was just a bike and not a big deal. They knew that they had a large sum of money that they couldn't find a chance to spend, and the family wasn't short on cash. Xie Jianhua thought that since they were brothers, it wouldn't hurt to help his older brother a little. He even promised to lend his old bike to his brother and get a new bike ticket for Su Qing. "That won't work." Su Qing refused, without hesitation. "That bike is not for him to ride." Xie Jianhua thought Su Qing would agree and was about to say something nice, but he heard a refusal instead. How rare it was. They were family in a society that valued relationships. Xie Jianhua felt a bit embarrassed. Really not lending it? Not lending it. Older brother always makes mom angry, so I won't lend it to him. This excuse was so strange that it left Xie Jianhua speechless.
Just because of that?
They were all adults, acting like children fighting over toys. It was too hasty. "Yes, just because of that. I'm on mom's side. Unlike you." Su Qing put down her book and looked at Xie Jianhua with disdain, huffing, "You're so fickle." Xie Jianhua couldn't help but ask curiously, "What if I make mom angry too?" "Anyway, I'm on mom's side." Su Qing proudly raised her chin. Her firm stance made Xie Jianhua feel intrigued, so he continued, "When can you be on my side?" Su Qing smiled. "When you don't make mom angry." When it came to outsiders, Su Qing stood by him. Xie Jianhua thought for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. That works. Accepting Su Qing's excuse, Xie Jianhua decided to write the letter to refuse and take the blame himself. His reasoning was good. For the sake of his pride, Su Qing's bike couldn't be touched. To protect the family's reputation, the older brother would just have to walk to work. It wasn't too far anyway, It could be seen as exercise. With Wang Tsuifan here, and her and Xie Jianhua taking the heat, Su Qing really had nothing to worry about. Having raised her son without expecting him to take care of her, Wang Tsuifan spoke without holding back. Xie Jianhua politely refused, while Wang Tsuifan unleashed her anger. You can get married in secret if you want. I won't bother with you anymore. It's like I raised you for nothing. Who knew you would be so shameless, asking to borrow a bike from home? Why not ask to borrow money or a house instead? How did I end up with such a selfish and thick-skinned child? Just keep doing what you want. You'll see how tough life gets for you later. At first, Wang Tsuifan wanted to change her eldest son's attitude, but even a little push made him turn against her. He used to listen because she gave him everything. Once she stopped, he no longer listened and quickly sided with his partner, forgetting about his own mother. If she hadn't been reborn and remained the same doting mother, just the secret marriage would have driven her crazy. Xie Kezi, however, remained calm, thinking that the situation was set and there was no point in getting angry. It was better to help the child. Wang Tsuifan wasn't as forgiving. She wrote a letter to scold her son, unable to contain her anger. Even though she suspected this would be the outcome, she still felt heartbroken. Her children were her life's work, and now it felt wasted. As she thought about it, tears began to fall. Why am I so weak? There's nothing to be upset about. I should have gotten over it by now. Wang Tsuifan wiped her tears roughly, relieved that no one was home. It would be too embarrassing if someone saw her. Only when she was alone did she have time to feel sad. Just as she was wiping her tears, she heard a click as the front door opened. Seeing Su Qing, her tears still fresh, she awkwardly forced a smile. Hee. It wasn't that she was very sad. Her tears just wouldn't stop. When she saw Su Qing, Wang Tsuifan felt embarrassed. Why are you back? I forgot something. Su Qing quietly approached Wang Tsuifan and handed her a handkerchief. Cry if you need to. It helps when you're feeling down. I'm not really sad. Wang Tsuifan couldn't help but explain. Su Qing patted her shoulder, and everything was understood without words. People have feelings. It's hard to truly shut them away. Wang Tsuifan felt mostly angry with her troublesome son, but there was definitely some sadness too. Since she was sad, it was normal for her to cry a little. Su Qing, being understanding, noticed that Wang Tsuifan didn't want to show her weakness in front of her. She handed Wang Tsuifan a handkerchief, stood up, and left the room to give her some space. Hey, Wang Tsuifan reached out her hand. She really wanted to shout, Ching Ching, don't go. Let me explain. She wasn't that weak after all. Now that Su Qing was gone, Wang Tsuifan sat alone in the room, feeling quite awkward. She couldn't cry, and although she wanted to go find Su Qing, she felt a bit shy about it. Wang Tsuifan scratched her head and touched her face, silently holding a grudge, thinking, it's all that ungrateful eldest son's fault. Just wait until I get back home. I'll deal with you. As for Su Qing, her only mistake was being too caring. She was the most thoughtful person in the family, and Wang Tsuifan wouldn't hold a grudge against her. Even though Wang Tsuifan and Su Qing stayed in the family compound, they didn't miss any news from their hometown. The main reason was that Xie Kezi couldn't keep things to himself. He would write letters to Wang Tsuifan about every little thing happening at home. In the past, they would share these thoughts with each other before going to sleep. Now that Wang Tsuifan wasn't there, he couldn't talk to anyone else, so he had to write it all down. If he didn't tell Wang Tsuifan, he felt like he would burst. Xie Kezi really wanted Wang Tsuifan to come back quickly, but she held off until the new year before bringing Su Qing home. You finally returned, Xie Kezi said, his eyes almost teary. You have no idea how much I wanted to talk to you. Wang Tsuifan pouted. She wasn't that eager to listen. She didn't have much to say to Xie Kezi since she had Su Qing to talk to, unlike Xie Kezi, who was alone at home. Feeling a bit sorry for her husband, Wang Tsuifan said, Go ahead, I'm listening. It was easy to guess that he would talk about the troubles with their children, and sharing it would make him feel better. With Wang Tsuifan's presence, Xie Kezi really didn't pay much attention to their eldest son's issues. Xie Kezi knew how to separate things. He wouldn't let one troublesome son hurt the feelings of his longtime partner. Without the support of parents and family, Xie Jianzhong's life after getting married was visibly difficult. Before marriage, he only had to support himself and didn't have to pay rent, so even if life was tough, it wasn't too bad. He still had some extra money to buy things to please his sweetheart. After marriage, he had a supportive family, and suddenly his salary wasn't enough. He spent it all every month. With Jianzhong like this, isn't it just Zheng's fault? How can they still talk? Xie Kezi and Wang Suifan said to each other, "What I'm telling everyone is that you were driven away by Jianzhong. When you leave, don't let anything slip." The public opinion outside was quite fair. Children who are ungrateful to their parents are scorned, but parents who treat their children harshly also face criticism. This reputation affects not only neighborhood relationships but also career development. Those with a bad reputation are considered for promotions with caution. Since Su Qing married into the Xie family, Wang Suifan's reputation gradually became that of a kind and generous mother-in-law, and the couple had always been well regarded. However, when Xie Jianzhong was kicked out to live in a dormitory, the family didn't even arrange a room for him, leaving him and his wife to rent a place on their own, while the parents completely ignored them. With people from the Zhang family persistently speaking ill outside and Wang Suifan not at home, the Xie family's reputation began to decline. Xie Kezi usually didn't talk to women on the street, and knowing he was being criticized, he couldn't argue back and could only blame Wang Suifan, saying she was driven away by the eldest son. "You say I'm ungrateful, and I say you're unkind," he thought, trying to counter the criticism. Because of the Zhang family's interference, Xie Kezi's desire to support his son faded. If he continued to help, it would seem like he failed as a parent. "If Jianzhong doesn't admit his mistake, I won't care about him anymore," Xie Kezi said firmly. Wang Suifan responded with a scoff and continued to organize her belongings, putting clothes in the wardrobe and directing Xie Kezi around. "Put this can of malt extract on the top shelf. This is what Qingqing bought for you. It's her way of showing respect. This malt extract is quite expensive. Let's save it for later," Xie Kezi said reluctantly, placing the can at the back of the cupboard. Looking at the can, Xie Kezi couldn't help but sigh. It's no wonder you're nice to the second daughter-in-law. The eldest has never been this thoughtful. It wasn't about the value of the gift, but rather the thought behind it. Xie Jianzhong always asked his parents for things instead of giving. Is that how it is? You still expect him to apologize? Wang Suifan scoffed and said, "I didn't want to say it before, but what do you expect? The boss probably never thinks he did anything wrong. Why would you want him to apologize?" Xie Kezi gritted his teeth. Does he really think he did nothing wrong? Haha. The boss might even think you are the one in the wrong, waiting for you to apologize, Wang Suifan said with a smile, giving Xie Kezi a playful jab. "You only see the Zhang couple talking bad about me and you, but did you notice Jianzhong speaking well of you?" While they were talking, they heard a commotion outside the yard. It seemed like Su Qing was arguing with someone, so Wang Suifan quickly dropped what she was doing and went out to see what was happening. Su Qing's room was small, and she was busy working alone without anyone to chat with. She quickly finished tidying up her things. The older couple hadn't seen each other in a long time and surely had a lot to catch up on, so Su Qing felt shy about interrupting them. She grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and went out for a stroll. Not far into her walk, she overheard Zhang Dahong's mother talking badly about Wang Suifan. Even as Su Qing walked by the gate, she received a couple of harsh glares. Su Qing couldn't stand it. She stuffed the seeds into her pocket and walked over directly. "You old witch! How dare you talk bad about my mother-in-law? Have you lost your mind? You say she mistreats your daughter, but my mom hasn't even met her. How could she mistreat her? Tell me how. If you love gossiping so much, your mouth will rot one day. You guys from the Xie family secretly got my daughter to register for marriage, and now you treat her like this. What's wrong with me scolding you? Then scold Xie Jianzhong. Why are you blaming my mother-in-law? With the things you've done, how dare you talk about her? You have the thickest skin." As Wang Suifan and Xie Kezi stepped out, they saw Su Qing arguing with someone. After learning the reason for the argument, Wang Suifan proudly lifted her chin towards Xie Kezi and said, "See? Wang Xuefen's expression was one of pride as she said, I wasn't wrong, was I? Qingqing is a dutiful child. She is dutiful. Even though Xie Kezi knew Wang Xuefen was boasting, he had to agree. Without comparison, it was hard to see the flaws in their own child. Wang Xuefen neither raised nor cared for Su Qing, yet because of their friendship, Su Qing was willing to stand up for Wang Xuefen. Xie Jianzhong, being his biological son, hasn't said anything good about his parents during this time and has accepted his mother-in-law's slander against the Xie family. Now you see why I care for Qingqing. This child is loyal, much better than my own kids. Wang Xuefen wanted to boast a bit more, but then she saw Su Qing was about to get into a fight, so she quickly stopped talking and rushed in to help. Her words were sharper than Su Qing's. She started insulting Zhang Dahong's mother, calling her a terrible person, and grabbed her hair, saying, Ma Taohua, I've never liked you. Today, I'm going to make you regret it. The argument quickly escalated into a fight. Su Qing and Wang Xuefen each grabbed a handful of hair, ready to battle. Aside from the families involved, the onlookers on the street didn't want to get involved and just stood by, trying to mediate. Hey, let go, stop fighting. Let's talk it out. We're still family. While Wang Xuefen was praising Su Qing and putting down her own kids, Xie Kezi wanted to bring out Xie Jianhua to make a point that the eldest was unreliable, but the second was still respectful. Before he could say anything, Wang Xuefen rushed to the front lines. Xie Kezi was a step behind and could only try to break it up. Just a little scuffle is fine. If someone gets hurt, they'll try to blame us, he whispered. If it went to the hospital, the medical fees could be reimbursed, but lost wages and other costs would definitely add up. The key was that they were still family, and fighting would only make them a laughingstock. Wang Xuefen found Xie Kezi's advice reasonable and signaled to Su Qing. They both let go of Ma Taohua's hair. Next time I catch you talking behind my back, you'll regret it, Wang Xuefen threatened from above. You Xie family bullies, 2 against 1. Your whole family is picking on me. Ma Taohua sat on the ground, refusing to get up, cursing and pointing at Wang Xuefen, threatening, just wait. I'll call Dahong home today, and she won't stay at your place anymore. Oh, how scary. I can't wait, Wang Xuefen replied sarcastically. If they were serious family in-laws, Wang Xuefen would treat her daughter-in-law's mother with respect. For her son's marriage, she would definitely apologize to Ma Taohua. But now, she didn't even want to acknowledge her son. So how could she give his mother-in-law any respect? What kind of mother doesn't care about her son? Ma Taohua was momentarily speechless and pointed at Wang Xuefen, cursing, You're just biased and you won't admit it. You favor your second child and treat your first like they were adopted. Such provocative words spoken in public are sure to lead to trouble. Even Xie, who was trying to mediate, turned serious upon hearing this. Wang Xuefen, however, didn't mind at all. I don't favor my second child. I just care for my Qingqing. What's wrong with loving a dutiful child? That ungrateful Xie Jianzhong, who forgets his mother after marrying, really annoys me. I raised him and even found him a job and prepared a bride price. I must have done something wrong to him. As she spoke, Wang Xuefen's eyes nearly rolled back in frustration. With the tension in the air, it seemed like a fight could break out at any moment. Sister Li and a few others, hearing the commotion, rushed over to pull Wang Xuefen away. Oh, Xuefen, why are you arguing now that you're back? Come tell us what interesting things you've encountered while you were away. The aunts coaxed and pulled her, finally managing to lead Wang Xuefen away. Seeing that Wang Xuefen was calmed down, Ma Taohua decided to back off, realizing that continuing would only bring her trouble. Wang Xuefen was not someone easy to handle. After the argument, Wang Xuefen couldn't resist the enthusiasm of her old friends and followed them, but before leaving, she told Xie, Pack my luggage for me. I'll be back later. Sure, you go ahead, he replied. What could Wang Xuefen be busy with? She was just going to chat and gossip with Sister Li and the others. Even though Xie often talked a lot, he didn't have much information compared to Sister Li and her group of gossip experts. To them, he was just a novice. When they discussed gossip, the men couldn't join in, unlike Wang Xuefen, who thrived in such conversations. Did the older couple go to the Zhangs the other day and not come back? Is that true? Wang Suifan asked with curiosity, as if she were hearing news from someone else. Sister Li cautiously asked, "Aren't you upset?" "Not really," Wang Suifan replied, reflecting on her feelings. "I'm not very angry." "That's good to hear. That day, your Xia had something to do and wasn't home at noon. That's why the older couple went to the mother-in-law's house instead of coming to yours. There was a reason for it." Wang Suifan nodded, not fully convinced, and pressed, "What else?" "What else?" "Last month, Dahong had an argument with her parents over money. But it seems they have reconciled recently." Wang Suifan, with the demeanor of someone who has been through it, said, "I expected this. Poor couples often argue. When two people don't have money, they rarely avoid fights. Once they have children, the arguments will get even worse. And that's without considering mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. If you add that in, it could get really chaotic. You've let it get to the point where you don't even want to go home. And you call this no conflicts with the in-laws?" Sister Li poked Wang Suifan, feeling that she wasn't standing strong in this matter. A group of people started to voice their disapproval of Wang Suifan and even tried to give her advice. As mothers-in-law themselves, they couldn't just watch their good friend be treated this way. "You usually seem so tough. But when it matters, you act so timid." "Exactly. You can argue with us, but when it comes to your son and daughter-in-law, you turn into a softie." Wang Suifan defended herself. "I just don't want to argue with them. If she were willing to confront them, it would be surprising if Xie Jianzhong married Zhang Dahong. The current situation is because she has completely let go. Her old friends spared her feelings and didn't mention Xie Jianzhong's issues, only criticizing Zhang Dahong." But Wang Suifan was very clear-headed at that moment and bluntly stated, "If my son is the problem, what good does it do to blame my daughter-in-law? If I'm going to be upset, I might as well blame that good-for-nothing Xie Jianzhong." Wang Suifan was so sensible, directly pointing fingers at her own son, leaving Sister Li and the others speechless. After a brief silence, Sister Li finally said, "As long as you know what's going on." "Of course I do." Wang Suifan raised her chin, feeling proud of her clarity. Her straightforwardness made Sister Li and the others feel a bit embarrassed. Usually, they would go after their daughters-in-law, rarely confronting their own sons. The feeling of being stepped on by a stranger versus a family member is different. When it comes to attracting blame, Xie Jianzhong certainly draws more. Even if Wang Suifan was upset with her in-laws, she still directed her anger at Xie Jianzhong, not Zhang Dahong. She didn't lose out in arguments, and after the fights, she had her group of old friends to chat with, which kept her spirits up. She happily shared her recent experiences from her outings with everyone. "This is the first time in my life that I've traveled so far. I'm really grateful to Qingqing for taking care of me along the way. What can my second child do? I only see him during mealtimes. What can I expect from him?" Wang Suifan doesn't just subtly boast about Xie Jianhua, she genuinely dislikes him. Soldiers are like that. They spend most of their time in the army and have little time for family. Being able to live in the family quarters is already quite good. Before they applied for family relocation, Xie Jianhua barely came home a few times a year. They're busy, but they have good benefits. "Just look at how much your second child earns each month," someone said. "What does that salary matter?" Wang Suifan scoffed. "Anyway, we've split the family. I don't handle the money. What benefits my second child gets have nothing to do with me." Sister Li lightly nudged Wang Suifan and teased, "You can pretend all you want. How could it not matter? After the new year, are you going to the family quarters or not?"
"I don't know yet.
"If Qingqing goes, I'll go. If she doesn't, then I won't," Wang Suifan replied straightforwardly. Everyone thought Wang Suifan wouldn't go again, especially since her husband and child were still at home. Sister Li widened her eyes and whispered, "What's going on? Are you really afraid of Zhang Dahong?" Sister Zhou also asked, "Or is it that your second child's wife isn't trustworthy, and you need to keep an eye on things?" "What nonsense are you talking about? My Qingqing is doing just fine," Wang Suifan immediately retorted. "They don't have kids, so they don't need your help." Why would you go? As they talked, the conversation shifted to why Su Qing and her husband hadn't had a baby yet. This topic was risky. If they kept discussing it, Xie Jianhua might really end up being unable to have children. Wang Xuefan quickly clarified, "Don't say such things. Qing and her husband are doing well, and their relationship is good. They just don't want kids right now." Don't want kids? Why not? This reason shocked the onlookers. There's no family planning now. Most families have several children, and few control their births. Not only does Su Qing not want kids for now, but Wang Xuefan also doesn't want to be a grandmother. If a child is born and something happens to Xie Jianhua on the battlefield, life would be tough for a single mother. Wang Xuefan had already experienced a few years of being a widow, raising a child when Xie was drafted. The material pressure was one thing, but the mental pressure was even more overwhelming. Even if she wanted to have children, she would wait until the memory of Xie Jianhua's dangerous times had passed. First, the family needs to be safe before discussing the children's matters. Besides, after the new year, if Su Qing is going to college, she can't be pregnant, studying, and taking care of a baby all at once. That would be too much to handle. Wang Xuefan couldn't bring up these reasons. She could only explain, "Jianhua has some kind of transfer after the new year, but I don't know what it is. Jianhua thinks we should wait until things settle down to avoid any trouble for the pregnant woman or the child." Transfer?
Don't look at me.
I don't understand either, Wang Xuefan said confidently. The tasks Jianhua is involved in are highly confidential, so they can't discuss them at home. Both Wang Xuefan and Su Qing have gotten used to not asking about Jianhua's work, which has left him feeling isolated. Compared to Wang Xuefan, Su Qing understands a bit more, but she generally doesn't interfere. After listening to Uncle Zheng from the farm and being inspired by Su Qing's casual mention of special forces, Jianhua's focus has changed, and he is now very motivated. Thanks to Jianhua's hard work, Su Qing's English skills have also become more noticeable. The English dictionary on her desk was provided by Jianhua. He believed that Su Qing started learning at the same level as him, but in less than half a month, she surpassed him. Jianhua didn't know Su Qing had a foundation in languages. He thought she had a talent for it, and even suggested she continue learning Russian. Russian is useful too. Their weapons are impressive. Our relationship with Russia hasn't been great in recent years, so we don't communicate much, but maybe in a few years, things will improve. Jianhua is a practical person. He learns things he thinks will be useful. He wanted to learn English to go abroad with his leaders. Seeing Su Qing excel, he even thought about helping her find translation or diplomatic work. In her past life, Su Qing had pushed herself too hard and ended up exhausted. Now that she sees Jianhua wanting to help her, she decisively refuses. If Jianhua wants to work hard, he can do it on his own. She doesn't want to be involved. She is now financially stable and has free time, so enjoying life with Xuefan is more important than anything else. Because of Jianhua's excessive efforts, the nighttime study group they formed quickly disbanded. Sometimes, when Jianhua is too busy, Su Qing will help him by translating the study materials he needs. Xie Jianhua has practiced martial arts since he was young. Now, he is also developing his academic skills, improving his overall abilities. Since he is eager to compete for a training opportunity, it has fallen to him. The idea of further training has always been part of Xie Jianhua's plans. So when Su Qing suggested that they should wait to have children due to the current instability, he agreed without hesitation. He has been busy and couldn't take time off to go home for the new year, so Su Qing and Wang Xuefan decided to leave him behind and return. As for whether they would join him next year, it really depends on the situation, just as Wang Xuefan said. If the new place Xie Jianhua goes to has poor conditions, worse than their hometown, Su Qing definitely won't go. Xie Jianhua may be working hard, but she still wants a comfortable life. Enjoying life together is fine, but sharing hardships is another matter. Wang Xuefan explained the reasons for her son and daughter-in-law not wanting children, and it sounded reasonable. However, the expressions of the onlookers, including Sister Li, were a bit subtle. They felt that Wang Xuefan did not want a grandchild. Rather, she might not be able to afford one. Your second son isn't young anymore. It's time to have children. One sister couldn't help but probe. Wang Tsuefan replied dismissively, "There will be plenty of opportunities." "Yes, yes, many opportunities," Sisterly quickly added, cautiously saying, "Su Qing seems like a good girl. You should treat her well. If her son really couldn't have children, she should be nice to her daughter-in-law to prevent her from leaving." With these doubts in mind, everyone began to see Wang Tsuefan's attitude towards Su Qing differently. Thinking about it, being a mother isn't easy. Exactly. Worrying about this and that. Tsuefan, don't rush. The kids are still young and don't understand. They'll be fine in a couple of years. Wang Tsuefan had no idea what they were thinking and happily said, "What do I have to worry about? I'm not worried at all." The conversation shifted back to the topic of younger generations getting married and having children. Wang Tsuefan felt out of place discussing it since Xie Jianhua and Su Qing had been married for so long without a child. Without a grandchild, she felt like an outsider in that conversation. Plus, she really didn't want to talk about it anymore. Not wanting to continue, she stood up and said, "All right, you all chat. I just got back, and there's still a lot to do at home. I need to go take care of things." Xie Kezi manages the children's daily life without any issues, but he is not very attentive. Anyway, the things he does do not satisfy Wang Tsuefan, so when she returns home, she starts directing him. "Go dust the cabinet. The newspaper on the wall is torn. Hurry and replace it. Your shirt has holes in the sleeves. Put it aside, and I will find some fabric to patch it." To pick Wang Tsuefan up, Xie Kezi took half a day off. It didn't take much time to go to the station, but the chores at home took up all his free time. During the time Wang Tsuefan was away, not only did Xie Kezi live carelessly, but their two young children also lived roughly. Once Wang Tsuefan finished her tasks, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying began to ask her for things. "Mom, can you make me a new pair of shoes? Look, my shoes have holes." Xie Jiankong stretched out his foot, with his big toe poking through the shoe, greeting Wang Tsuefan. Knowing that Xie Kezi was not good at sewing, Xie Jiankong was already careful with his clothes and shoes, but with only 2 outfits that he wore and washed daily, they quickly became worn out despite his efforts. "Can you also help me patch my clothes and pants? My own patches don't look good." Xie Jiankong is a boy who doesn't care much about looks. As long as they fit, he is fine with them, even if they have many patches. Xie Guiying, however, is at the age where she loves to dress up. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but say, "Mom, the new year is coming. Can I have a new outfit? You haven't made me any new clothes this year." "Patching is fine, but making new clothes is not possible," Wang Tsuefan said directly. "We don't have extra fabric coupons. There is a tradition of wearing new clothes for the new year, but their family does not have the means for that. It's not just ordinary working families like theirs. Even families of high-ranking officials often struggle to ensure everyone has new clothes by the end of the year." But Xie Guiying couldn't help but feel wronged. "But you and second sister both have new clothes." Su Qing is not someone who neglects herself. Whenever there is a chance to spend money, she buys herself new clothes. Not only does she buy for herself, but following the principle of sharing blessings, she also buys for Wang Tsuefan. Wang Tsuefan cannot refuse, as Su Qing has many reasons to persuade her, including the ultimate tactic of a warning about being ungrateful. Feeling that her lifestyle and educational philosophy have some issues, Wang Tsuefan often ends up compromising. During this time, living with Su Qing in the family compound, she has been enjoying herself quite a bit. Xie Guiying saw the new clothes that Su Qing and Wang Tsuefan were wearing and thought that was all they had. In fact, there was more in the suitcase they brought back. Wang Tsuefan couldn't enjoy nice things while hiding them from Su Qing, but she could wear new clothes without telling Xie Guiying. After all, Xie Guiying was ungrateful in her past life, so Wang Tsuefan felt no guilt toward her. "Yes, I do have new clothes with your second sister-in-law. But they were bought with your second brother's salary, and the fabric tickets were exchanged at a high price. Your dad's salary and bonus are not enough. They only cover your needs, with no extra money to trade for fabric tickets." "What about the fabric tickets we've saved up at home?" Xie Guiying asked stubbornly. Each family member received a small amount of fabric tickets every month, and while it wasn't much, it could add up for new clothes. She shook Wang Suifen's arm. Mom, please make me a new outfit. My current clothes have patches. They look so ugly. Wang Suifen understood that her daughter was at an age where she wanted to look good. In her past life, she always dressed her daughter nicely when she could. But now, her daughter couldn't compare to Su Qing or even her own husband. Wang Suifen firmly said, I'm planning to use the fabric tickets for your dad to have a new outfit. He hasn't worn new clothes in years. In the past, the family's good things always went to the children first, with her and Xia Keizi's needs coming last. This time, Wang Suifen prioritized herself and Xia Keizi. If it were for another reason, Xia Guiying might have found an excuse to keep arguing, but mentioning Xia Keizi made her quiet down. Continuing to complain would make her seem ungrateful. She didn't say anything more, but her expression all day showed her disappointment, and anyone could see she was unhappy. Xia Keizi felt sorry for his child. When they were alone in the evening, he couldn't help but say to Wang Suifen, I don't need. Be quiet, Wang Suifen warned him with a glance. She knew what he wanted to say and didn't want to hear it. Seeing Xia Keizi stay silent, Wang Suifen, feeling frustrated, punched him lightly. You only think about the kids. Can't you care about yourself a little? Her words made Xia Keizi feel embarrassed. He didn't think not wearing new clothes for years was a big deal, but Wang Suifen's concern warmed his heart. His face turned red as he turned away shyly. We're old now. Oh, let's just go to sleep and not talk about it. As for the child's feelings of unfairness, that didn't matter much. It is important not to hurt Wang Suifen's feelings for him. In Xia Keizi's eyes, the only person he has ever let down in his life is Wang Suifen. She endured a lot of hardships after marrying him. As for the children, Xia Keizi never felt he owed them anything. The kids have a much better life than he did back then. He faced real dangers, while the struggles the children face now are just minor challenges. When someone is destined for great responsibility, they must first endure hardships and work hard. Young people facing small difficulties should see it as training. Xia Keizi lay in bed, happily enjoying the moment. As Wang Suifen was about to fall asleep, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, I want a linen outfit, neat and nice. Okay, I'll make it for you. Xia Keizi smiled silently and turned to cover his face with the blanket, chuckling softly. He had now forgiven Wang Suifen for leaving him to enjoy herself with his second child. After all, she had returned and was making him new clothes. Suifen still cares about him. Xia Jianzhong soon learned about Wang Suifen and Su Qing's return home. Since many factory workers lived nearby, he heard colleagues talking about family matters as soon as he got to work. Not only did his mother return, but she also had a fight with his mother-in-law. Although Xia Jianzhong felt overwhelmed, he couldn't pretend he didn't know. After work, he went to find Wang Suifen with Zhang Dahong. They had secretly obtained a marriage certificate and hadn't held a wedding. Since Wang Suifen had been away, Zhang Dahong hadn't met her mother-in-law yet. There were already rumors about Xia Jianzhong being unfilial, claiming that Wang Suifen left because of him. To protect his reputation, he needed to act quickly to make amends. Zhang Dahong felt a bit intimidated by Wang Suifen and suggested, why don't we buy some fruit to take back? It seems rude to go back empty-handed. Why bring gifts home? He used to come home empty-handed every day after work and never thought about bringing gifts. Even with the recent family division and being sent to live in a dorm, Xia Jianzhong didn't feel distant from his family. Besides, buying fruit costs money. Thinking about money made Xia Jianzhong feel frustrated. He said to Zhang Dahong, there's no extra money at home to buy fruit. It was common for the ideal to fade and conflicts to arise after marriage. Xia Jianzhong was not a true romantic, and the arguments that came after marriage were entirely expected by Wang Suifen. Zhang Dahong, being younger, found it hard to adapt. When he heard Xia Jianzhong's words, his eyes immediately turned red, and he said angrily, I give my salary to my family, as we agreed when we got married. Yes, we agreed. I never said I wouldn't, Xia Jianzhong replied. He had honestly given the money, but the resentment growing inside him was hard to control. They argued a bit on the way, but when they reached Xia's home, they both fell silent. Su Qing was helping Wang Suifan cut fabric. From a distance, she saw Xie Jianzhong and Zhang Dahong and nudged Wang Suifan, saying, "Big brother is back." "Then go close the door," Wang Suifan said without looking up. "It's annoying to see." Since Wang Suifan said that, Su Qing obediently went to close the door, even securing it with a latch. Because Wang Suifan was making clothes for Xie Kezi, he didn't want to disturb her. When he got home from work, he went straight to the kitchen and took on other chores, worried about affecting Wang Suifan's progress. When Xie Jianzhong and the others knocked hard on the door, Xie Kezi only came out of the kitchen after hearing the noise. "Big brother is back. Why isn't the door open?" Xie Kezi looked weakly at Wang Suifan's expression and nervously went to open the door for his son. He felt that Wang Suifan was wrong to keep their son outside, but he didn't dare to criticize her. Seeing Xie Kezi's actions, Wang Suifan didn't say anything but let out a heavy humph and pulled Su Qing into her room. She didn't want to see her son, but she couldn't stop his father from wanting to see him. Wang Suifan decided to ignore it. However, the first thing Xie Jianzhong said upon entering was, "Where's Mom?" "Well, she's still upset," Xie Kezi explained earnestly. "About your marriage. It really upset her." As he spoke, he gestured toward the closed door, hinting to Xie Jianzhong that Wang Suifan was hiding inside. Xie Kezi sincerely hoped for family harmony, that Xie Jianzhong could earn Wang Suifan's forgiveness, and that they could live happily together. "I know I was wrong, and I made Mom worry. I understand she's doing this for my own good. I'm here to apologize." Xie Jianzhong's tone was very sincere. To ensure Wang Suifan could hear him, he deliberately raised his voice. "Mom, I really know I was wrong. Please come out and see me. I will listen to you from now on. I truly understand my mistakes." As he spoke, Xie Jianzhong's voice began to tremble with emotion. Without the protection of his mother, he has faced a lot of unfairness during this time. His apologies sound very sincere. Wang Suifan heard him, but scoffed at his words. She quietly told Su Qing, "Finish what you want to do before apologizing. What good is an apology now? Where were you before?" She was no longer the kind mother she once was. Her mindset had changed, and she was not fooled by Xie Jianzhong's act. Annoyed, Wang Suifan couldn't help but complain about Xie Qiao, saying, "Xie Qiao doesn't know what he's doing either. Why is he also complaining? A kind father spoils his son. I don't know where he gets all that misplaced kindness." No matter how sincere Xie Jianzhong's apology was, Wang Suifan wouldn't accept it. Seeing the closed door, Wang Suifan showed no intention of appearing, so Xie Qiao could only advise his son, "Wait until your mom cools down. She's probably still upset. She got into another fight with Ma Taohua yesterday, which made her even angrier." Thinking about the reasons for the fights, Xie Qiao suddenly felt disappointed in his eldest son. Su Qing was willing to fight for Wang Suifan, yet Xie Jianzhong, her own son, couldn't even compare to her. With this thought, Xie Qiao's enthusiasm for his eldest son faded significantly. "All right, you two should go back. Suifan doesn't want to see you right now. Come back when she's calmed down." Xie Qiao didn't keep them, starting to usher them out. After visiting the Xie family, they didn't even get a meal or a drink. Within 2 minutes, Xie Jianzhong and his wife were sent away. As they left, Xie Jianzhong felt a bit unwilling. He had come sincerely to apologize. He was already short and had lost a few pounds, thinking Wang Suifan would surely feel sorry for him. But instead, she just shut the door without even looking at him. Knowing how tough Wang Suifan was, Zhang Dahong stayed silent the whole time, hiding behind Xie Jianzhong to see how he would handle it. Zhang Dahong understood that dealing with a mother-in-law required the son to step in. A daughter-in-law would only end up in trouble. Unfortunately, Xie Jianzhong's approach didn't work, and he was kicked out. "What do we do now?" As soon as they stepped out of the Xie family's door, Zhang Dahong couldn't help but ask, "If Mom won't see us now, can we even come back for the new year? Won't we just get kicked out again?" Xie Jianzhong was still sulking, his face dark and silent. "How about we come back tomorrow? If Mom sees our sincerity, her attitude might improve. If that doesn't work, we can come every day," Zhang Dahong continued to suggest. Xie Jianzhong kept his head down and remained silent. Zhang Dahong, feeling anxious, urged him, "What should we do? You need to make a decision." It wasn't enough for her to just talk. Xie Jianzhong needed to take the lead. If they could go back home, they would save money on living expenses and rent, which would add up to a significant amount. Living at home would help them save money each month, easing their current financial struggles. Most importantly, Zhang Dahong suspected she might be pregnant. Her period was late, and there was a strong possibility. If it didn't come next month, she planned to see a doctor. Unlike Su Qing, they had never used any birth control since getting married, and it had been a while since their wedding, so pregnancy seemed inevitable. Having a baby and recovering after childbirth would require help, especially with a newborn. The only person who could assist them was Wang Suifan. Both of them needed to work to earn money. Compared to Xie Jianzhong, Zhang Dahong felt a stronger urgency to return home. After several attempts to push him, Xie Jianzhong snapped, "If I don't go back, so what? If my mom doesn't want to see me, I won't bother her." Xie Jianzhong was not someone who could tolerate disrespect. This year, he had faced more frustration than in the past 20 years combined. Even from his own mother, he couldn't accept such unfairness. His reaction nearly made Zhang Dahong lose her temper.
Can't you be calm about this?
She's your mother, not a stranger. What's wrong with admitting a mistake? You can go if you want. I'm not going, Xie Jianzhong said, and then he stormed off without caring about anything else. Zhang Dahong was so upset that she stomped her foot in frustration but didn't follow him. Instead, she turned and went to the Zhang family's house next door. Outside, she managed to hold it together, but as soon as she saw her mother, tears streamed down her face. "Where's Xie Jianzhong? Did he leave?" "He didn't come with you," Ma Taohua said, peeking outside with a disapproving expression. She thought Xie Jianzhong was rude for not greeting them before leaving. Zhang Dahong sobbed as she explained, "We had a little argument, and he got angry and left. Now you're crying? You should have thought about this earlier. When the family didn't want you to marry him, you insisted on it. You should have listened to your family." Ma Taohua immediately started to criticize. Hearing her family say this made Zhang Dahong unable to cry anymore. In 2 years, as she gets older, her family will definitely try to marry her off to an older widower for a high bride price. After all, Xie Jianzhong is still young, it's his first marriage, and he has a good job. Most of the time, she can handle him well. Feeling sorry for her parents is one thing, but being forced to marry according to their plans and ruining her own future is another. Zhang Dahong knows the difference between good and bad. She wiped her tears with her sleeve and said, "No more, Mom. I can't talk anymore. I have to go back. Jianzhong is probably waiting for me." "Why are you in such a hurry? You want to leave after just a couple of sentences?" Ma Taohua held her daughter's hand and asked curiously, "Did you even see Wang Suifan when you went to the Xie family?" The commotion from Xie Jianzhong admitting his mistake was quite loud, and she heard it from next door. Unable to see the excitement in person, she could only ask her daughter, who was involved. "Yes, my mother-in-law didn't show up or say a word." Zhang Dahong sighed sadly. If she had scolded us, it would have been simpler. With her current attitude, we don't know how to start. Ma Taohua couldn't help but complain, "That old woman Wang Suifan, I haven't even bothered with her, yet she's making things difficult for my daughter." The situation escalated because the Zhang family initially asked for too much, which angered Wang Suifan. Zhang Dahong understood this but couldn't blame her family. She just couldn't help but cry, "There's nothing I can do. My mother-in-law doesn't like me." When Ma Taohua and Wang Suifan argued before, she even used her daughter as a threat. But Wang Suifan clearly disliked and even hated Zhang Dahong, so that threat was useless. If she brought her daughter back home, it wouldn't bother Wang Suifan at all. In fact, Wang Suifan might even be pleased. Ma Taohua thought for a moment and said, "You and Jianzhong are having a hard time. If Wang Suifan won't let you go back, why not bring Jianzhong home with you? There's no room at home." Zhang Dahong thought her mother was joking. Their housing was tight, with only 2 small rooms, one of which could barely fit a bed, making it impossible to separate the space. "Let your brother and his family squeeze into the lower bunk, and you two can sleep in the upper bunk we set up for you before. The more Manhwa talked, the more she liked the idea. If you and Jianzhong stay at the Zhang family, Wang Suifan will definitely be upset. She won't let you stay away for long. Living at Zhang's house is simple and inconvenient, but it's my family home, and Zhang Dahong is used to it, so she doesn't mind much. She's just worried that Xie Jianzhong won't agree. I'll go back and talk to him.
Okay. Try to persuade him.
You know how you are now. It makes Mom worried too. Manhwa hesitated for a moment, wanting to show her good side. Finally, she took a slightly wilted apple from the cupboard and said, "They sent this, but I didn't want to eat it. You take it."
Thank you, Mom.
She took the apple and left. Not far down the street, she saw Xie Jianzhong waiting for her by the roadside to go home together. After all, Xie Jianzhong married her because he liked her. Even if he was upset and walked away, he still remembered to wait for her. Now, Zhang Dahong really smiled through her tears and quickly walked to Xie Jianzhong, happily saying, "Let's go home." Xie Jianzhong replied impatiently, "What are you doing back there? It's taking so long. You should keep an eye on the time. Mom gave me an apple." Zhang Dahong intentionally wanted to show her family's care in front of Xie Jianzhong, saying, "Mom is worried about us and just advised me to go back to my family's house." No way. I'm not a son-in-law living at my wife's family. That's just not right. Xie Jianzhong refused without thinking. He still held a grudge against his in-laws. If they hadn't asked for so much money, the process of marrying Zhang Dahong wouldn't have been so difficult, and life after marriage wouldn't be so tight. His wife is someone he loves and insisted on marrying, so he couldn't blame Zhang Dahong. He could only be upset with her family. They took so much money, and now they want to act nice with small favors. It's a bit late for that. Xie Jianzhong glanced at his wife and speculated, "Could it be that your mom wants to charge us rent?" Hearing this, even though Zhang Dahong knew it was a possibility, she couldn't help but get angry. "That's my mom. How can you think that about her?" Zhang Dahong gritted her teeth and explained, "What my mom means is that my mother-in-law cares about appearances. If I bring you back to stay at my family's house, my mother-in-law might not like it and could send you back. My mom is just thinking of you. But I still won't go. Staying at your house is really inconvenient." Xie Jianzhong didn't want to live under someone else's roof or worry about how Zhang's family would treat him. No matter how much he liked Zhang Dahong, he couldn't take that step. He was firm, and Zhang Dahong couldn't do anything about it. "If you won't go to my house, that's fine. My house is indeed cramped. The only good thing is that it's close to work." Zhang Dahong touched her belly and asked Xie Jianzhong with anticipation, "Do you think if I were pregnant, Mom would be less angry because of the grandchild?" Her eldest son and grandson were very important to the old lady. Xie Jianzhong stared at Zhang Dahong's belly, his eyes shining, and asked, "Is it true? If it is, I will tell my parents the good news. With a grandchild, Mom should overlook any mistakes." "Not sure yet," Zhang Dahong said shyly. "It's just a possibility." Xie Jianzhong quickly advised, "Let's go to the hospital for a checkup this Sunday. Be careful in the meantime." In Xie Jianzhong's mind, having a child seemed to solve all problems. He viewed Wang Suifan as an ordinary old lady and a loving mother. But Wang Suifan was not that kind of person anymore. Her love for her grandson was only because she loved her son. Otherwise, why would she care for a little baby who couldn't even talk? She hadn't even thought about urging her favorite daughter-in-law, Su Qing, to have children, let alone Xie Jianzhong. Wang Suifan felt nothing but indifference towards Xie Jianzhong's child. While Xie Jianzhong and Zhang Dahong excitedly discussed the topic of their unborn grandchild, Wang Suifan paid them no mind. "Is he really gone?" Wang Suifan complained in the yard. "The eldest shouting is driving me crazy." "He's really gone," Su Qing replied confidently. "I just saw through the door crack." Zhang Dahong stayed for a bit and then left. Wang Suifan had been too worried to move, so she let Su Qing keep watch. She grumbled, "This is the downside of being related to the Zhang family. There's no way to avoid them. If Xie Jianzhong came over directly, she wouldn't be able to run fast with her old body." She was truly annoyed by Xie Jianzhong's apologies. Whether her son was sincere or not, it bothered her. Su Qing linked arms with Wang Suifan and comforted her. It's okay, Mom. I'm here to keep an eye on things. I'll make sure the eldest doesn't disturb you. I'll protect you. That's our clever Qingqing, Wang Suifan said with a smile. Seeing them like this made Xie Jianzhong's head spin. He couldn't help but sigh and advised, Suifan, let's not make a fuss about this. It's hard on the child, and on you too. Divorce wasn't common now, and the chances of it happening were very low. This means that Zhang Dahong becoming the daughter-in-law of the Xie family is a done deal. In this situation, Xie Kezi thinks that arguing about something unchangeable is just a waste of energy. Su Qing, worried about Wang Suifan's feelings, looked at her with concern and said, Mom, it's okay, you still have. Hearing Su Qing speak, Xie Kezi knew right away that she was going to say something that would upset Suifan. He quickly interrupted her. He said, no matter what, Jianzhong is still our son. We can't let this issue drive a wedge between us. They had worked hard to raise their son, especially since Xie Jianzhong was weak as a child. They had invested so much effort into his upbringing, and now is the time to enjoy his filial piety. Xie Kezi thought Wang Suifan's actions were not worth it. In terms of feelings and benefits, it wasn't worth it. But Wang Suifan refused to listen. She sneered, drive a wedge? Haven't we already done that?
You're only saying this now.
In her old age, she had been let down by her children. She no longer believed in raising children for support. She believed in protecting herself from them. Now, even if Xie Jianzhong didn't recognize her as his mother, she didn't care. She had long stopped expecting anything from him. Only Xie Kezi, having faced fewer hardships, still had hope for their son. Clearly, it's the eldest who is in the wrong, yet you're here trying to advise me, Wang Suifan said through gritted teeth. You just think that since I'm older and my son is young, I'll have to rely on him in the future, and that's why you want me to back down. You think I don't have a job, so I won't have a pension, and will be looked down upon. I didn't mean that at all, Xie Kezi said, wide-eyed, surprised that the conflict had reached him. He quickly explained, I give you my salary and all the money at home is in your hands. If you hadn't insisted on dividing the family, the salaries of the eldest and second would also be managed by you. You're turning this around on me. Am I talking about now? I'm talking about the future. You will look down on me, Wang Suifan said proudly, glancing at him. Just wait. I won't rely on that ungrateful son for support. Since I don't plan to depend on him, don't think you can convince me to back down. Su Qing chimed in sweetly, Mom. Rely on me. I'll support you. Although at that moment Xie Kezi wanted to scold Su Qing for causing trouble, he held back his temper and used her as an example to advise. Suifan, you're being too harsh. Zhang Dahong isn't a bad person. You didn't like Su Qing at first, but now you seem to like her a lot. He just wanted to bring up Su Qing to shift the topic to Zhang Dahong and ease Wang Suifan's dissatisfaction with Xie Jianzhong and his wife. However, before he could finish speaking, Wang Suifan started hitting him. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever dislike Qingqing? Qingqing, don't listen to this old man trying to stir trouble. Hearing Xie Jianhua say that Wang Suifan didn't like her before, Su Qing wanted to play along and pretend to be upset. But before she could, Wang Suifan was already beating up Xie Kezi. Oh dear, be gentle, Suifan. Xie Kezi tried to dodge, but didn't want to move too much, making him look quite helpless as Wang Suifan pinched him several times. He had trouble walking, and Su Qing was genuinely worried he might fall while Wang Suifan chased him, so she stepped in to mediate. Mom, Dad was just joking. I really don't believe him. I know you like me the most and treat me the best. Su Qing's eyes were sincere as she assured Wang Suifan that she hadn't been swayed by Xie Kezi. Seeing that Su Qing wasn't angry, Wang Suifan relaxed. Exactly. What kind of relationship do we have that Xie Kezi could understand? He doesn't know anything. Xie Kezi glanced at Wang Suifan, but didn't dare to expose her. When Su Qing was back home visiting during her time as a youth worker, Wang Suifan had even complained about her, criticizing her education, looks, job, and personality. Not one thing she liked. Back then, she praised Su Shui, claiming she had chosen a great daughter-in-law for her son. When the Su family caused trouble and Su Qing came to marry into their family, Xia Kezi thought Wang Suifan would be furious, but instead, she unexpectedly got along well with Su Qing. Although their relationship was good now, it didn't erase the past. Wang Suifan refused to acknowledge her previous comments and tried to eliminate Xia Kezi as a witness. To prevent him from saying anything foolish in the future, Wang Suifan warned Su Qing in advance, "Your dad loves to talk nonsense and tell little lies. Don't pay attention to him." "Mom, I know. Dad is just talking about things from a long time ago when we didn't know each other well and had misunderstandings. That's normal, I won't mind." Su Qing linked her arm with Wang Suifan's and playfully said, "I used to think you would be strict with me, but who knew you could be so nice? How can there be someone as lovely, kind, and good as you in this world?" Seeing Wang Suifan getting confused by Su Qing's flattery, Xia Kezi quietly sighed in relief. At least he had escaped a disaster. Who would have thought that Wang Suifan would care about those words? They were just facts, and he was only speaking the truth. In terms of how bad the situation was, the Su family's forced marriage was even worse than the Zhang family's outrageous demands. If Wang Suifan could forgive that, then Xia Kezi imagined her to be quite broad-minded, at least when it came to family, more so than he had expected. He hoped that Zhang Dahong could replicate Su Qing's success and build a good relationship with Wang Suifan to ease her feelings towards her son. But as soon as he tried to bring it up, Wang Suifan nearly hit him. Now, he decided not to advise Wang Suifan anymore. Instead, he planned to encourage Xie Jianzhong and his wife to learn from Su Qing and make Wang Suifan happy. If Wang Suifan wasn't happy, no one in the family would be. Even if Wang Suifan didn't show her displeasure, Xie Jiankong and the others were too scared to act up. To avoid drawing attention to themselves, they stayed quiet and obedient. Wang Suifan did not have the virtue of not taking her anger out on others. No matter who upset her, she would find someone to vent her frustrations on. Even when Wang Suifan was smiling all day thanks to Su Qing, Xie Jiankong, and the others dared not disturb her. Of course, they also didn't have the virtue of not taking their anger out on others. When they played in the factory and ran into their older brother, Xie Jiankong found it very annoying. After calling out to his brother, he started imitating the tone of the nearby ants to scold Xie Jianzhong. "Look at what you've done. You've made Mom so upset. It's a shame she used to care for you so much." Xie Jianzhong felt very frustrated. As the older brother, he shouldn't be lectured by his younger sibling. "What do you know? Go play your game. I'm busy and don't have time for your nonsense." Watching his older brother walk away, Xie Jiankong was furious. "You just keep making Mom angry, leaving us to suffer." Xie Jianzhong could ignore his younger brother's words, but he couldn't ignore what their father, Xia Kezi, said. Xia Kezi was simply telling them to learn from Su Qing's way with Wang Suifan. Look at Su Qing. When she first came here, both families were unhappy, but now she has a great relationship with your mom. You should learn from her. Learn from her? Xie Jianzhong was shocked, his smile stiffening. He looked down on those petty tricks, and now Xia Kezi wanted him to follow her example. He finds it disgusting. So how can he learn? If he directly refuses, he won't dare to say it. He can only express it indirectly, saying, "I can't do this." "You can learn," Xia Kezi said firmly. "Have Zhang Dahong ask Su Qing for tips. Once you learn, go and cheer up your mom." Xia Kezi looked at his son and calmly said, "Your mom is different from me. I have to work and don't have as much time to think about you like your mom does. You've been weak since you were little, and your mom has put in the most effort for you. I can somewhat overlook the fact that you secretly got a marriage certificate, but your mom is really hurt. The feelings invested are different, and so is the hurt received." Although Xie Kezi tries to keep peace, he understands Wang Suifan's feelings. In matters concerning Xie Jianzhong, he has always comforted and advised Wang Suifan, never trying to impose his own decisions at home. He respects her opinions. If Wang Suifan doesn't want their son to come back, then he won't let him return. If you can't cheer up your mom, she won't recognize you as her son, and you might as well never come home again, Xia Kezi said sternly. There are other sons in the family, but there is only one old wife. He may lose face with Wang Xuefan, but he still holds authority with the children. Moreover, Xia Jianzhong's job was arranged with help from the family, relying on Xia Kezi's connections. If even Xia Kezi has issues with him, and given Xia Jianzhong's average abilities and declining reputation, getting a promotion will become much harder. Xia Jianzhong's face turned pale, and he pleaded, "Dad, I really don't want it to be like this. I didn't expect things to get so serious and Mom to be this angry." He thought that if he made a mistake, he could just smooth things over, as Wang Xuefan hadn't held grudges before. Now, it seems he can't cheer her up. It might be that his way of comforting her was wrong. Xia Jianzhong gritted his teeth and promised Xia Kezi, "It's just about learning from Su Qing. I'll learn. I will definitely cheer up Mom." Su Qing and Wang Xuefan returned to prepare for the new year. After such a long time away, Wang Xuefan has been quite busy. She not only has to make new clothes and shoes for Xia Kezi, but also mend clothes for others, clean the house, and prepare New Year goods. Before the new year, many people are shopping. To buy good items, you must wait in line. Every morning, Xia Jiankong and Xia Guiying are either in line or on their way to line up, leaving only the afternoons a bit free. Not long ago, Xia Jiankong and the others went to the factory for fun, and Xia Jianzhong avoided them, but now he took the initiative to join in. What has Mom been busy with at home? Is she still angry? Yes, she is. Xia Jiankong replied with evidence. Yesterday, Mom made meatballs, and I didn't get to eat a single one. Don't you think she's still angry? In previous years, when the family made something delicious, Wang Xuefan would usually give the kids a little treat to sweeten their mouths. This year, only Su Qing got that privilege, the others did not. Xia Jianzhong took a deep breath and continued to from around 3 to 4 in the afternoon. She is definitely home in the morning. I and Xia Guiying have to stand in line outside in the cold every morning while she stays at home slacking off. Only in the afternoon does she get bored and go learn the 9-section whip from her master. As he spoke, Xia Jiankong couldn't help but shiver and rubbed his arms. His second brother has practiced martial arts since childhood, and now his sister-in-law has joined in. Thinking about their fighting skills made Xia Jiankong feel intimidated. Su Qing takes her boxing practice seriously, but she treats the 9-section whip as just a fun activity. It's inconvenient to carry a weapon, and if it comes to a real fight, she would likely rely on her fists. She naturally has great strength, which gives her an advantage in a fistfight. Hearing from his younger brother that Su Qing is still practicing, Xia Jianzhong couldn't help but feel speechless. Mom really should keep an eye on her. He mentioned wanting to learn some tricks from Su Qing, but if he had to go with Zhang Dahong to find her, he wouldn't be willing. It's not just about losing face. Mainly, Su Qing wouldn't give him any respect. Back when he lived at home, Su Qing had even hit him before. What kind of new bride dares to hit her brother-in-law? Su Qing does. He has seen enough of Su Qing's tricks to please Wang Xuefan. As long as he can muster the courage to say those sweet words, he would have succeeded halfway. The rest would have to wait until Su Qing is not home for him to act. He instructed his younger brother, "Tomorrow afternoon when Su Qing leaves, let me know. I'll take a day off to go home and talk to Mom." Xia Jiankong looked everywhere but at his older brother. He was afraid of getting dragged into it. He was already having a tough time without doing anything. If he did something, life would be even harder. Knowing that brotherly affection wouldn't work, Xia Jianzhong directly tempted him, "If you can make Mom happy, I'll go home. I'll save up to buy you a new ping-pong paddle." "Okay. Just wait for my notice tomorrow." This time, Xia Jiankong agreed readily. In theory, they are all blood relatives and only Su Qing is the outsider. Yet, in this family, Su Qing feels more like one of them than anyone else. Instead, the brothers felt like outsiders. Even when they wanted to talk to their mother, they had to avoid Su Qing, fearing she would cause trouble. With Su Qing around, Xia Jianzhong had no chance to express himself. He could only be disturbed. The next day, Xia Jiankong sneaked into the office to tell him that Su Qing had left, and only then did Xia Jianzhong dare to pack his things and go home. It only took a few minutes to walk home, but when he arrived at the door, Xie Jianzhong still felt uneasy. He nudged Xie Jiankong and instructed, "Go back and check to make sure Su Qing has really left." Xie Jiankong was speechless. This was being overly cautious. Sister-in-law really left. I saw her leave before I came out. For the sake of the ping-pong paddle, I'll go back once more. But you need to wait outside a bit longer. Don't go in right after I come out, or it will look suspicious. He had watched enough spy movies to be careful. Xie Jiankong originally planned to take a quick look around the house to confirm that Su Qing was gone before leaving, but just then, Wang Suifan found a knitted vest he wore last year. It was too small, and she planned to take it apart so Xie Kezi could knit a bigger one. "This vest was tight on you last year, and it will be even tighter this year."
"Come here and help me take it apart," she said. "Ah?"
Xie Jiankong opened his mouth wide. "Mom, I have plans to hang out with them. They're waiting for me outside." Wang Suifan glared at him.
"Who are you hanging out with?"
"Is it those few from the second group again? Don't think I don't know just because your dad hasn't told me. I haven't even brought up the fighting incident from last semester." She had many sources of information. Even when at home, Li Dajie and others would come to chat with her. During her absence, she knew everything that happened at home, big or small. The fighting incident from last semester was quite a scandal. Not only did a group of students get into a fight, but when the teacher tried to break it up, they accidentally hurt the teacher. Whether the teacher was truly accidentally hurt or deliberately hit was unclear. Anyway, the teacher, being in a low position and criticized, didn't dare to pursue the matter with the students. Xie Kezi scolded his son afterward and even took him to apologize to the teacher. But as a father, he always had a soft spot for his own son. Xie Jiankong claimed he wasn't the main instigator of the fight, just caught up in it, and Xie Kezi believed him. After all, among his 3 sons, the second one was the most rebellious, while the other 2 rarely caused trouble. When Xie Jianhua was at his worst, Xie Kezi often followed behind, apologizing to others. There was an even wilder older brother ahead, Xie Jiankong, who, in Xie Kezi's eyes, was surprisingly obedient. Aside from the fact that the fighting took place outside of school, Xie Jiankong's mistakes really couldn't compare to those of his second brother, nor could they match the serious mistakes of his eldest brother, Xie Jianzhong, in matters of marriage. Xie Kezi didn't mention the fighting in his letter to Wang Suifan, considering it a minor issue. Now that Wang Suifan knew about it, even though it had happened a long time ago, she couldn't help but scold them. "You were sent to school to study, not to fight. Even if you fight, you shouldn't be fighting with teachers. If you offend them, who will you learn from? Your grades are terrible, but you sure are good at fighting." Listening to Wang Suifan bring up old issues, Xie Jiankong didn't dare to leave. Doing so would only make things worse. He had to sit quietly on a small stool, listening to her nag while rolling a ball of yarn. Xie Jianzhong waited at the door for so long that he almost gave up, but his younger brother still hadn't come out. "What is taking my little brother so long? Why is there no sound at all?" Xie Jianzhong peeked in and felt anxious, gritting his teeth and muttering, "What is that unreliable Xie Jiankong up to?" Xie Jiankong was also thinking about that ping-pong paddle. Sitting on the stool, he felt restless, shifting from side to side, clearly wanting to escape. Finally, after Wang Suifan finished scolding him for his past mistakes and the conversation turned normal, Xie Jiankong dared to speak up, cautiously asking, "Mom, I really did set a time with them." His pitiful expression made Wang Suifan not want to engage with him, and she replied with disdain, "All right, go ahead. I'll have Aunt Li and the others help you later." "Okay, I'm leaving then." Hearing Wang Suifan's permission, Xie Jiankong quickly disappeared, running away fast. Seeing him like that made Wang Suifan feel frustrated. This child just doesn't learn at all. Forget about being respectful. With the threat of work and going to the countryside looming over him, Xie Jiankong showed no concern. It was as if finding a job and going to college were not his responsibility, but something his parents should arrange for him, even though it was his own future. Wang Suifan no longer wants to worry about supporting him to repeat his studies or help him find a job. She just hopes that Xie Jiankong can be smarter and plan for his own future. However, It seems that Xie Jiankong didn't listen to any of her advice. Wang Suifan couldn't help but complain. I'm tired of talking. If you can't get into college and can't find a job, you'll have to go to the countryside. After a few tough years there, you'll learn to be responsible. She tidied up a bit and stood by the wall, calling out to Sisterly next door to ask what she was doing and if she was bringing her grandson over today or going to her own house. Sisterly replied quietly, I'm coming to your house. My daughter-in-law is sleeping after her night shift, so don't wake her up. The two chatted over the wall while Xie Jiankong was outside explaining to his older brother. It's not that I'm procrastinating. Mom asked me to work, so I can't leave. It's your fault for being overly cautious and asking me to scout things out right now. He didn't know what Xie Jianzhong was up to and didn't ask much. He didn't take the apologies seriously either. Xie Jianzhong only asked him to find out if Su Qing was home, and that was all he mentioned. He didn't bring up the matter of Wang Suifan wanting to go with Aunt Li. Xie Jianzhong felt embarrassed to use Su Qing's way of being cute and apologizing with his own brother. He didn't want to talk to anyone except for Wang Suifan, who needed to see him perform. After getting the information, Xie Jianzhong waved him off. All right, you should go now. I'll go back and talk to Mom.
Okay.
Xie Jiankong nodded obediently. But he wasn't really going to leave. He was curious and wanted to see what would happen to Xie Jianzhong when Wang Suifan scolded him. He had just come home and received a scolding himself, feeling wronged. Watching his older brother get scolded would be like an apology from him, Xie Jiankong thought happily. As soon as Xie Jianzhong stepped into the yard, Xie Jiankong quickly crouched by the wall in front of his house, carefully peeking. At that moment, there was no one else at home, just Wang Suifan. She thought Xie Jianzhong was at work and didn't think to be cautious, so she was caught off guard in the yard. What are you doing here? Did I invite you in? Get out, go back to your own house, find your sweetheart, and don't bother me. Just seeing you makes me angry. As soon as Wang Suifan saw him, she started scolding him. She had been avoiding him not out of fear, but simply because it was a hassle. Except for this year, Xie Jianzhong had never been scolded so much before. He wasn't used to it because he was rarely scolded as a child. When Wang Suifan scolded him in the past, he would feel very angry and sometimes even say things to provoke her. Now, he didn't dare to do that because he sensed that their mother-son relationship was truly at risk. Xie Jianzhong took a deep breath, prepared himself mentally, and said, I know, Mom. You're scolding me now because you love me so much. This left Wang Suifan speechless, unable to respond. She pointed at him with a trembling hand. What nonsense! Can scolding someone really mean deep love? How could she continue to scold him? Having been tricked by Su Qing often, she learned quickly. Seeing that Wang Suifan was at a loss for words, Xie Jianzhong felt his words were effective. He quickly continued, It hurts me to see you so angry. I feel guilty. I haven't been eating or sleeping well lately, just thinking about how you used to carry me to the hospital. He managed to say the first sentence despite feeling uneasy, and the rest came out more easily. Once he got into the flow, he suddenly felt that these words weren't so uncomfortable. This straightforward expression of feelings was more impactful than the usual indirect way people spoke. While he felt fine, Wang Suifan was quite disturbed. Not just her. Even Xie Jiankong, who was eavesdropping at the door, couldn't help but cover his mouth in shock. Did his brother lose his mind? How could he say such things? This familiar feeling made Xie Jiankong's mind race, and he suddenly thought of Su Qing. Is this like a big brother version of my sister-in-law? Xie Jiankong said with a pained expression, a bit confused, but my sister-in-law doesn't act like this. Xie Jianzhong's performance was purely over the top. Although his act seemed off-putting, and Wang Suifan looked troubled, there was a strange magic to the scene. Even if he felt it was odd, Xie Jiankong couldn't help but keep watching, curious to see what would happen next. Mom, you're so good. Can you forgive me just one last time? Xie Jianzhong pleaded pitifully, even trying to mimic Su Qing by reaching for Wang Suifan's arm. Wang Suifan exploded in anger. What do you mean good? I'm not good at all. You're making me sick. Just look at what you're saying. I know I don't have the good personality of my younger brother and sister, who can make you happy. I can't say those words. but in my heart. Xie Jianzhong automatically learned how to bring others down. But does Wang Suifan buy into this because of those words? No, it's because of Su Qing. What does Xie Jianzhong have to compare with Su Qing? Wang Suifan interrupted his act and scolded, "You think in your heart? You wish I were dead. It would be best if I just left everything to you and your dad, then you would be happy." She was just a little disgusted earlier, not truly unable to handle things. After she started scolding again, not only did Xie Jianzhong suffer, but even the ancestors of the Xie family faced the consequences. Xie Jianzhong was momentarily dazed by the scolding, wondering to himself, is he not learning well enough? Xie Jianzhong recalled Su Qing's earlier performance and awkwardly continued to flatter, bringing out his trump card. "Mom, you're right. I'm about to have a child with Dahong, so I can understand how you feel right now. In the future, I won't let my son be like me. I want him to be smart like you." Flattery may not work, and being a grandson doesn't help. Wang Suifan was rolling her eyes. Through gritted teeth, she said, "Don't say so much to me. I've already considered you as no son of mine.
Get lost."
Although she had no expectations for her son, if Xie Jianzhong came to apologize with something beneficial, Wang Suifan could pretend to maintain a mother-son relationship. Being polite could reduce anger and help her live a little longer. The problem was that Xie Jianzhong's apology came without any compensation or benefits. Instead, he wanted to take advantage of her. The sound of his scheming was deafening. Wang Suifan wasn't foolish. She saw through Xie Jianzhong's plans. He wanted her to secretly support him and help take care of his child. She wasn't in the mood for sacrifice and devotion, especially not for this ungrateful son. She didn't like her daughter-in-law, and she disliked her son even more. As for the unborn grandchild, just thinking about it was annoying. Helping to take care of the grandchild was something Wang Suifan would never agree to. Because of this, she would never let Xie Jianzhong back into her life. His return would only bring trouble. To avoid complications, after scolding him, Wang Suifan started lecturing, "You're already an adult. You need to take responsibility. Don't rely on your parents for everything. When you secretly got married, you seemed to have a plan and thought you were so clever. Our family has long been separated, so show some responsibility as the head of your family." If Xie Jianzhong were capable, Wang Suifan and Xie Kezi would be helpless and rely on their son, making him the one in charge. But the opposite is true. Xie Jianzhong seeks help from his parents, yet goes against them on the crucial matter of marriage. Wang Suifan, who used to tolerate this, can no longer hold back. She directly pushes Xie Jianzhong toward the door, saying, "You should leave right now, and don't come back." When scolding, using reason can seem biased, so Wang Suifan tries to keep her tone calm. "When what we say aligns with your wishes and benefits you, you listen to us. But when it doesn't, you only listen to yourself. In the end, you're selfish and only care about yourself. When you apologized to me, it wasn't because you truly realized your mistake. You just wanted to come back home and have us help you with the kids. Xie Jianzhong, don't treat me like a fool." Wang Suifan's sharp words made Xie Jianzhong's face turn pale with anger. "Mom, I didn't mean it that way." He has a history of getting so upset he fainted, and seeing his expression, Wang Suifan quietly backed off and stopped pushing him. At the door, Xie Jiankong was so engrossed in watching that he didn't notice Su Qing approaching. Seeing his sneaky behavior, Su Qing quietly walked up behind him and kicked him. "What are you doing squatting at our doorstep?" Xie Jiankong looked up at her, shocked. How could he make a sound at a time like this? It put him in a tough spot. Su Qing glanced at him arrogantly, feeling no need to cover for him. Without needing to ask, as soon as she stepped inside and saw Xie Jianzhong at home, she immediately switched to a sarcastic tone. "Oh, Big Brother is here. Are you here to apologize to Mom? Have you really realized your mistake? You just want to marry your sweetheart. If you had just waited a bit longer to get both parents' approval, it would have been much better to marry with everyone's blessings. Now that the deed is done, you come to apologize to Mom. How is that different from forcing someone to agree?" Wang Suifan's words were sharp, and Su Qing's attack was also strong. Xie Jiankong, following Su Qing, shrank back, biting his lip and not daring to look at his brother's expression. They couldn't win in an argument or a fight. Xie Jiankong felt deep sympathy for his older brother. Wang Suifan was really worried that Su Qing would unleash her full force and make Xie Jianzhong faint with anger. She quickly tugged at Su Qing's arm to change the subject. "Why are you back so early today?" "I was just practicing with the 9-section whip and accidentally scared a child, which made me feel a bit embarrassed, so I came back early," Su Qing replied while sneaking a warning glance at Xie Jianzhong. Xie Jianzhong, the ungrateful one, had the nerve to come and bully Wang Suifan when she wasn't home. Just look at how fragile and pitiful Suifan is right now. To distract Wang Suifan, Su Qing extended her hand and said with a sad expression, "Mom, look, I hurt my hand today, and it's still red." "Oh, dear. That's quite a big mark. Does it hurt?" "I'll put some medicine on it later," Wang Suifan said. The mark didn't hurt anymore, and Su Qing smiled. "It's fine. This mark should be gone in half an hour. I just wanted you to feel a bit sorry for me." With just a few words, she managed to make Wang Suifan laugh again. "Mom loves you. Mom loves you the most," Wang Suifan said, playfully blowing on Su Qing's non-painful mark as if comforting a child. Among the kids, Su Qing was the kindest and most caring, which made her the favorite. Wang Suifan spoiled her without restraint, knowing Su Qing was a good child and wouldn't go astray. While they chatted without a care, they completely ignored Xie Jianzhong. Xie Jianzhong gritted his teeth in frustration. The reason he came when Su Qing was out was exactly this. When Su Qing caused a scene, Wang Suifan only had eyes for her. With Su Qing being the center of attention, he couldn't take the spotlight, especially since he was using tricks he learned from her. Now, not only was there Su Qing stirring things up, but also Xie Jiankong watching from the sidelines. Xie Jianzhong, who initially didn't plan to get involved, decided to leave decisively. But before he left, he couldn't help but glare at Su Qing and Xie Jiankong. Xie Jiankong knew he was in the wrong. They had agreed that Su Qing would be out, but she returned early. They had planned to leave, but instead, they ended up watching from the doorway. So when he was glared at by his older brother, he just lowered his head, not daring to say a word. However, Su Qing wasn't going to back down. She boldly glared back. How dare Xie Jianzhong bully the easygoing Wang Suifan and then glare at her? To prevent Xie Jianzhong from ambushing them again, Su Qing immediately declared, "Mom, I won't go out these next few days. I'll stay home and keep you company." She needs to stay home to take care of Suifan, so she won't be alone when she's bullied. "That's perfect. You can stay home and study more, which is good." Wang Suifan encouraged Su Qing to focus on her studies. "What book?" "I can help you with chores." "That's not acceptable. You need to study. There are plenty of people at home to help with chores." As she spoke, Wang Suifan glared at her youngest son, who was trying to be invisible. "Your little brother, who doesn't like studying, is perfect for doing chores." Xie Jiankong secretly pouted. Every morning, he was the one braving the cold to buy things and carry vegetables home. While he was busy sweating, Su Qing was at home, warm by the fire. However, compared to studying, he preferred doing these chores. Studying was too painful. His head and back hurt everywhere. After the new year, he would have to take the college entrance exam, and Wang Suifan was actually quite anxious. But since the policies hadn't been announced yet, she couldn't force Su Qing to study hard and had to rely on coaxing her. No matter what Su Qing thought, as long as she could stay home and study, Wang Suifan felt reassured. As for her youngest son's study progress, Wang Suifan didn't bother to care. After 2 years of high school and 4 years of repeating, he finally got into college. Wang Suifan encouraged him to study, but she didn't have high expectations. She urged Su Qing to read, and then instructed Xie Jiankong, "Since you have nothing to do, come help me untangle the yarn." "Okay." This time, Xie Jiankong didn't dare make excuses and agreed obediently. Wang Suifan didn't pursue the matter of him spilling the beans or enjoying the gossip. He was already grateful and didn't dare cause any trouble. Once Xie Jianzhong left, Aunt Li, who had just arranged to meet with Wang Suifan, arrived right on time. Earlier, Xie Jiankong had been squatting at the door, secretly eavesdropping, while Aunt Li stood in her yard, openly listening. Xie Jianzhong didn't want anyone to know what he was doing, but life always has its spectators. When Aunt Li arrived, she first glanced at Wang Xuefen's expression before cautiously asking, "Are you still upset?" "What would I be upset about? I've let it go a long time ago."
Kids are like that.
"When my son got married, there were also some issues. If it weren't for the sake of the grandchild." Halfway through her sentence, Aunt Li noticed Wang Xuefen's expression wasn't right and quickly changed the subject. "But your Jianzhong really went too far this time. It's right for you to give him some space. Once he has his own children and raises them, he'll understand the hardships and realize how wrong he was. He definitely doesn't yet grasp the depth of his mistakes." As expected from old friends who have known each other for years, she quickly turned the conversation around, making Wang Xuefen nod in agreement. "You really understand me," Wang Xuefen sighed. Even if she was unhappy with the children, she never thought of harming them. She would just let things be. Whenever she did step in, her advice was always for the children's benefit. But in the end, no one listened. In the whole family, only Su Qing listened to her, studying diligently every day. Just by following advice, Su Qing's future would not be bleak. Her vision could see decades ahead. After scolding her eldest son, Wang Xuefen couldn't help but praise Su Qing. Sister Li was already tired of hearing it, but she still chimed in, "Yes, yes, your Su Qing is the most filial. I know, this outfit you're wearing was bought by her." She could see the truth. Just by observing Xie Jiankong working for Wang Xuefen, while Su Qing stayed in her room reading, she could sense Su Qing's position in the family without Wang Xuefen saying much. As a daughter-in-law, Su Qing was a bit spoiled. But with Wang Xuefen praising her, not many outside spoke ill of her. When Wang Xuefen was away, the Xie family was at a disadvantage in public opinion. Now that she was back, she quickly put the Zhang family and Xie Jianzhong in their place. Even if Wang Xuefen didn't allow her son to come home for the new year or disregarded her pregnant daughter-in-law, no neighbor dared to say she was wrong, only muttering about her temper. Even Xie Kezi didn't dare to voice any opinions. Wang Xuefen had mentioned to him that her eldest son apologized just to ask for help with the children. This thought stuck in Xie Kezi's mind. He did cherish his grandson, and when the father-son relationship was good, he had no problem offering to help. But if there were still conflicts and his son was using him to take care of the grandson, that would be a big issue. To encourage a reconciliation between mother and son, they would have to wait until the grandson was a bit older. Otherwise, it would turn out, as Wang Xuefen suspected, that the son was apologizing just to make them work hard, and just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable. Although Wang Xuefen didn't interfere, she still heard all the important information. Because Zhang Dahong had a bad pregnancy and wanted to ask someone to fill in, she was scolded by Ma Taohua for wanting to spend money. Just for a little money, not caring about her daughter's health, Zhang Dahong has it tough. It's also the Zhang family's fault, otherwise, Xuefen wouldn't have such strong opinions. Zhang Dahong's situation is all due to her own family. Wang Xuefen only listened to the gossip without joining in, secretly pouting. Just as she was getting into it, the mailman passed by and called out, "Auntie," handing her 2 letters. "These are from Brother Xie." Then the mailman looked around at the women chatting and pulled out another letter. "This one is for you, Aunt Zhou. It's from the youth program." As the mailman had been delivering in this area for many years, he didn't need to remember house numbers. He recognized faces. Sister Zhou received the letter and opened it right away, handing it to Wang Xuefen. "Xuefen, can you read this for me?" She couldn't read and didn't want to wait for her son to come home. That felt too slow. Since Wang Xuefen had learned to read well, she thought it wouldn't be anything too important, so she asked for her help. Wang Xuefen picked up the letter, sat up straight, and read it quickly. She summarized, "Your son is coming home on the 10th of next month. You should get ready in advance." After reading someone else's letter, Wang Xuefen stood up to give the letter meant for Su Qing to her. Usually, when Xie Jianhua sent letters, he would send just one directly to the family. Only when he needed to talk to Su Qing about something specific would he write a separate letter. Wang Suifan thought this letter was important, so after handing it to Su Qing, she looked at her eagerly, waiting for her to speak. What's wrong? What does Jianhua want? Su Qing felt a bit shy to meet Wang Suifan's gaze because Xie Jianhua was trying to persuade her to go with the military. Mom, here's the letter. You can read it yourself. Wang Suifan had already opened and read the letter sent to the family, which was similar to the usual monthly safety letters. Xie Jianhua didn't say anything special in the letter. He just mentioned that he had settled in at the new place, that the school for further studies was good, and that he was getting used to it. He told the family not to worry. After updating them on his situation, he asked how everyone at home was doing. There wasn't anything noteworthy in the letter, so Wang Suifan placed it on the table without much thought. Little did she know, Xie Jianhua was trying to keep her out of the loop by inviting Su Qing to go with the military and the letter meant for her, without mentioning it at all in the letter to the family. That Jianhua is going too far, Wang Suifan muttered as she looked at Su Qing's letter. While Wang Suifan was reading, Su Qing spoke up for Xie Jianhua. It's not that he doesn't want you to go. It's just that the conditions there are such that they can only apply for a single room right now. 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom options will take some time. Now, things are different from the early years after the country was founded. There are more teachers and staff at the school, and many officers are coming for further training, but housing is not as available. Xie Jianhua wrote to Su Qing to ask for her opinion. If Su Qing is willing to join him, he will apply to the school. As for Wang Suifan, they can only invite her once they get a bigger house. Xie Jianhua knows he can't handle Wang Suifan, but Su Qing can. In his letter, he encouraged Su Qing to persuade Wang Suifan to go with him alone. It's not that he forgot about his parents, his father is still around. Xie Jianhua didn't want to separate the couple. When Wang Suifan was away, he often faced complaints from his father. Of course, he also received scolding from Wang Suifan. He didn't please either side. He suggested Su Qing go with him, but she showed no interest, while Wang Suifan hesitated. Jianhua wants you to study together and improve together. This isn't just a slogan. Su Qing and her husband really study together, and Wang Suifan has seen it many times. The second child graduated from high school and has kept studying. Now he's going to a better place to learn from better teachers. If you go with him, he can tutor you individually. Wang Suifan's eyes sparkled with excitement. There was no hint of romance in her gaze, only respect for knowledge. Su Qing was almost stunned, wondering why her mother-in-law was so eager to learn, as if she feared Su Qing wouldn't get into college. Worried that Wang Suifan might insist, Su Qing quickly replied, "Mom, I'm not going. What can Jianhua help me with? He's still trying to learn himself. Besides, I can study on my own." "You two used to study well together, didn't you?" Wang Suifan asked. Su Qing replied, "Even though we sat at the same desk, we could go half an hour without talking, each focused on our own books. In a new place, there would be even more to learn, and Xie Jianhua would have less time. At his age, he mostly thinks about progress. He wants to improve himself and help Su Qing improve too." He asked Su Qing to come with him, partly to build their relationship and partly because he sees potential in her and wants to encourage her. If she really went to Xie Jianhua, she wouldn't need Wang Suifan to push her to study. Xie Jianhua would directly urge her to focus. "Learning is the same no matter where you are," Su Qing complained. "In a dorm like Jianhua's, you have to use a communal wash area, and cooking is inconvenient. You can only eat at the cafeteria. It's not as comfortable as home. She can endure hardship, but there's no need to force herself into it. Just look at the life she has at home. It's not like she has to do everything. Aside from occasionally helping Wang Suifan cook and washing her own clothes, she really doesn't have much to do. The household chores are not her responsibility, and she doesn't even have to sweep the yard. If she goes with Xie Jianhua to the army, then she'll have to manage everything at home. Taking care of household logistics is not easy. It's full of small worries that can be overwhelming. Xie Jianhua's charm isn't enough to make her give up a good life." "Well, you have a point," Wang Suifan said, frowning and sighing. "The conditions over there with Jianhua are a bit lacking. After all the effort to raise you so well, we can't let your health suffer. At home, They have running water, so there's no need to wait in line for washing up, and she can heat water for laundry. There's also a kitchen where she can cook something nice whenever she wants. Wang Suifan doesn't want Su Qing to eat in the cafeteria every day. Studying is hard work, and she needs to have fish soup and chicken broth from time to stay healthy. As for Xie Jianhua only eating in the cafeteria, Wang Suifan quickly dismissed that thought. Her son has been working hard on his own for many years, and she doesn't need to worry too much about him. Besides, he has always been healthy, unlike Su Qing, who spent many years in the countryside and is quite worn out. Even though Su Qing looks healthy and rosy now, Wang Suifan still thinks she needs to be careful and take care of herself. Alright, if you don't want to go, then don't. I'll keep an eye on you myself, which makes me feel more at ease. There's nothing special about Jianhua's place anyway. Teacher Zhao at the end of the alley is a high school teacher. He's definitely better than the second one. If you have any questions, we can ask Teacher Zhao. Su Qing smiled. I don't want to leave Mom either. After discussing, they made their decision and sent the reply the next day. Not going to the army was just a matter of saying it. Su Qing didn't write a separate letter but mentioned it in the reply from home. Since she only received one letter and no separate reply from Su Qing, Xie Jianhua thought for a moment and secretly sent her another letter. Is it that Mom doesn't want you to go? You should persuade her a bit. He felt that Su Qing still wanted to come see him, but she couldn't because of Wang Suifan's advice. During their time together in the family compound, they had gotten along very well, almost like a model couple. Worried that Su Qing's persuasion might not be strong enough, Xie Jianhua added in his letter that he really needed Su Qing's help with daily life, hinting that she could use this reason to convince Wang Suifan. Using himself as a bargaining chip was something he had learned from his friend's experiences. He believed that if Wang Suifan truly cared for her son, she would definitely let Su Qing come. After sending the letter, Su Qing replied to him separately, but her response was still a cold rejection. Xie Jianhua stared at the letter in the mirror, lost in thought. He was still the same person. Nothing had changed. When Su Qing left, she had clung to his chest, saying she would miss him. It had only been a short time since they parted, and her attitude had changed so much. Su Qing had clearly written back to reject him for the second time, so Xie Jianhua knew whose idea it was for her not to come see him. If Su Qing wanted to, she could easily persuade Wang Suifan to agree. Her not coming meant that Su Qing didn't want to. He remembered someone saying they would miss him a lot, that they couldn't bear to be apart, and would feel sad if they didn't see him. He had actually believed those sweet words. Xie Jianhua was so upset that he forced a smile, thinking it's great. Our Su Daji really has two faces. He couldn't help but wonder if Wang Suifan treated him the same way. When they were together, she was warm and affectionate, but when apart, she acted cold and distant. If Wang Suifan treated him the same way, it wouldn't hurt as much. But even in his anger, Xie Jianhua knew he couldn't do anything to Su Qing. By the time he wrote to his family again, his anger had faded, and he was back to caring about Su Qing's life at home and her work and studies. He knew his family had plenty of money and that Su Qing and Wang Suifan weren't lacking in funds. When Su Qing quit her job at the Women's Federation, he didn't say anything. She didn't like the work there, and with Su Shui as a colleague, it was normal for her to want to resign. However, being idle every day wasn't good either. Xie Jianhua suggested that Su Qing look at job postings. If she found something she liked, she could apply. If she got the job, she would have a stable position, and even if she went with the army later, they would prioritize her for work. If all else failed, they had money at home, and she could pay for an easy job. Su Qing was somewhat tempted and decided to ride her bicycle around to look for work. She had been bored at home for too long. After going out for a while, Su Qing didn't find a suitable job but came back with a bag of peaches. "Mom, these peaches are small but really sweet," Su Qing enthusiastically recommended them to Wang Suifan. Wang Suifan casually asked, "These peaches are out pretty early. How much did you pay for them?" "I didn't buy them. A friend gave them to me." Su Qing happily shared the story behind the peaches. While working at the Women's Federation, Su Qing actually made a few friends. When it came to family conflicts, she always advised separation, but she only talked about it, None of the people she advised ever split up. Although her success rate was 0, Su Qing still played a certain role. Last year, she encouraged a girl who was badly abused to secretly practice martial arts and even offered to pay for her lessons with Master Lu. Although the girl turned down Su Qing's kindness, she still practiced on her own. After practicing for over 6 months, she finally saw some results. A few days ago, the girl fought back against her abusive father and weak mother. When good things happen, people feel happy. Today, when the girl saw Su Qing at her doorstep, she insisted on giving her a bag of peaches. Now she can make decisions at home and treat her friends to fruit. The family dispute that Su Qing couldn't resolve during her time there finally had a satisfying outcome. Months after leaving her job, Su Qing felt a bit of the sense of achievement that work can bring, and she reflected on it with emotion. Although Wang Suifan was a parent, she couldn't help but applaud when she heard Su Qing talk about the girl standing up to her parents. Good for her. Parents like that deserve it. Su Qing smiled and said proudly, "This karma came quickly, and I must have taught her well." "Do you want to go back?" Wang Suifan asked cautiously.
She replied firmly, "No way."
"I worked for several months last year and only found one supportive person. The rest just caused me stress. Why would I go back?" At that time, she wasn't bored. She was frustrated. Dealing with people every day was the most annoying part of her job. Taking a bite of a peach, Su Qing mumbled, "Right now, I'm interested in jobs like the gatekeeper or something like Dad does in the document room." How relaxing. Don't get your hopes up. Those positions require strong connections, and they won't hire a young woman like you. They're usually for older men. But Su Qing didn't like jobs at the street office, Women's Federation, or unions. Seeing Su Qing's expression, Wang Suifan couldn't help but advise, "Maybe you should hold off on job hunting for now and just stay home and read." She had actually advised her long ago, but seeing Su Qing so excited, she didn't have the heart to say anything. In Wang Suifan's eyes, she was the only one who knew there would be a college entrance exam this year. Su Qing and Xie Jianhua were unaware. Without the unexpected exam, Xie Jianhua's plans made sense. He didn't force Su Qing to take a tough job to earn money. He just suggested she find an easy job to avoid boredom. Having a job would benefit Su Qing's future. At that moment, if Wang Suifan didn't let Su Qing look for work, it would seem unreasonable. However, with the exam coming up, Xie Jianhua's job search plan felt like a waste of time and energy. What job could she find now? If she got into college, the country would assign her the best job. Wang Suifan didn't want to discourage Su Qing right away. She waited until Su Qing had wandered around and calmed down before she started to persuade her gently. The job market in the city is tough right now. Good positions are hard to come by, and sometimes even if you spend money or use connections, you still might not find a suitable one. We're not in a hurry. Let's just wait and see. You have money and you can buy a job next year or the year after. Wang Suifan had no other plan but to delay. Once the exam notice came out, she wouldn't need to make excuses anymore. Fortunately, Su Qing listened to her. If she couldn't find a job she liked, she wouldn't look. Just when Wang Suifan felt relieved that Su Qing was finally calm and not thinking about work, Xie Jianhua came home for a break. She had a feeling that his return would disrupt Su Qing's studies again. Seeing him, Wang Suifan took a deep breath and angrily said, "Sometimes I really want to hit you." This kid had always loved causing trouble. Just looking at him made Wang Suifan feel uneasy.
"What?"
Xie Jianhua thought Wang Suifan must have misspoken. It was his first time home in a while. He shouldn't be treated like this. In the past, when he returned from leave, Wang Suifan would shower him with warmth during the first couple of days. He glanced at Wang Suifan's expression and calmly asked, "Mom, what did I do to upset you? I'll tell you this first. When you come back, you can't pressure Qingqing to look for a job. We've already looked, and there's nothing suitable. If you bring up work in front of her, I will be upset." Xie Jianhua understood and nodded decisively. "Don't worry. I'm back to see Qingqing for another reason." "Mom, stop glaring at me. It's a good thing." Xie Jianhua spoke confidently, but Wang Suifan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Good news? How can there be good news when it comes to you? Wang Suifan's tone was filled with distrust. It's really good news. Xie Jianhua tugged at Wang Suifan's arm and urged, if you're not busy, come home with me now. I'll tell you on the way. Wang Suifan was also someone who couldn't resist temptation. She decided not to buy anything and eagerly followed her son home, curiously asking, what is it? You're being so mysterious. The college entrance exam, Xie Jianhua whispered, then couldn't help but ask, Mom, do you know what the college entrance exam is? It's very important. Although the children at home were all high school students, Wang Suifan had previously struggled with reading and writing. Being from an older generation, she often found it hard to keep up with younger people. Plus, since the exam hadn't been held for 10 years, Xie Jianhua worried that Wang Suifan wouldn't understand its significance. Though Xie Jianhua's tone was calm, Wang Suifan still felt a bit mocked. Initially, she was excited to hear about the exam and smiled broadly, but when Xie Jianhua asked if she knew what it was, her expression darkened. She reached out to pinch Xie Jianhua's arm and said through gritted teeth, You little rascal, do you look down on me? Of course I know what the college entrance exam is. I know more about it than you do. That's good to hear. I knew you were someone with knowledge, Xie Jianhua said, twisting his arm free and quickly changing the subject. A friend of mine hinted that we should encourage our family to read and study more. I heard that there's talk about reviving the college entrance exam. Wang Suifan excitedly clapped her hands, suppressing her excitement as she said, Then it's almost certain that the exam will return. Not necessarily, Xie Jianhua quickly clarified. This is just our speculation. There's only a possibility of it being revived. Just a possibility. Even if there was a 50-50 chance, it was significant enough for him to rush home. Wang Suifan confidently glanced at him, feeling assured. If Wang Suifan didn't understand the college entrance exam, Xie Jianhua would have to explain its importance, but since she did, he didn't need to say much. He simply suggested, in our family, the eldest brother has graduated from high school and the younger siblings are currently in high school. If the exam is reinstated and they get into college, their futures will definitely be different. Also, Su Qing may not have a high education, but she is eager to learn and even stronger than the average high school student. She can take the exam too. Regardless of whether this news is true, we should all be prepared. In this family, everyone else can try for the college entrance exam except him, as he is already in university and doesn't need to take it. The college entrance exam is definitely a great opportunity to change their family's fate. It's well known that the higher the education, the higher the salary, and the easier it is to get promoted. He fought hard to get a recommendation to continue his studies. If he could take the exam directly and get into university without needing a recommendation, it would be an incredible deal. Xie Jianhua's thoughts are quite simple. If possible, he hopes for the best for his family. They are siblings born from the same mother, and if one of them is struggling, how could he just stand by and watch? In the family, the eldest brother has a job, so it doesn't matter if he passes the exam or not. Su Qing is married, so it doesn't matter for her either. The college entrance exam would just be a bonus for them. But for Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying, if they can't get into university and can't find jobs, they still risk going to the countryside. Mom, if you don't want Dad to know about your secret savings, you should keep an eye on the younger siblings, Xie Jianhua reminded her. As soon as secret savings were mentioned, Wang Suifan immediately looked around cautiously. Seeing no one nearby, she scolded, Stop talking about money. It's not your money, so why bring it up? Do you expect me to buy jobs for your younger siblings? That's impossible. Xie Jianhua was shocked. There was a whole box of money, spending a few hundred to buy a job was just a tiny amount. His mom wasn't that stingy. If they can't find jobs, let them go to the countryside. Once they experience hardship, they'll understand better, Wang Suifan said confidently. That money is saved for Qingqing. You can't expect me to spend it on anyone else. Xie Jianhua smiled. Okay, I won't think about it. Is there really a difference between what is saved for Su Qing and what is saved for him? Su Qing is his wife, and the money he earns is for her to spend. Why would he worry about Su Qing's money? His money is her money. Shouldn't her money also be his? Xie Jianhua thought about it, but decided not to delve deeper into the issue. He continued discussing with Wang Suifan, I don't dare to write about the college entrance exam in a letter. I can only tell you in person. Please don't let it slip when you're outside. It could have a negative impact. I understand. And this is all just my guess. It's not a big deal if we waste some time studying at home, but if it affects outsiders, that would be bad, and we could get criticized. Human nature can't withstand tests. Ordinary people only want to gain benefits without taking risks. Xie Jianhua only dares to let his family take a chance. At least his family knows his intentions are good, and even if they waste time, they won't blame him.
Got it.
Wang Suifan was feeling a bit impatient from being reminded. She glared at Xie Jianhua and said, I can keep a secret. You don't need to say so much. Xie Jianhua fell silent. Although he still worried about Wang Suifan, he didn't dare to push her at that moment. He comforted himself, thinking, there's not just Wang Suifan at home, but also Xie Kezi and Su Qing. One of the three should be reliable, so it shouldn't be a big problem. After hearing the news about the college entrance exam, Wang Suifan hurried home. As soon as she reached the door, she left Xie Jianhua behind and pulled Su Qing to a corner to have a private chat. Mom, I haven't finished hanging the clothes yet. Let Jianhua hang them for you later. I have something to tell you, Wang Suifan said excitedly. Xie Jianhua lagged behind and saw Wang Suifan already talking to Su Qing when he entered the house. In the yard, Xie Jiankong was still alone, using pliers to bend fish hooks. Seeing Xie Jianhua come home, Xie Jiankong happily put down what he was holding. Second brother, why are you back? Xie Jianhua looked at Wang Suifan and Su Qing whispering together, then at his younger brother, who seemed a bit foolish. It was surprising that Wang Suifan thought of Su Qing first about such important news instead of her own son. She even had some savings but didn't plan to buy a job for Xie Jiankong. Instead, she wanted him to go work in the countryside. Xie Jianhua looked at his younger brother and asked, what trouble have you caused at home lately? It seemed like even your mom doesn't want you anymore. Xie Jiankong was confused. What trouble? I've been behaving myself lately. He wouldn't dare to upset Wang Suifan now. Before Su Qing married into the family, Xie Jiankong used to be a troublemaker, feeling carefree because his instincts told him he wouldn't get in trouble. His mom would always cover for him. But lately, his instincts weren't so good. Both he and Xie Guiying had plenty of complaints, feeling quite sour, but they didn't dare to voice them. As the youngest who had been spoiled since childhood, Xie Jiankong didn't dare to annoy Wang Suifan, but he still felt comfortable complaining to his older brother. You should take care of your wife now that you're back. Second sister-in-law has wasted so many new clothes and loves to spend money on good food. She doesn't know how to manage a household at all, Xie Jiankong said, sounding quite bitter. Some nice things are easier to ignore when you can't see them. But when they're right in front of you every day, who wouldn't feel envious? His willpower couldn't withstand even a little test. Su Qing and Wang Suifan were not home. Following Xie Jianhua to the family compound meant he had to do a lot of work, but while it was physically tiring, he still felt happy. However, when these two returned, his spirits were worn down. Second brother, when will you take second sister-in-law away? It doesn't matter if mom goes or not. Just take second sister-in-law, Xie Jiankong said with eager eyes. Xie Jianhua chuckled. He had tried to ask before, but those two were impossible to convince. But could he be honest with his brother? Stop talking nonsense. I just got back from vacation. Why would I be talking about leaving? All right, you go have fun. I'm going to my room to pack. Instead of playing, Xie Jiankong reached out to help him carry things. Second brother, did you bring me any treats? I bought a pen for you and little sister. I even brought back a few books for you. These were books Xie Jianhua specifically brought back from the capital after hearing about the college entrance exam. Many were published 10 years ago and were no longer sold in stores. He worried that in their small hometown, they wouldn't be able to find them. Upon hearing about the books and pen, Xie Jiankong's smile quickly faded.
Who cared about that?
Second brother, it's summer vacation. Reading is for school, not for vacation. Vacation is for playing. Xie Jiankong was speechless, feeling that he had more in common with his brother than with Su Qing. Although Su Qing seemed lazy, She was actually very dedicated. Once she committed to something, she would do her best, and she never shied away from learning and improvement. She only disliked being tired, not the idea of getting better. Now, with only 2 years left in high school, Xie Jiankong would graduate next year and turn 16, right on the edge of becoming a young worker. The choices he made in these 2 years could determine the course of his life. Yet here he was, still thinking about food and fun, with no ambition at all. He wanted to eat well, dress well, and live a good life without putting in the effort, not even flattering their parents properly. Xie Jianhua had plenty of ways to deal with such a fool. Calmly, he patted Xie Jiankong on the shoulder, showing a bright smile, and threatened, "If you keep playing, I'll get you. If you don't finish your books, I'll get you too." As he spoke, Xie Jianhua demonstrated by squeezing Xie Jiankong's shoulder. Xie Jiankong cried out dramatically, tears streaming down his face, while Su Qing and Wang Suifan were quietly chatting when they heard the commotion. They exchanged a knowing glance before returning to their conversation. No one paid attention to him. Xie Jiankong felt a chill in his heart and couldn't help but shout at Wang Suifan, "Mom, look. Second brother is bullying me. I'm crying so loudly." Even though her son was crying hard, Wang Suifan didn't even lift her head this time and casually scolded, "What are you making noise about? Everyone quiet down." Seeing his little brother's pitiful look, Xie Jianhua couldn't help but click his tongue. He realized that his family status was even lower than his. Now, he became even more arrogant in his threats, saying, "Don't think that if I leave, I won't be able to manage you. I'll write to Mom and Dad and your second sister-in-law to help me deal with you." "Second brother, are you crazy?" Xie Jiankong was stunned. This was completely unfair. With so many people in the family, Xie Jianhua didn't want to explain everything again. He simply said, "I'll tell you the reason at dinner tonight. Once I explain, you'll understand." He got the news about the college entrance exam from his roommate. The admission spots for the military academy mainly depend on qualifications, achievements, and connections. Those who get these spots are quite capable. Xie Jianhua earned his place in the academy through his own qualifications and achievements in the military. But his roommate, who graduated from high school, directly received a recommendation for the military academy, and it's clear how he got it. Although they were not in the same class, Xie Jianhua helped his roommate a lot with training and studying. With insider information, his roommate was happy to help Xie Jianhua in return. The source of the information is reliable. But whether the college entrance exam will restart and when it will restart is up to the higher-ups, and no one can be sure. At the dinner table, Xie Jianhua explained everything clearly. After he finished, he picked up his bowl and started eating. He spoke very cautiously, but he knew that results would come soon. Otherwise, all those discussions would be pointless. Those top scholars had precious time. They couldn't just keep discussing without reaching a conclusion. "Is that why you want me to study, second brother? You can't even be sure about this news. Isn't preparing in advance a waste of time?" Xie Jiankong wanted to slack off and avoid studying. Xie Jianhua was eating and didn't respond, just gave him a threatening look. Su Qing couldn't help but retort, "Wasting time? Is your time really that valuable?" At a time when he had achieved nothing, he still had the nerve to talk about time. Xie Jianhua nodded vigorously, proving once again that his wife knows how to talk. He quickly chewed his food and then threatened, "Xie Jiankong, I'm trying to help you, so don't be ungrateful. If you waste my good intentions, just wait and see if I'll give you a beating." If it weren't for the fact that his younger brother wasn't an adult yet and hadn't started a family, he wouldn't bother. While their parents might threaten to hit someone without actually doing it, his brother really would follow through. Xie Jiankong looked troubled and didn't dare to speak. Xie Guiying pressed her lips together, pretending to be obedient. Once he had silenced his younger siblings, Xie Jianhua turned to Xie Kezi and Wang Suifan and asked, "Have you talked to Dad and Mom about our older brother?" As the second child, he could control his younger siblings, but he couldn't manage his older brother. "I'm not going." Wang Suifan was the first to refuse. "Your brother doesn't like studying." Xie Jianhua felt both helpless and amused. He hadn't even asked yet, and this response was too dismissive. With Wang Suifan refusing, Xie Kezi sighed and said, "Then I'll go talk to him." "Okay." Wang Suifan nodded quickly. She definitely wasn't going. Seeing Xie Kezi take on the task, Xie Jianhua felt satisfied. He didn't want to meet his older brother either. Although he hadn't been home for almost a year, he was aware of the conflict between Wang Suifan and Xie Jianzhong. After all, Xie Kezi had once wanted him to help resolve it, but he was too far away to do anything. If it were just a conflict between Xie Jianzhong and Wang Suifan, it would be easier to handle, and Xie Jianhua wouldn't feel awkward. But this situation involved Su Qing, who clearly sided with Wang Suifan and attracted a lot of resentment. Some people only bully the weak. Xie Jianzhong wouldn't dare blame his mother for not continuing to spoil him. Instead, he would take his anger out on Su Qing, blaming her for taking what was his. Since Su Qing had drawn so much hatred, Xie Jianhua decided not to approach his older brother. It would only be a case of a warm face meeting a cold shoulder. From what Xie Jianhua knew about his older brother, Xie Jianzhong had never liked him and would surely hold a grudge now. He could scold and pressure his younger brother to study for the college entrance exam, since he was still a minor. But his older brother was an adult. Just informing him was enough to fulfill his responsibility. The rest could be left to their father. Xie Kezi looked at his wife, then at the couple, and finally at the two younger children, unable to suppress a sigh. No one in the family was close to Xie Jianzhong anymore. Although this situation was of Xie Jianzhong's own making, it still pained Xie Kezi to see it. The most difficult part is that the eldest son doesn't listen to advice, no matter how much you say. Xie Kezi took a bite of food and couldn't help but say, even if we tell the eldest about what the second son said, he probably won't have time to study. His wife is pregnant, and her belly is so big. He has to take care of everything at home. His job is decent, and even if he can't advance further, it won't matter much. He probably can't bring himself to push harder. If they lived together, the household chores would be shared among the family, making it easier for Xie Jianzhong. Now that the couple has separated and is living on their own during this crucial time of pregnancy, it's no wonder they are so busy. Who cares if he studies or not? Just let him know, so he won't blame the second son later for not telling him, Wang Suifan said casually. In his previous life, Xie Jianzhong didn't marry early. If he had known about the early college entrance exam, he might have had a better chance for a brighter future. However, in his past life, Xie Jianhua didn't go to the capital and missed the opportunity to learn about the exam early. Now, for Xie Jianzhong, knowing the news a few months in advance is already too late. With his wife heavily pregnant, he can't leave home. The ones who would benefit from the early college entrance exam news brought back by the second son are Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying. Your second brother came home just to tell you this. If there really is an early exam and you two don't study ahead, you won't do well, Wang Suifan said with a cold laugh, implying a threat. Xie Jiankong lowered his head, feeling gloomy. Xie Guiying sighed inwardly and asked with hope, how many days is second brother taking off this time? Once he finishes his leave, he should hurry back. As long as Xie Jianhua leaves, they will regain their freedom. Wang Suifan and Xie Kezi are easy to handle. Su Qing is more challenging, but she won't interfere with them. Xie Jianhua feigned ignorance and asked, What? Are you tired of me? I don't come home often. Hearing this, the two younger ones didn't dare to respond. Sick leave, marriage leave, annual leave, family visit leave. If Xie Jianhua doesn't mind the trouble, he has plenty of chances to come home, at least 2 or 3 times a year. But the easiest way is for his wife and children to move with him, so he doesn't have to take leave to come home and can see them every day. Thinking of this, Xie Jianhua couldn't help but glance at Su Qing. When Su Qing met his gaze, she quickly returned a sweet smile, and the meat she had just picked up with her chopsticks found its way into Xie Jianhua's bowl. Eat more. Look at you, you've lost weight. You must be tired during this time, Su Qing said with a look of concern. The other person is busy while she is free, and all the money she earns goes to her family. It doesn't matter if she needs the money or not. Her attitude is commendable. Since she has worked hard outside and returned home, she shouldn't treat him coldly. She should at least say something nice to cheer him up. Wang Suifan glanced at her son. You haven't lost weight. Qingqing, you're worrying too much. You're the one who has lost weight, You should eat more. Come on, eat more. As she spoke, she served Su Qing a plate of good food, fearing that the delicious dishes would be finished by Xie Jianhua. When it comes to appetite and eating speed, Su Qing can't compare to Xie Jianhua at all. The comments about losing weight or looking pale are just polite remarks. Su Qing was merely saying it casually. Xie Jianhua really hasn't lost weight. When Wang Suifan pointed this out, Su Qing didn't feel embarrassed at all. She happily continued eating. On the other hand, Xie Jianhua, knowing that Su Qing might be teasing him, felt that maybe she was genuinely concerned for him, especially compared to his mother's attitude. When he just returned, Wang Suifan's first words to him were about wanting to scold him. Unlike Su Qing, who sweetly asked if he was tired from the journey and if he had eaten well, even expressing concern that he looked thinner. No matter how Su Qing usually teases him, when she isn't scolding him, her words are quite sweet. In front of others, Su Qing was relatively restrained, but when they were alone in the evening, she became quite affectionate, her voice dripping with sweetness. I missed you so much. Did you think of me during this time? See, she's doing it again. Bringing up old issues at such a moment really doesn't seem very manly. What could Xie Jianhua say? Although he felt embarrassed and found it hard to say, he still blushed and, with a serious face, replied to Su Qing, I did. Could he dare to say I didn't? Su Qing was flattering him, giving him face. If she didn't, she would be cold and scold him or even get angry, and he would have to deal with that. To be honest, he felt lucky to be married to Su Qing. A sweet life with her seemed promising. Do you think of me occasionally? Su Qing asked, wrapping her arms around Xie Jianhua's waist. Or, do you think of me so much that you can't sleep? Su Qing dared to ask, but Xie Jianhua didn't dare to answer. He truly couldn't say the words. Unlike Su Qing, he might be bold in actions, but he was shy with words. His hands, seemingly out of control, unconsciously pulled her closer into his embrace. Xie Jianhua showed through his actions that he really cared. He thought about Su Qing when she wasn't around, and he thought about her even more when they were together. Having Su Qing by his side felt different from being alone in an empty room. It made him feel loved. Xie Jianhua often criticized Wang Suifan, but when it came to his own situation, he found himself a bit confused. So, what if she didn't want to go with him? It wasn't a big deal. It was normal for Su Qing to feel attached to her home. The next morning, he woke up early to buy Su Qing her favorite soy milk and fried dough sticks. Yum, this is delicious. The temperature is just right, Su Qing said with a smile, giving him a thumbs up after taking a sip. Xie Jianhua accepted the compliment calmly, only lifting his chin slightly. He didn't feel proud. He thought it was just buying something. I traded a lot of tickets this time. You wanted new shoes, right? Let's go to the department store today, he said. Great. How did you know I wanted new shoes? Su Qing exclaimed. You're getting more thoughtful and attentive. You manage everything at home and outside. You're the best man I've ever seen. While she praised him, after finishing breakfast, Su Qing wiped her mouth and then looked at Xie Jianhua with eager eyes. He understood immediately. You sit there, I'll wash the dishes. Managing everything at home meant he couldn't just buy breakfast. He had to handle the cleanup too. As he washed the dishes, Su Qing sat there and praised him. It's amazing how bright these dishes are. Xie Jianhua nodded. The dishes were indeed very clean. His wife had a keen eye for noticing his strengths. With a woman who appreciated him so much, he couldn't believe she didn't love him. It was only right to be a little more forgiving of each other's quirks. Regardless of his own needs, Su Qing never turned down the kindness from Wang Suifan and Xie Jianhua. Not only did she not refuse, but she also praised them generously, making them feel a bit shy. Others might not know, but if Xie Jianhua had to choose, he would definitely prefer to do the work and receive Su Qing's compliments rather than just sitting around doing nothing. Working wasn't too hard, but the praise he received from Su Qing was something he had never heard from anyone else. Xie Jianhua was hogging the faucet, looking like he really enjoyed washing dishes. Xie Jiankong eagerly reached out with his bowl, saying, Second brother, can you help me rinse this? Don't you have hands? I'm too lazy for that, Xie Jianhua replied. Xie Jiankong looked at his second brother in disbelief, feeling a bit hurt. In the past, they were on the same side, and now he had betrayed him so quickly. In their home, this Daji had once only managed to charm Wang Suifan, but now even Xie Jianhua was captivated. Xie Jianhua was still the strongest person in his eyes, and he couldn't resist. Their family was in trouble. Xie Jianhua shook the water off his hands and patted Xie Jiankong on the arm, leaving a wet handprint. Aren't you the one who needs to wash the dishes? Go ahead and do it. As he watched Xie Jiankong wash the dishes, he ordered, after you're done, go study and do your homework. Don't go out and play. If I come back and find you not at home, you'll be in big trouble. You take your sister-in-law out to have fun and leave us at home to study? Xie Jiankong was shocked. Was this arrangement fair? How could he accept it? Xie Jianhua bluntly said, can you compare yourself to your sister-in-law? Their self-discipline was on different levels. If a study plan was set, Su Qing could complete it without supervision, but Xie Jiankong couldn't. Even if he didn't do well in school, Su Qing could stay in the city and continue living her carefree life, but Xie Jiankong couldn't. Xie Jianhua was comparing harsh realities, but to Xie Jiankong, it felt like he was inferior to Su Qing. Brother, you've changed. You care more about her than me. Stop whining. If I tell you to study, you study. If you slack off, I'll hit you, Xie Jianhua threatened, showing his fist. Gentle advice was something only someone like Wang Suifan would do. With Xie Jianhua, there was no room for discussion. If you didn't listen, you'd get punished. The second brother wasn't gentle, and the second sister-in-law wasn't the kind and caring type either. With Xie Jianhua's threat, Su Qing fanned the flames, wanting to see Xie Jiankong get punished. The little brother is young and playful. It's normal. Just forcing him won't work. If his body is here but his mind is elsewhere, he won't learn no matter how long he studies. You should set specific study tasks for him, and it will be clear during checks if he took it seriously. It was a good idea, and even if he had to punish his brother later, it would be justified. Xie Jianhua didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. You make a good point. We'll do it your way. Seeing Xie Jiankong's miserable face, Su Qing couldn't help but smile. Before heading out with Xie Jianhua, Su Qing reminded Xie Jiankong, good luck. Your second brother is looking for a chance to show his strength. Today is the first day, so you could easily get into trouble. Make sure to learn well. Xie Jianhua didn't argue. He just gave Su Qing a helpless glance. That was exactly his plan. Even if Su Qing figured it out, he wasn't going to change. He thought Xie Jiankong was too relaxed, and that attitude wasn't good for learning. He needed to help him focus. If he wasn't satisfied with Xie Jiankong's progress today, a good talking to was definitely in order. In front of Xie Jiankong, Su Qing could tease him, so it would be even easier when he wasn't around. As they left, Su Qing reported to Xie Jianhua, when we get back, let's deal with him. You don't know, but the little brother always makes Mom upset. Mom has a good temper and swallows her feelings, which makes me feel so sorry for her. No matter how disappointed Wang Suifan was, she was still his mother, and mothers have an incredible tolerance for their children, even if they misbehave. Some things that Su Qing couldn't stand, Wang Suifan would just let go without a second thought. But she couldn't just scold her younger brother for no reason. Xie Jianhua could. Su Qing was eager for him to take action, so she could help him out. At first, when hearing Su Qing's complaints, Xie Jianhua was quite engaged and wanted to go back and confront his brother right away. But when he heard the latter part, a line of question marks appeared in his eyes. It was true that the little brother often upset their mom. Mischievous kids are always a handful. But Wang Suifan had a good temper and kept her feelings to herself, which made it hard for Xie Jianhua to relate. Wasn't it always the case that Wang Suifan would scold them directly? So, every time they got scolded by her, was Su Qing actually feeling sorry for Wang Suifan? Xie Jianhua looked at Su Qing and couldn't help but ask, Qing, have you ever thought about feeling sorry for me? I do. I care about you a lot, Su Qing replied, wanting to show affection but remembering they were in public, so she quickly held back. If she couldn't express it through actions, she would have to do it with her eyes. Su Qing looked sincerely at him. Do you see? My eyes are full of concern for you. You're the one I care about the most. They locked eyes, and Xie Jianhua blinked. He noticed there was some concern, but not much. It definitely wasn't as much as the concern for Wang Suifan. He was just a little distracted when a loud bicycle bell suddenly rang nearby, startling Xie Jianhua, who instinctively pulled Su Qing behind him. Once he had her protected, Xie Jianhua had time to see who was riding without paying attention. Just as he spotted the person, before he could say anything, the rider greeted him. Hey, second brother Xie, look at my new bicycle. Good morning, sister-in-law. After saying that, the young man rode his bicycle around Xie Jianhua twice. He wasn't ignoring the road. He was intentionally ringing the bell and riding close to Xie Jianhua. It wasn't to scare anyone, just to show off. Xie Jianhua couldn't help but laugh. Yuan Xiaoping, you little rascal. Look at you showing off your new bicycle. It's brand new. I saved up to buy it myself. A bicycle might not be rare, but for a young person it was still special and worth bragging about. Not returning home after achieving success is like wearing fine clothes at night. It's hard to have a bike and even harder to run into Xie Jianhua, who rarely comes back. Seeing Xie Jianhua, Yuan Xiaoping took a detour just to show off. Hee, I'll come find you to hang out later. I'm off to pick up my mom from work, he said, raising his eyebrows and giving Xie Jianhua a playful smile before riding away, even doing a little zigzag in front of him to show off his skills. Xie Jianhua couldn't help but shout, take it easy. Su Qing, however, calmly rubbed her wrist and said, don't worry, he won't fall. He already had his share of falls about a month ago. Everyone on their street had already seen his show-off moments. Even Wang Suifan had witnessed Yuan Xiaopeng's bicycle skills. On the day he bought the bike, everyone around knew about it. Xie Jianhua, just back and unaware, was still worth showing off to. He was indeed a bit affected and turned to Su Qing, asking, didn't I send you a ticket for a bicycle? Why don't you get a lighter women's bike? I'm used to this one, and don't want to change for the feel. Plus, I'm not working now, so I might not ride it for weeks. Usually, that bike just sits in the corner gathering dust, and neighbors borrow it when they have an urgent need. Even if she got a new bike, she wouldn't ride it much, so there was no real need to change. Xie Jianzhong had asked to borrow it too, but Su Qing preferred to lend it to neighbors rather than give him that favor. Thinking of this, Xie Jianhua dropped the bicycle topic and shifted to talking about buying shoes with Su Qing, a much safer subject. He didn't understand why Su Qing could confront Xie Jianzhong. Maybe it was because she felt sorry for Wang Suifan? Thinking of this reason, Xie Jianhua's expression suddenly changed to something strange. Unable to hold back, Xie Jianhua cautiously asked, Qing, what did my brother do to upset you? He was genuinely curious. The two brothers had separated and could live their own lives peacefully. He didn't expect Su Qing and Xie Jianzhong's relationship to become so tense. From what Xie Jianhua knew about his brother, Xie Jianzhong was usually quiet at home and couldn't even control his younger siblings, so it was unlikely he would provoke someone as strong as Su Qing. Does your brother dare to upset me? Su Qing's voice turned cold as she replied, he only dares to upset your parents. I can't stand his attitude of trying to control them. Mom is such a good person and cares for me, so of course, I have to stand up for her. So that was the reason. Just then, as they were talking about Xie Jianzhong, they spotted him passing by the entrance of the workplace. Xie Jianhua waved and called out to his brother, who quickly replied, I'm heading to work. I'll be late. At this time, there weren't many people around, and Su Qing glanced at her watch. You're not going to be late. You already are. Even on a day off, hearing the word late made Xie Jianhua frown. They had separated and started their own families, yet he still couldn't manage his own affairs, which seemed unreliable. But they were all adults now, so Xie Jianhua didn't say much and quietly went shopping with Su Qing. They left early, without a strong purpose. They intended to buy shoes but didn't find any they liked, so they wandered around and ended up visiting Master Lu for some martial arts practice. After wandering for the morning, they returned home just in time for lunch. As soon as they entered, Xie Jianhua was met with a disapproving glare from Wang Suifan. I told you coming back would cause trouble. Look at what you've done, she scolded. Though he didn't know why, Xie Jianhua quickly replied, I understand, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. He hadn't caused any trouble. He had just been out all morning. He felt completely wronged. Do you know you were wrong and still have that expression? Who are you provoking? Wang Suifan put her hands on her hips and asked, Can you tell me where you went wrong? Without waiting for Xie Jianhua to answer, Wang Suifan knew he wouldn't be able to say anything. She pointed out directly, It's one thing for you to mess around outside. Why did you involve Qingqing? She's a good-natured person who doesn't dare to confront you or speak harshly to you, so you take advantage of her, right? You even hit her. Before Xie Jianhua and Su Qing returned, Wang Suifan had already received information about their encounter. Even though Su Qing also practiced martial arts, she had only trained for a short time. So Wang Suifan directly concluded that Xie Jianhua was bullying Su Qing. When Xie Jianhua was scolded, Su Qing didn't immediately defend him. Instead, she moved closer to Wang Suifan and took the initiative to admit her fault. Mom, it's my fault. I made you worry. You must have been really anxious just now. Su Qing showed through her actions that she cares for others, but she cares even more for someone else. When he was scolded, Su Qing's comfort was indeed directed at Wang Suifan. After calming Wang Suifan's emotions, Su Qing explained, Jianhua didn't bully me. We were just playing around. When we were fighting, he even went easy on me. They were just having fun that morning. But when Wang Suifan heard that her son and daughter-in-law were fighting, she couldn't help but worry. Plus, they had been outside for so long, and the longer she waited, the more her anxiety grew. Xie Jianhua had never been a well-behaved child. When he was younger, he often got into fights and made other kids cry, and Wang Suifan had to apologize to other parents frequently. As he grew older and learned martial arts, he became even more arrogant, often leading fights among the neighborhood kids. It was only after he joined the army that he seemed to mature a lot. However, the new image of stability was quickly accepted by outsiders, but Wang Suifan, who had watched her son grow up, felt he was just pretending. Wang Suifan knew they probably weren't really fighting, but she feared the worst, worried that Xie Jianhua might accidentally hurt Su Qing. He can be rough. You weren't hurt, were you, Qingqing? No, I'm fine. Su Qing continued to reassure her, rolling up her sleeve to show Wang Suifan her arm. Su Qing understood that Wang Suifan was just too worried about her and too afraid of being bullied by Xie Jianhua. That's why she rushed in to support her at the first sign of trouble. No matter how fiercely Wang Suifan scolded Xie Jianhua, she was still a fragile mother at heart. There is no true empathy in this world. At least, not for Xie Jianhua. While Su Qing was comforting Wang Suifan, Xie Jianhua just watched silently. When he saw that Wang Suifan had calmed down and stopped scolding, he finally spoke up to explain himself. Qingqing practices really well. Even if it came to a fight, we might be evenly matched. Mom, you really don't need to worry so much. Yeah, Mom, I'm pretty tough now, Su Qing chimed in, supporting him. In a fair fight, Su Qing might not win, but she had some tricks up her sleeve. When she got desperate, she almost used a sneaky move but remembered that he was her man and reluctantly gave it up. Xie Jianhua seemed to be scared, so he backed off and didn't take things too seriously. Well, he shouldn't have laid a hand on you, Wang Suifan said, glaring at Xie Jianhua. A man who hits his own woman is not worth much. Xie Jianhua quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Jianhua, you were wrong this time. Look, have I ever laid a hand on your mom all these years? This isn't how we do things at home. Let's just forget this time, but don't let it happen again. Okay, I promise it won't happen again, Xie Jianhua replied firmly. No matter how he acted outside, at home, he was still the younger brother. After all, he had been scolded by Wang Suifan since he was little, so he had thick skin. He even remembered times when Wang Suifan chased him with a stick. Such criticism felt minor to him. He didn't feel ashamed, just a bit frustrated. And that frustration didn't come from the scolding itself, but from seeing that Wang Suifan was the one being aggressive. Even in this situation, Su Qing still felt more sympathy for Wang Suifan. He was clearly a few steps behind Wang Suifan. Once Wang Suifin was in a better mood, Su Qing finally had time to talk to Xie Jianhua. Xie Jianhua, feeling a bit proud, said, "Isn't it a bit late for you to comfort me now?" "Late? Not at all," Su Qing replied with a smile. "As long as I want to comfort you, it's never too late." There was some truth to that, as hearing Su Qing say this did lift his spirits a bit. Late sweet words are still sweet words. With his mood improved, Xie Jianhua stopped feeling down and decided to check on his younger siblings' study progress. "How did you two do with the tasks I assigned you this morning?" Xie Jianhua took on a serious teacher's demeanor and reached for his younger brother's textbook. "Second brother, it's too much. Too difficult," Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying complained at the same time. "Difficult?" Xie Jianhua questioned. "What have you two been learning for the past year? I know you haven't finished your high school courses. I just want to check your basics. And you still say it's hard? Have you really been paying attention in school?" The truth was they hadn't. Without the ability to take the college entrance exam, they could only rely on recommendations for the Workers' and Peasants' University, and their school might only have 1 or 2 spots each year. If their grades weren't in the top 3, and their family background wasn't impressive, they had no chance of getting a spot. Both Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying felt they had no hope of seizing this slim opportunity, so they decided to give up. As long as they got their high school diplomas, they thought that would be enough for finding a job. Even though Wang Suifin often talked about college, they didn't take it seriously. They did believe some of the information Xie Jianhua brought home. In their eyes, he was capable, and his words carried more weight than Wang Suifin's. Since Xie Jianhua had just returned from outside, his information felt reliable. When he visited Master Lu with Su Qing in the morning, he also shared his thoughts about the college entrance exam and reminded Master Lu to keep an eye on his younger son's studies, and Master Lu believed him. Besides family, Xie Jianhua planned to give a heads-up to good friends as well. He didn't have many relatives or friends, and there weren't enough spots in college for everyone. There was no real competition among them. If someone could seize this opportunity, it would make his good intentions worthwhile. The insider information Xie Jianhua shared was well received by those who heard it. It was like how people working at the supply and marketing cooperative would inform their relatives and friends about hard-to-find goods, letting them know when to line up, especially during the holidays when good meat was available for their people first. The news about the college entrance exam that Xie Jianhua shared was like a reminder to line up early for meat. Just getting the information and being able to line up in advance was already a good deal. If they couldn't get the meat, it wasn't a big deal. Gossip isn't always reliable, but trying doesn't take much effort. Because of the trust in Xie Jianhua, when Xie Jiankong opened his book, he had a good attitude toward studying. But after half an hour, he couldn't keep it up. An hour later, he fell asleep, and he slept quite soundly. Xie Jianhua is very submissive to his wife and mother, but he has a completely different attitude towards his younger brother. He doesn't hold back at all. "Xie Jiankong, come here and get ready." Su Qing and Wang Suifin were sitting together reading a newspaper that Xie Kezi brought back at noon. It was yesterday's paper. It costs money to subscribe to a newspaper, but they can get the previous day's paper for free from work. To practice her writing, Wang Suifin would copy down the important information, while Su Qing was less meticulous and just skimmed through it. Just as they reached a key point, they saw Xie Jianhua rolling up his sleeves, ready to hit his brother. Su Qing immediately raised her hand and said, "I'll go help you close the door." After saying that, she hurried to latch the door, smiling as she stood by the entrance to watch. This couple's teamwork made Xie Jiankong's jaw tremble with anger. Having such a second brother was bad enough, but now he had to deal with a second sister-in-law too. His life was so tough. The worst part was that Xie Jianhua's task was assigned to him and Xie Guiying together, but he would never hit his sister. So, even though he hadn't completed the task, he was the only one getting punished. Xie Guiying would only get a mild scolding. In comparison, his situation looked particularly grim. Su Qing, standing there, comforted him. "Little brother, it's okay. Your second brother knows how to control himself. He won't hurt you. It's just a little lesson, right, Jianhua?"
"Right."
Xie Jianhua nodded. He gestured for Xie Jiankong to come over, saying, "Are you coming by yourself, or Do I need to come get you? Before Xie Jiankong could respond, Su Qing eagerly chimed in. You should go get him. She loved the low-key version of come catch me, big boss. Second sister-in-law. This is too much. Xie Jiankong didn't have the courage to resist. Knowing he couldn't win against Xie Jianhua, and with the door closed by Su Qing, he had no choice but to walk up to Xie Jianhua and extend his palm. Second brother, can you go easy on me? Xie Jianhua intended to teach him a lesson, so he didn't hold back. As soon as he struck, Xie Jiankong cried out. While he still had some sense, Xie Jiankong tried to act obedient, but when it really hurt, he couldn't help but want to dodge. However, he couldn't escape, and the part of him that had the most flesh, his backside, got hit even more. Feeling pain in his rear to the point of limping, Xie Jiankong couldn't help but complain to Wang Suifan, Mom, look at my second brother. He's hitting me too hard. My backside is going to be bruised. Just now, Wang Suifan scolded Xie Jianhua for being too rough with Su Qing. Xie Jiankong felt that reporting his second brother was a precise strike, hitting him right where it hurt. But Wang Suifan just glanced at him with a calm expression and cold voice, saying, Isn't this fine? He didn't kill you. Ah! Xie Jiankong couldn't believe it. Since when did too rough mean actually killing someone? If he were really dead, what would he be reporting? Why was his mom treating him like this? It was just too much. He was so angry, he wanted to clench his fists, but halfway through, he realized his hands hurt, his bottom hurt, and most importantly, his heart hurt for himself. Xie Jiankong's little expression looked pitiful and wronged. But when Wang Suifan saw him, instead of feeling sorry, she oddly felt a bit pleased. She didn't hide it and said directly, I've wanted to deal with you for a long time. Your second brother really helped me out. Now Xie Jiankong's expression couldn't hold back any longer. The sky was falling. His whole family was bullying him. Why was he so unfortunate? Xie Jianhua lightly pushed him. All right, stop looking like that.
Just keep studying.
I know how to control myself. It won't affect your learning. My arm hurts. My bottom hurts. What if my bones are dislocated? Hurt. Come here, let me check. If your bones are out of place, I'll fix them. I not only know how to hit, but I also know how to heal. Xie Jianhua showed a dangerous smile. With my years of experience, I can guarantee that however I hurt you, I can fix it. No thanks. I'm going to study right away. Xie Jiankong quickly changed his attitude. Su Qing laughed. Wow, doctor, you're quite impressive. He really has a knack for making people study. One hit from Xie Jianhua was worth 10 days of nagging from Wang Suifan. Su Qing jogged over to Wang Suifan and said in front of Xie Jiankong, Mom, I really envy my little brother. So many people care about him. If I were him, I'd be so moved. Did Xie Jiankong feel moved? He didn't dare to move. Although Xie Jianhua was studying at the academy and the management wasn't as strict as in the military, there weren't many long breaks. Even during winter and summer vacations, they had extra training. The hard-earned time off would be gone after just a few days at home. However, his main purpose for coming back this time was to remind relatives and friends about the important college entrance exam. It was crucial to clarify this matter. He couldn't relax until it was settled. Everything else was secondary. Before leaving, Xie Jianhua couldn't help but ask Su Qing, Are you really not coming with me? I won't go. I'll stay at home and take care of your parents, Su Qing gently declined. Worried that Xie Jianhua would insist, Su Qing didn't dare to say anything like I'll miss you when she sent him off to the train station. She coldly put him on the train. Their relationship felt quite distant. Whether her husband was around or not didn't greatly affect Su Qing. However, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying were thrilled. The tiger of the household was finally gone, and they felt free. As soon as the train started moving, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying exchanged excited glances and high-fived, unable to hide their smiles. Ha! Second brother is finally gone. Is it that big of a deal? Su Qing turned to look at them. Of course it is. He doesn't push you to study. He just takes you out to have fun, shopping, and watching movies. Xie Jiankong trailed off. He stopped himself, realizing he might get upset if he continued. Xie Jianhua had different standards for his wife and his younger siblings. No matter how unmotivated his wife was, he could still support her. His job and position made it manageable. But his siblings needed to rely on themselves in the future. They had to work hard. Su Qing was very self-motivated. When they lived together, Xie Jianhua saw that even without supervision, she would find time to study, sometimes even more efficiently than he did. In contrast, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying lacked self-discipline and had little motivation for independent study. Even with rewards dangled in front of them or threats behind them, they could only maintain their enthusiasm for a short time. Once Xie Jianhua left, that enthusiasm quickly faded, and when Wang Suifan wasn't paying attention, they sneaked out to play basketball. On their way home, Wang Suifan caught them red-handed. "What were you two doing?" Wang Suifan asked angrily. "Have you forgotten what your second brother said?" "We haven't forgotten. But wasn't that just his guess?" There was no official notice. "Slowing down our study pace is fine," Xie Jiankong replied nonchalantly. The enticing promise of studying was tempting at first, but over time, its appeal faded. Studying requires persistence. Not only Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying, who had been reminded, but also other friends who had been informed by Xie Jianhua, found it hard to stay focused after a few days of review. The ones who could hold on better were the young people from the countryside. Those who grew up with Xie Jianhua and couldn't find a job in the city have mostly gone to the countryside. Only those who have experienced busy farming seasons understand what it means to go to college after taking the college entrance exam. No matter how slim the hope is, they all want to grasp it. Xie Jianhua isn't reborn. He has no idea about future policies for going to the countryside. He encourages his younger siblings to study, hoping to spare them from hardships in the future so they won't have to farm for a living. But if young people are willing to follow their elders' plans, they are no longer truly young. At Xie Jiankong's age, it's impossible to follow a set plan step by step. In response to Wang Suifan's criticism, Xie Jiankong boldly retorted, "Mom, you only blame us. Why don't you ask the government why they gave us a holiday? There must be a reason for it." This left Wang Suifan confused. She had no idea why the government declared a holiday. Unable to answer, she felt diminished and didn't pursue her younger son further. Although Wang Suifan didn't understand, she wasn't afraid to ask questions. As soon as Su Qing returned, she brought up this issue with her. "Why doesn't Xie Jiankong dare to ask his older brother about this?" Su Qing laughed in frustration and said, "He's just picking on the weak." He knew that Wang Suifan hadn't been educated and felt insecure about studying, which is why he tried to mislead her. Wang Suifan was strong-willed, but in some ways, she was seen as an easy target by Xie Jiankong. Su Qing rolled up her sleeves and said, "Mom, where's my little brother?" "I know the answer to that question," he just asked. "I can answer him with my fists." "Oh, why bother with him? It's a waste of time. Go study. Jianhua specially brought you books. You should read them," Wang Suifan quickly urged. She wasn't worried about her son. She was afraid it would distract Su Qing from her studies. The notice for the college entrance exam would be issued by the People's Daily in October, and the exam was at the end of the year, so time was running out. Su Qing hadn't properly attended high school and was relying on self-study, which made Wang Suifan very anxious for her. From her own children's performances, she could see that studying was not an easy task. It wasn't a big deal if two of her biological children slacked off, but Wang Suifan was genuinely worried that Su Qing might give up. She quickly reassured her, "Jiankong and Guiying may not have talent, but you're different. You have hope. Don't worry about them, just focus on your own studies. If you study well at home today, I'll make you fried chicken, fried potatoes, and crispy meat." Su Qing smiled and said, "No need for everyone to come. Let's just make some fried pork today." Wang Suifan's current level of study only allows her to read books and newspapers. She can't understand high school knowledge. She isn't sure if Su Qing is really studying, but as long as Su Qing looks like she is trying, it makes her feel reassured. Among the children at home, Xie Jianhua is the most successful and has a bright future. If he lives a long life, Wang Suifan wouldn't worry about Su Qing's future. She could still live comfortably relying on a man. However, since Xie Jianhua's troubles aren't over, Wang Xuefan naturally wants to encourage Su Qing to stand on her own. If Su Qing can get into a good university and have a bright future, it wouldn't be a big deal if something happened to a man. Wang Xuefan's pre-exam anxiety isn't something Su Qing experiences, but she understands it. Many parents of senior high school students feel the same way. If she wants to read, then she should read. After all, she has the time. Because they're so close, Wang Xuefan always knows exactly what Su Qing needs. When Su Qing had just gained 5 pounds and was unsure whether to continue enjoying delicious food, Wang Xuefan changed her approach. Mom saw a dress on the street a couple days ago that looked really nice on a girl. It wasn't sold in department stores, so it must have been bought elsewhere. I remember the style, and I'll buy fabric to make it for you. You'll look great in it. That's not necessary, Su Qing replied earnestly. I know you mean well, Mom. I'll study hard. Yes, yes. I love seeing you in pretty clothes. Just imagine you all dressed up, sitting at your desk, with a gentle breeze blowing. I really enjoy that. Wang Xuefan's words sounded a bit too flirtatious, making Su Qing feel a bit shy. Then go ahead and make yourself a new outfit, Mom, Su Qing said, her smile wide and clearly happy. Just wait. I'm skilled at this, and summer clothes are simple, so it won't take long. Su Qing reminded her, don't forget to make yourself a new outfit too.
I know.
I have enough to wear now, Wang Xuefan replied confidently. At first, when Su Qing insisted they buy new clothes together, Wang Xuefan felt a bit reluctant and didn't want to spend the money. But after getting used to it, she didn't mind anymore and became decisive about it. Wang Xuefan became more open-minded. Not only did her wardrobe grow, but even Xie Jianhua benefited with a few new clothes. However, the 2 younger kids at home only saw their clothes getting patched more, with no sign of new outfits. Seeing Su Qing getting new clothes again, it wasn't just Xie Guiying who felt uncomfortable. Even Xie Jiankong, who wasn't very concerned about appearances, felt jealous. Mom, what's going on? Why are you making dresses for my sister-in-law again? Xie Jiankong asked directly in front of everyone. Wang Xuefan casually replied, your brother asked for them, saying it's to encourage Qingqing to study hard. Hearing this, Xie Jiankong was both angry and amused. Brother is really funny. He rewards my sister-in-law with gifts, but I get punished. This is too much. He felt sorry for himself, thinking he was really unfortunate to have such a brother and sister-in-law. With a sad face, Xie Jiankong hoped his parents would sympathize with him. But Wang Xuefan ignored him, and even Xie Kezi didn't pay him any attention. Seeing he still wanted to complain, Xie Kezi even scolded him a bit. Too much? Your brother is not being unreasonable at all. You just haven't been disciplined enough. Don't say your brother hits you. I want to hit you right now.
Ah?
Xie Jiankong instantly shrank back, feeling both scared and dumbfounded. Look at what you've been doing lately. Just yesterday, I saw you laughing and playing around at the factory. That was because the factory had an event. As a family member of an employee, I had to join in. Xie Jiankong thought he had a valid reason. Guiying has a performance, but you don't. Why are you jumping around? Xie Kezi was frustrated. Look at your sister-in-law, then look at yourself. Your brother has tried to advise you. The food is practically delivered to you, and you won't even eat it. You're so disappointing. I don't even want to deal with you anymore. Seeing Xie Kezi getting serious, Wang Xuefan looked at him appreciatively. Before going to bed, Wang Xuefan talked a lot with Xie Kezi about the kids. She felt frustrated with them and didn't want to care too much, but she also didn't want to see them become a useless mess. After all, she had raised them for so many years. She didn't want to be too involved, but seeing Xie Jiankong being unmotivated made her angry, so she pushed Xie Kezi to take more responsibility. Xie Kezi, like Xie Jianhua, believed in strict discipline. He straightforwardly told the 2 kids, your mom, your brother, and I are all worried about your future, while you 2 just think about playing every day. Things are not like they were a few years ago. Many jobs are now very competitive. Work is not easy to find, and your dad's connections won't help as much. Now, they needed to earn more money. Plus, Many jobs that paid well didn't require much skill or offer much room for growth. Wang Suifan has money to help her children find jobs, but she never brings it up with Xie Kezi. She isn't generous enough to spend money on her ungrateful children. She will take responsibility for raising her 2 kids and encourage them to develop positively, but spending her extra money is out of the question. It's fortunate that her 2 children are only a few years apart, but they happen to be twins. Even if Xie Kezi can help, he can only choose one of them. He plans to send his daughter to join a performing arts troupe, but given the current situation, he can only send her to the selection process. The rest depends on her own abilities. This selection opportunity shouldn't be underestimated. Outsiders without connections can't even get the news. Those participating in the selection usually have some connections, making the process more fair. Getting into the performing arts troupe is not guaranteed, and Xie Kezi doesn't dare tell Xie Guiying, fearing it might make her slack off in her studies. As for his son, there's no way to arrange anything at home for now. He will have to go to the countryside for a while before figuring out how to return to the city. Xie Kezi also hopes to use the future crisis to motivate his children. However, the effect is similar to when Xie Jianhua scolded someone. It only pushed Xie Jiankong to work hard for a few days before his motivation faded again. Just when Xie Jiankong was feeling the most relaxed about studying, the People's Daily suddenly announced the resumption of the college entrance examination. When he saw the newspaper, Xie Jiankong was so shocked he almost jumped up. They really are bringing back the college entrance exam. A group of students in his class passed around the newspaper, each one looking very excited. After all, they were high school students, the ones closest to the exam. Quick, when you're done, pass the newspaper to me. I want to see it too. After all these years, the college entrance exam is finally back. We are so lucky. We can go to college now. That's amazing. Most high school graduates from other years have moved on from their studies and are definitely not as prepared as they are now. Compared to them, this year's students have a clear advantage. Xie Jiankong has an even greater advantage over his classmates because Xie Jianhua had already informed the family. Xie Jianhua not only returned home to share the news, but also prepared study materials and set up a study plan for Xie Jiankong. But plans are just plans. Once Xie Jianhua left, Xie Jiankong completely disregarded the plan. Now he feels a deep sense of regret. They really are bringing back the college entrance exam. They really are bringing it back. Xie Jiankong kept repeating this to himself, wanting to hit himself but hesitating because he didn't want to feel pain. After feeling down for a while, Xie Jiankong finally comforted himself. Most people are just finding out about this now. I am reading a book now, so I will definitely come quickly. In the past, the study habits in their class were quite ordinary, with many students slacking off. But once the news about the resumption of college entrance exams came out, the students' enthusiasm for studying soared instantly. Stimulated by his classmates, Xie Jiankong no longer needed reminders at home. After washing the dishes, he diligently flipped through books and practiced problems. You know the ship is sinking, so you should have prepared earlier. If you had listened to your second brother, you wouldn't be so panicked now. Seeing Xie Jiankong's last-minute efforts, Wang Suifan felt a sense of relief. With the college entrance exam confirmed, Wang Suifan felt more at ease and had a legitimate reason to teach her son a lesson. Who says studying is useless? This opportunity has come, hasn't it? They say experience matters, and she knew it all along. Humph. Just wait and see. Speaking of this, Wang Suifan felt quite frustrated. Actually, Wang Suifan shared similar thoughts with Xie Jianhua. With so many students being admitted to universities, those around them were not really competitors. Usually, she would remind Su Qing and a few others, as well as her older friends, to pay attention to their children's studies. Now that the news about the college entrance exam resumption was out, no one praised her foresight. Everyone praised Xie Jianhua instead, saying he had many connections and his information was accurate. What does the second brother's news matter? He was just guessing about next year. Now everyone is praising him. In this matter, Wang Suifan didn't want to ride on her son's coattails. She could shine on her own. Because they are all foolish. They don't know how capable mom is, Su Qing said. In my eyes, Jianhua is not as smart as you. You are the one who can predict things in our family. To be honest, Xie Jianhua didn't expect the higher-ups to act so quickly and make such a big decision. Normally, the college entrance exams are held in the summer, and it's rare to have them in winter. He thought that even with the frequent meetings, they would schedule it for next year, not rush it this year. This timing surprised everyone. But since he wasn't taking the exam, as an outsider, he had already done everything he could. Now it was up to Su Qing and Xie Jiankong to put in their own efforts. Before the news about the college entrance exam was confirmed, Xie Jianhua had still been encouraging study. Once the People's Daily published the news, he stepped back. At this point, he didn't need to encourage them anymore. Those who needed to study would naturally do so. Even Xie Jiankong understood the urgency of last-minute efforts, showing the pressure the resumption of the college entrance exam brought to the students. Su Qing was doing well. She started reviewing and gathering materials a year in advance, so she felt prepared and was naturally calm. While Xie Jiankong was busy studying, Su Qing was leisurely reading the newspaper. Our province is quite efficient. The national government just announced the college entrance exam, and our province quickly set the exam date. I bet the leaders have been holding meetings every night. Seeing the important news, Su Qing shook the newspaper and shared it with Wang Suifan. The government decided to reinstate the college entrance exam, but each province had to organize it themselves, and their province was relatively quick. This situation made Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying even more anxious. They found the study materials brought back by Xie Jianhua difficult, and even the math problems assigned by their teachers seemed hard. With so many mistakes, what's the point of taking the exam? I probably won't pass, Xie Jiankong lamented. Hearing such defeatist talk made Wang Suifan angry, and she couldn't help but scold him. Why are you panicking now? Where were you earlier? If you really think you won't pass, then don't sign up. You'll save 50 cents on the registration fee. But I still need to register. I have to give it a try, Xie Jiankong replied, now hesitant to express his worries. His tuition for the semester was just over 4 yuan, so 50 cents for the registration fee felt quite expensive. Many classmates were signing up, and he even had to borrow that 50 cents from others. Compared to them, Xie Jiankong didn't worry about food or money, and he even had enough study materials. His only concern was studying, which made him feel quite fortunate. He couldn't help but feel a bit wronged, saying, I'm only in my second year of high school and haven't graduated yet. Isn't it normal to find studying tough? I think it would be more suitable for me to take the exam next year. Is it suitable for you to still be in high school? Is it suitable for your second sister-in-law, who only graduated from elementary school? Or for someone who graduated from high school and has been working in the countryside for nearly 10 years? You're just taking advantage and complaining, Wang Suifan retorted. I'm not going to worry about you. If you can't pass, you can go work in the countryside. Thinking about how he had to repeat 4 years in his past life, Wang Suifan felt speechless. She was determined not to let her son repeat so many years again. However, Su Qing could repeat a year. Having experienced her son's struggles, Wang Suifan didn't take the idea of going to college for granted. Those who hadn't been through it thought getting into a good university or passing civil service exams was as easy as drinking water. But for Wang Suifan, getting into college felt like climbing a mountain. Even her own children who graduated from high school found it challenging, so the difficulty for someone like Su Qing, who hadn't even finished elementary school, was even greater. Even if Su Qing seems smarter, Wang Suifan didn't set high goals for her. It doesn't matter what university you get into or how many years it takes. As long as you can get in, both of us will have our pride. Don't worry, Mom, Su Qing assured, patting her chest. It's not like she was being asked to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. With such low expectations, she was sure she could do it. Before she traveled back in time, she had taken the exam once and did well, so taking it again wouldn't be a big deal. The Xie family had 3 students registered for the college entrance exam, and recently, Sister Li and the others stopped coming to talk to Wang Suifan. Instead, she had to go find them. When chatting at Sister Li's house next door, they weren't as carefree as before. If something funny happened, they would laugh quietly. This quieter atmosphere was perfect for gossip. While talking, Sister Zhou brought up Zhang Dahong. Isn't your eldest daughter-in-law about to give birth? Is it a grandson? I haven't seen your eldest son and his wife visit you in months. As mothers-in-law, they naturally viewed things from that perspective, suspecting Zhang Dahong wanted to use the grandchild to make Wang Xuefan back down. Wang Xuefan didn't want Zhang Dahong to take the blame. She explained, I don't know what Zhang Dahong thinks, and I don't care. Jianzhong isn't coming back because I told him not to. His behavior makes me angry. Why should she compete with her daughter-in-law? She hadn't raised Zhang Dahong, and her daughter-in-law only thought of herself, not considering her mother-in-law's feelings. She only cared about her son. Still angry? Sisterly asked with concern. I'm still angry when I think about it, Wang Xuefan said, jabbing the needle in her hand into the shoe insole. I worried so much about Jianzhong's health when he was young, rushing to the hospital at night. And now, for a woman, he forgets all about me and his father. What can I expect from him in the future? What about the grandchild? Are you not going to help when Zhang Dahong is in confinement? Isn't Zhang Dahong's mother free? I never received any respect from Zhang Dahong. Her monthly salary goes to her family, so it's only right for her mother to help out. Wang Xuefan argued logically, I have 3 college entrance exam students at home. If they get into university, their lives will be completely different. I have to take care of my 3 first. As soon as she said this, everyone nodded in agreement. 3 precious college students are far more valuable than that grandchild. If Wang Xuefan stayed home and didn't help take care of her grandchildren, people would definitely start talking. While everyone agrees that daughters-in-law should respect their mothers-in-law, they also believe that mothers-in-law should help their daughters-in-law during their recovery and assist with the grandchildren. However, everyone has their own opinions. With 3 students preparing for college entrance exams in the family, 2 of them being her own daughter and son, it's clear which way the balance tips, especially considering the past conflicts between Wang Xuefan and Xie Jianzhong. If it were them, they would prioritize their own children over the grandchildren. If your Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying both get into college, you won't have to worry about them going to the countryside. My son has been there for many years, and I don't know if he can come back, someone remarked. Your kids are just lucky. They happen to benefit from good policies this year, another replied. The younger 2 are high school students, and they signed up for the exams. But why did your Su Qing sign up too? Didn't she just finish elementary school? After spending so many years in the countryside, she must have forgotten everything she learned. Someone questioned. Wang Xuefan could boast about Su Qing at home, but she wouldn't dare put pressure on her outside. She pretended to be indifferent and said, let's give it a try. She's just sitting around anyway, so I let her sign up with Jiankong and the others. This child actually loves reading. When she has free time, she looks at her older brother's high school textbooks. I learned to read from her. Wang Xuefan, who went from being illiterate to someone who can read newspapers, owes it all to Su Qing, and everyone knows that. They were just questioning Su Qing's education, saying if Su Qing loves reading, why didn't she finish elementary school? She should have continued her studies. Without a high school diploma, even having a middle school diploma would help her. Oh, you all know how Su Qing's mother is. She doesn't care for her child like I do, Wang Xuefan openly criticized, even in front of Su Qing. The first 3 batches of students, who were part of the initial Down to the Countryside movement, could directly sign up for the college entrance exams. Others, who hadn't graduated from high school, had to meet various requirements. Now that high school lasts only 2 years, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying, as second-year students, were organized by their school to register. Su Qing's registration was arranged with help from someone at Wang Xuefan's workplace, which involved much more complicated procedures. If anyone could sign up without conditions, it would put too much strain on the education system. Even with strict rules in place, many people still signed up. After all, it had been 10 years since the college entrance exam was restored, and there were many eager young people. So, before the exam, the local area organized a test to screen candidates. Those who performed poorly wouldn't need to participate in the main exam and could just go home and rest. This test was important for qualification, and everyone took it seriously, even though it wasn't the actual college entrance exam. Wang Suifan was worried about the test. Before it started, she couldn't help but discuss it with Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying. The exam is at your school, so please look after Qingqing. Remember to tell her what the teachers remind you about. She doesn't have much experience. There was no need for Wang Suifan to plead with her children. Su Qing quickly replied, "No need, Mom, I'll be fine." If anything, she was the most experienced when it came to exams. "Isn't your sister-in-law quite capable?" Xie Jiankong complained, but under Wang Suifan's glare, he added, Okay. Honestly, there's not much to remind her about. It's our first time too. Everyone is new to this." Their teachers couldn't offer much advice either, mostly just telling them to write neatly and to tackle the questions they knew first. Xie Jiankong honestly repeated this advice to Su Qing. Hearing it made her feel a bit annoyed. Teachers had always said the same things throughout history. On the day of the screening exam, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying went to school to meet their classmates before entering the exam room together. Su Qing, however, was personally taken by Wang Suifan. "Go on in and take your exam. After you finish, we'll meet under this tree," Wang Suifan said. "Okay, I'll go in now. Mom, be careful outside. If it gets cold, go home quickly," Su Qing replied. Being sent off by family, whether in the past or now, was a new experience for Su Qing. She didn't refuse Wang Suifan's kindness. It made both of them feel at ease. She only reminded Wang Suifan to dress warmly in the morning to avoid catching a cold. The exam questions were not difficult for Su Qing. After quickly scanning the paper, she felt relaxed. However, many others in the exam room seemed relieved as well, so Su Qing didn't think her ability to answer the questions was anything special. This was just a screening exam, not the real college entrance exam. When Su Qing exited the exam room feeling lighthearted, Wang Suifan eagerly asked, "How is it? Was it difficult? Do you think you can pass?" "It wasn't hard. Most people should be able to pass," Su Qing replied confidently. Wang Suifan sighed in relief. "As long as you don't find it hard, that's good. Just now, a guy with a comb-over came out in front of you, looking like a character from a war movie, and he said he failed right away, which made me really nervous." Because of her own feelings, Wang Suifan described the person negatively. However, what he said still made her anxious. Even though Su Qing said it was easy and that he would pass, she wasn't so sure. After all, Su Qing wasn't trained in school. She learned on her own. If she missed any important points, it would be a disaster, and they would have to wait until next year to try again. Wang Suifan felt tense, while Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying seemed more relaxed. "Mom, this exam is just basic high school knowledge. Anyone who has gone through high school knows I can pass," Xie Jiankong said confidently. Wang Suifan nodded dismissively, I know. In the past, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying had also passed and received their college entrance exam qualifications. Even if they didn't love studying, they were still serious high school students with a solid foundation. The problem was that they couldn't pass the college entrance exam, no matter how many times they tried. Wang Suifan had little expectation for her younger son. However, this exam was just a screening test, and it helped boost Xie Jiankong's confidence. When he got the results showing he passed, he couldn't help but brag in front of Wang Suifan. "Mom, see? I passed. Exams aren't that hard. You're just worrying too much." "Am I worrying too much?" Wang Suifan thought about scolding him. After finishing the exam, Xie Jiankong's self-doubt vanished, replaced by overconfidence. He even painted a bright future for Wang Suifan, saying, "This time for the college entrance exam, I have more confidence than my sister-in-law. Once I get into college, you'll be proud to walk around, and everyone will envy you." Wang Suifan's eyes glazed over. This sounds familiar. It seems like my son was saying the same things in my past life. Wang Suifan was not blinded by love. She was very clear-headed. Listening to her younger son boast, she couldn't help but give him a little nudge. "Stop talking so much. If you hadn't said that, I might have had a bit of confidence in you." Now, she had no confidence in Xie Jiankong at all. But she knew to be careful with her words before the exam, so she didn't say anything negative about the possibility of failing. Instead, She urged Xie Jiankong to go study and review quickly.
I'm study. I'm study.
I've been working hard at school lately, Xie Jiankong defended himself. After a long day of studying, he naturally wanted to relax at home. So, he seemed quite leisurely, and his study habits didn't compare to Su Qing's. But could Su Qing really be compared to him? Su Qing's real education level is elementary school, but she is a serious high school student. Of course, Su Qing should work hard. Even Xie Jianhua praises Su Qing for learning quickly and well, but what does that really mean? Xie Jianhua has to say nice things. Both Xie Jianhua and Wang Suifan have been charmed by Su Qing and are clearly biased. Their opinions about her can be taken with a grain of salt, or even less. It's also Su Qing's fault for not playing with them, which has led to misunderstandings about her abilities. There is an age gap between them, and they're of different genders, which adds to the subtle tension. They usually can't compete for attention against Su Qing, but this time, during the college entrance exam, Xie Jiankong feels a bit hopeful. Maybe to prove something, Xie Jiankong couldn't help but ask Wang Suifan, "Mom, I want to eat fish." "Then we'll have fish tomorrow," Wang Suifan replied readily. Students before the college entrance exam have certain privileges. Even if Xie Jiankong can be a bit spoiled, Wang Suifan is willing to indulge him during this time. Seeing him so pleased makes it hard for Su Qing to focus on her studies. She looked up and sweetly said to Wang Suifan, "Mom, I also want to eat fish, but I want soft-shelled turtle." Wang Suifan quickly responded, "Then we'll have soft-shelled turtle tomorrow. It's good for you. What about my fish?" Xie Jiankong asked, heartbroken. Wang Suifan replied as if it were obvious, "The fish won't run away. We can have it in a couple of days." Isn't it clear whose needs are more important? What's there to argue about? No way. Can we have it later? Xie Jiankong protested. This isn't just about the fish. Su Qing glanced at him and chuckled. It really isn't just about the fish. After smiling at Xie Jiankong, Su Qing immediately changed her expression and said to Wang Suifan, "It's okay, Mom. Let's do what my little brother wants. I can be a little uncomfortable, but we can't let him feel bad." Hearing this, Wang Suifan immediately felt sympathetic. Su Qing continued, being both gentle and considerate, "I don't want to make it hard for Mom." "Oh, dear. Why are you always thinking of others? You should think about yourself too," Wang Suifan said, clearly moved. The more considerate Su Qing is, the more it highlights Xie Jiankong's lack of thoughtfulness. Now, Wang Suifan doesn't even want to cook fish for Xie Jiankong. She glared at her younger son and scolded, "All you think about is eating. If you don't do well on the exam, you won't have anything good to eat." "I won't eat then," Xie Jiankong said, feeling wronged, but he didn't dare to argue anymore. Take a look at the previous match history. He has never won against Su Qing. Now that they are facing each other again, Xie Jiankong has lost his spirit and given up. At first, Xie Jiankong tried to put up a little fight, but Su Qing quickly countered him. Who can outsmart her? Su Qing raised an eyebrow proudly and said to Xie Jiankong, "Little brother, you should focus more on your studies." Xie Jiankong didn't want to talk anymore and fell silent. Without the pressure of the college entrance exam, he didn't understand how terrifying it was to face so many challenges. If she couldn't afford to relax, how could he? What good student doesn't practice before an exam and instead just enjoys good food at home? At least try to get into college and secure a job so that Mom can feel at ease about you, Su Qing said earnestly, like a caring sister-in-law. The main issue was that Wang Suifan was too kind and soft-hearted. She was disappointed in her children, but still hoped they would have a good life, which made Su Qing worry. However, that kindness and softness were Su Qing's own thoughts. Others, even her own family, didn't share the same view. When Xie Jianzhong's child was born in the hospital, Wang Suifan brought some nutrition supplements and briefly visited Zhang Dahong. She barely spoke a few words and didn't even look at her grandson before turning to leave. "Mom, aren't you going to see the baby?" Zhang Dahong weakly called out, her voice almost in tears. She forced a smile and said, "It's a big boy. The baby is sleeping." "I'm afraid to wake him," Wang Suifan replied, sounding indifferent. What did it matter that it was a big boy? She had just met him today and felt no attachment at all. The only family member she felt close to was her son, Xie Jianzhong, but that relationship was complicated and her resentment had long surpassed her love. This visit was just a formality. Wang Suifan said, "The house is quite busy right now. I need to go buy groceries and cook, so I'll head back." "Mom, aren't you even going to see your grandson?" Zhang Dahong tugged at Wang Suifan's sleeve, pleading for her to stay. Throughout her pregnancy and childbirth, Zhang Dahong had been filled with anticipation for this child. When she finally had a son, she felt a sense of pride, believing her contributions to the family were enough to make up for the unpleasantness of her marriage. With a child to support her, Zhang Dahong felt much more confident in her words. She quickly saw through what Zhang Dahong was planning. Remembering how she had invested time and money in her daughter-in-law in her past life, even if there were no feelings involved, she realized it was all for the sake of having someone to rely on in old age. But what was the result? Seeing Zhang Dahong cling to her, Wang Suifan suddenly felt annoyed. Although she hadn't planned to say anything, she couldn't help but speak sharply. "No matter how much I love children, it depends on who their parents are. If they were born to Xie Jianzhong, that wouldn't work. If they were born to both Xie Jianzhong and Zhang Dahong, that would be even worse. There are many young couples who are eager to live separately. You two should stop thinking about coming back home. I won't allow it. The child is so small, crying and causing a fuss, disturbing their health and studies." Seeing Zhang Dahong's face turn pale, Wang Suifan didn't care and continued, "I may not interfere with you now, but I have never made things difficult for you. I may not be a perfect mother-in-law, but I am certainly not a bad one. However, if you keep hanging around me, I will show you that my reputation is not something to be taken lightly." Some things Wang Suifan had experienced herself. There was no need for a messy confrontation. Her mother-in-law had only given her a cold, warning look while she was serving food and said a few vague words that made her feel frustrated. Looking at Zhang Dahong seriously, she said, "During your confinement, you will be at your weakest. You wouldn't want a harsh mother-in-law making things harder for you, would you?" Decades later, the status of mothers-in-law had changed. Now, they held more power. Wang Suifan made it clear that she intended to be a strict mother-in-law, which made Zhang Dahong too scared to speak, let alone mention grandchildren. Although Zhang Dahong was young, and this was her first child, she had heard plenty of stories about mother-in-law conflicts. Just listening to her mother complain about her grandmother was enough for her to know that some mothers-in-law had many tricks up their sleeves, making it difficult for couples to get along, and even encouraging sons to mistreat their wives. After a long pause, Zhang Dahong finally managed to say, "I know, mother-in-law. You're a good person." The two families had been neighbors before, and Zhang Dahong had seen how well Wang Suifan treated Xie Jianzhong. If her parents hadn't been kind, how could Xie Jianzhong have had so much pocket money to please his sweetheart? Since Su Qing married into the family, life had been good. In fact, Su Qing was undoubtedly the happiest new bride on the street. Even though Su Qing's way of marrying was not dignified, Wang Suifan never held it against her. Xie Jianzhong alone didn't have such strong appeal. After all, he lacked a bit in looks. Zhang Dahong married him partly for the sake of the Xie family. Sometimes, when a man isn't very capable, having a supportive family and in-laws can still help make a life together. But when it came to Su Qing, everything was fine, yet when it was Zhang Dahong's turn, Wang Suifan just gave up. She really couldn't understand why. Who wants to be seen as a bad woman or a mean mother-in-law? Wang Suifan was flattered by being called a good person. That compliment hit the mark. She explained, "I'm not targeting you. What you did with the eldest is annoying, but what bothers me most is Xie Jianzhong. If you want to blame someone, blame him. But he's your son." "My son? Even a biological father shouldn't act like that." Zhang Dahong referred to the fact that Xie Jianzhong secretly registered their marriage, while Wang Suifan was thinking about how she felt abandoned by her son and lonely. Although they were speaking past each other, they agreed on one thing. There would be no reconciliation between the two sides for a while. When Xie Jianzhong returned from getting hot water, he only saw Wang Suifan nod at him before she turned and left with a cold expression. The scene he imagined, with Wang Suifan holding her grandchild and being warm, did not happen. "Mom, are you leaving just like that?" Xie Jianzhong asked, unwilling to accept it. "Why would I stay here? There's a lot to do at home," Wang Suifan replied lightly. "You take care of your wife. After all, you worked hard to win her over. You need to look after her." With that, she left decisively. Zhang Dahong, lying in the hospital bed, felt tears well up as she caught Xie Jianzhong's concerned gaze. "Did Mom scold you?" Xie Jianzhong asked, showing concern, but then couldn't help but express his frustration. "Did you upset Mom? She's my mom. It's only right for her to say a few things. After all, she was his real mother." If Wang Suifan scolded her daughter-in-law a bit, Xie Jianzhong would actually welcome it if it meant they could reconcile. He wanted to lean on his parents for support to make life a bit easier, but Zhang Dahong didn't want a mean mother-in-law, even if it meant life would be tougher. Men often don't understand the impact of a harsh mother-in-law. With Wang Suifan being so straightforward, Zhang Dahong didn't dare to take any chances, especially after just giving birth, when she felt so vulnerable. She bit her lip and said wearily, "Mom is still upset. She hasn't even looked at our son, let alone held him. If only we could talk as well as Erdi and Daimiai, we wouldn't have taken so long to cheer up Mom." Not mentioning Xie Jianhua and Su Qing is fine, but when they are brought up, Xie Jianzhong's expression becomes worse. Zhang Dahong ignores his expression and continues. Jian and Guiying have both signed up for the college entrance exam. Mom's focus is all on them now. She doesn't have time to care about her grandson. This makes it seem like every sibling in the family has a brighter future than Xie Jianzhong, the eldest brother. Wang Suifan naturally favors those who are more successful. Even if she doesn't mean to, Xie Jianzhong can't help but think this way. Having been with Zhang Dahong for so long, she knows her man's insecurities well. Now, Xie Jianzhong doesn't even want to mention Wang Suifan. He just touches his son's face and says, "If Mom doesn't care for her grandson, that's fine. We'll love our own child, no matter if he grows up to be successful or not. Yes, no matter what, I will always love my own child," Zhang Dahong says with affection. Although they don't say it outright, their words imply that Wang Suifan is biased. Both of them feel a bit resentful about it. Taking advantage of this resentment, after bringing Xie Jianzhong to her side, Zhang Dahong suggests, "Since my mother is too busy, let my mom take care of me for a few days. I might need to give her some money, but at least she'll take good care of me and the baby." When money is mentioned, Xie Jianzhong can't help but worry. There's hardly any money left at home. This month, you spent money hiring someone to cover your shift, and you have to pay your mom's full salary. Can't she ask for a little less? We should wait until we have more money to talk about it. Before marriage, he had enough to eat and wear, and even had extra money to buy gifts for his beloved and take her out to eat. After getting married, he hasn't been out to eat at all. His living standards have dropped sharply. If it weren't for the strong contrast, Xie Jianzhong wouldn't keep thinking about reconciling with Wang Suifan. He doesn't know how Xie Kezi and Wang Suifan managed to raise several children back then. Now, having just had their first son, Xie Jianzhong already feels the pressure of supporting a family. In the past, Xie Kezi and Wang Suifan handled all the family matters. Now that it's his turn to be the pillar of the family, he feels overwhelmed. Zhang Dahong holds his hand and comforts him. "Life is tough now, but it should get better in a couple of years. We're doing okay. Both of us have jobs, and there aren't too many burdens at home. You don't need to give your parents money for their old age, nor take care of your younger siblings. Just focus on your own family." It sounds easy. At first, Wang Suifan wanted to arrange this for Xie Jianzhong. Xie Jianzhong smirked and replied, "What do you mean by dual income? All your money goes to your family. Even if your mom takes care of you for a few days, it costs money. Isn't that a burden?" After giving birth, Zhang Dahong didn't let her difficult mother-in-law upset her, but her own husband did. She gritted her teeth and reminded him, "Are you blaming me now? You were the one who worked hard to marry me." She paused, surprised by her own words. Wang Suifan had said something similar to Xie Jianzhong when she just left. Wang Suifan, being an experienced person, understood her son well. She had a firm grasp on Xie Jianzhong's mindset. Just watch. They are definitely going to argue again. I can't be bothered with them, Su Qing said with a look of pity. If I had known, I would have gone to the hospital too. It wouldn't take much time. She really wanted to join in the excitement, but Wang Suifan wouldn't let her, fearing it would distract her from studying. Instead, she casually sent a bag of brown sugar to Zhang Dahong as a gift from Su Qing. Wang Suifan not only didn't let Su Qing go to the hospital, but she also wasn't keen on sharing gossip with her when she returned. Recently, she had some juicy gossip, but she only shared it with her old friends and didn't want to talk to Su Qing. When she came back from the hospital today, she said nothing, making Su Qing anxious. Mom, aren't we the best team in the world? Of course. With no choice, Su Qing pressed her, and Wang Suifan couldn't hold back anymore. She stopped worrying about studying and started chatting with Su Qing. When they talked about using the difficult mother-in-law to threaten Zhang Dahong, Wang Suifan reassured Su Qing halfway through. Don't think too much. Mom is a good person. I have no interest in being a difficult mother-in-law. It's thankless work. Su Qing praised. I know Mom is a good person. You're the best person in the world to me. Of course. Jianhua comes after you, Wang Suifan said with a dismissive look. If Zhang Dahong is worried about her family, that's her problem. I can't be bothered to be the difficult mother-in-law and guard the family wealth. Exactly. There's no point in being a difficult mother-in-law, Su Qing agreed. In the conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, the center of the conflict is actually the son. Based on Wang Suifan's feelings for her sons, Su Qing is sure that Wang Suifan could never become a mean mother-in-law. Even towards Zhang Dahong, Wang Suifan shows more sympathy than criticism. Wang Suifan has already warned Zhang Dahong in advance. If he bothers her again, Su Qing would fully support Wang Suifan if she decided to be tough. Their relationship is so good that their limits naturally lower. When Su Qing sees an unfamiliar woman juggling multiple relationships, she thinks that person is a bit bad for playing with others' feelings. But if it's her close friend in the same situation, she would praise her for being charming. Whatever Wang Suifan says or does regarding Zhang Dahong, Su Qing only sees her as straightforward and honest, a refreshing person. Recently, Wang Suifan has held back many thoughts to avoid disturbing Su Qing's studies. Once they started talking, they chatted for over an hour. They first shared experiences from the hospital, then analyzed the motives of Xie Jianzhong and Zhang Dahong. After a long discussion, they didn't reach any conclusions, but they enjoyed the gossip. Oh no, I've taken up so much of your time, Wang Suifan said, a bit regretful as she patted her thigh and quickly stood up. All right, you go back to studying. I'll get back to work.
Got it, Mom.
I won't delay my review, Su Qing promised quickly. She didn't want to disappoint the good study environment Wang Suifan had created for her. Chatting about gossip was just a way to relieve stress. She felt quite nervous before the exam. The exam organized by the city was meant to filter out students who were clearly unprepared. Many of the older students, who had the qualifications to register for the college entrance exam, had been in the countryside for nearly 10 years and had given up on studying during that time. However, the college entrance exam represents hope, a rare chance to return to the city. Even if they forgot everything they learned and didn't have the registration fee, many would borrow money just to sign up. Not to mention, there are many like Su Qing who lack the qualifications but were recommended by their workplaces to participate. This exam would eliminate those who were relying on luck. The questions were too basic, enough to filter out weaker students, but they didn't really distinguish between the stronger ones. Feeling uncertain about her advantages, Su Qing thought there were many talented people out there. The world isn't short of geniuses. Even in today's China, there could be thousands of exceptional talents. After a 10-year pause, once the college entrance exam resumes, all those who have been preparing for a decade will rush to participate.
Just thinking about it is daunting.
Su Qing was very self-aware. In her past life, she lived comfortably, but it was all due to her own efforts. Even after 10 years of hard work, she couldn't compare to a genius's sudden insight. Moreover, she didn't plan to exhaust herself competing fiercely with those geniuses. Su Qing simply wanted to get into a better school to make Wang Suifan proud. With this cautious mindset, Su Qing maintained a diligent study routine before the exam, only relaxing once she entered the exam room. When she saw the test paper, she let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it's not difficult. She rubbed her hands together, ready to start writing. The exam was in winter, and no matter how warmly she dressed, sitting for a long time made her feel cold, especially in a room without proper heating, where the doors and windows let in drafts. Less than half an hour into the exam, Su Qing could faintly hear the sounds of her classmates rubbing their hands, breathing warm air, stomping their feet, and the old desks creaking. She couldn't help but warm her hands too, as the cold wind had made them stiff. The seats around her were in the coldest spots, and the classmate behind her was already wiping their nose from the chill. For Su Qing, the exam questions weren't hard. The real challenge was the cold environment. But once outside, when Wang Suifan asked how it went, Su Qing said nothing. It was fine, not difficult. I feel confident about this exam. There was no need to mention things Wang Suifan couldn't change, to avoid making her anxious. Wang Suifan knew the exam's difficulty herself, so she replied, as long as it's not difficult. Come on, drink some hot water. Your nose is all red. We have another exam this afternoon, so make sure to wear a sweater on the way back. Sure.
Shuin answered promptly.
It was better to wear an extra layer than to be cold and stiff. With her rich experience in accompanying students to exams, Wang Suifan didn't ask much about the test on the way home, focusing instead on Su Qing's needs. Her own son had struggled through several exams in his past life, always coming home complaining about how hard the questions were. The family couldn't ask too many questions, or it would only worsen his already fragile mindset. Though Su Qing seemed to be handling things well, Wang Suifan remained cautious. As Xie Jiankong came home, before he could say a word, Wang Suifan quickly covered his mouth. Close your mouth. Xie Jiankong looked confused. Had he even spoken yet? He hadn't even opened his mouth. Xie Guiying cautiously called out, testing if her mother's love was still there. Wang Suifan glanced at her. You keep your mouth shut too. Without needing Wang Suifan to intervene, Xie Guiying silently covered her mouth, afraid to speak, and desperately blinked at Xie Jiankong. The two of them hadn't done anything wrong lately. Even if they had, it was a crucial time for the college entrance exams, so Wang Suifan wouldn't bother them during these days. Seeing the two children quiet down, Wang Suifan said, Qingqing said that having the right mindset is very important for exams. Don't bring any complaints about the test back home. There are still a few more exams to go. Don't start the first day by complaining about how hard it was. Xie Jiankong, who was about to talk about how difficult the exam questions were, suddenly felt deflated. After Wang Suifan finished her lecture, she asked, Did you understand? If you did, nod your heads. Seeing the two children obediently nod, Wang Suifan finally relaxed her grip. Once free to speak, Xie Jiankong opened his mouth to say something but held back. Having just finished the exam, the topic he wanted to discuss was about the test, but since Wang Suifan wouldn't allow it, he had nothing to say. Not just Xie Jiankong. Even Xie Kezi had been warned by Wang Suifan during the exam days. He didn't dare ask anything. Once the last exam was over, Xie Kezi couldn't hold back any longer and eagerly asked Xie Jiankong at the dinner table, How did it go? How was the exam? Xie Jiankong sighed, I don't know. Everyone in class said the questions were really hard. I thought they were hard too. Xie Guiying chimed in, yeah, they were pretty tough. Unlike Su Qing, they were more organized and had a better learning atmosphere at school. If they didn't understand something, they could ask the teachers. During the exam period, they went to school in the mornings, entered the exam hall with classmates, returned to school to study after the exam, and only went home at night. After the exams, they had already discussed everything with their classmates at school. Everyone was complaining about how difficult it was. Xie Kezi thought positively and said, It's good that everyone thinks it's hard. It's better than feeling like you're the only one struggling. If all the serious high school students think it's tough, others must have done worse. Dad, you actually make a good point. Not a single person in our class said the questions were easy. Even the teacher said they were hard. Xie Jiankong suddenly felt more confident. Xie Jiankong thought the questions were hard, which wasn't a big deal. In Wang Xuefen's eyes, he was just a foolish student who had repeated grades a few times. But if even the teacher thought it was hard, Wang Xuefen started to feel anxious. To her, teachers were very authoritative figures. The teacher said it was hard, while Su Qing said it was easy. This situation doesn't seem good at all. Wang Xuefen wished she could cover Su Qing's ears and quickly comforted her, saying, "It's been many years since the college entrance exam was restored. The teachers who set the questions surely lack experience and were too harsh. The next exam won't be as difficult. If you didn't do well this time, you'll definitely succeed next time." Thinking this was just to comfort herself, Xie Jiankong quickly added, "Mom, don't worry. The questions were tough, but we still have a chance. After all, everyone says it's hard." "Difficult? Everyone says it's hard?" Su Qing coughed a few times, puzzled for a few seconds, and then suddenly realized, I get it. "Little brother, didn't you notice that the textbooks you're using now are different from those 10 years ago?" Like he had been hit suddenly, Xie Jiankong covered his chest and slowly turned his head. "Huh?" Su Qing tilted her head. "Huh?" Su Qing's words made everyone in the house fall silent. The strange atmosphere made Wang Xuefen nervously swallow. But Su Qing was calm, casually taking out a tissue to wipe her nose. Perhaps her health wasn't great, and the exam room wasn't suitable. After taking a few tests in the cold wind, she caught a cold, and once she relaxed after the exam, her nose started running. It wasn't a serious illness, but it was uncomfortable. Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying were different. At their teenage age, they were in their best health. After the exam, they were still lively and chattering on their way home. Now, however, they were quiet. Xie Jiankong's expression changed from shock to despair, clearly affected by Su Qing's words. "Little brother, your second brother specially brought back materials for you. Did you not read them carefully?" After wiping her nose, Su Qing said earnestly, "You really let down your second brother's effort. Did the materials from my second brother include old textbooks? I didn't notice. I thought they were the same as what we use in class, so I didn't look closely." At that moment, Xie Jiankong truly felt crushed. Compared to other families, they had a lot of study materials. Su Qing and Wang Xuefen had been buying books for a long time, and the materials Xie Jianhua brought back were really not noticeable among them. When Xie Jianhua gave him the books to read, he couldn't tell which ones were specially brought back from the capital and which ones were already at home. He never paid much attention while reading. He only looked at the big words on the cover like math and physics, and he never bothered to check the year of publication or the small print about the editor. When he first saw this textbook, he was amused and thought Xie Jianhua was overreacting, looking down on his level as a high school student, treating him like Su Qing. But now, he has learned a lesson from reality. Su Qing glanced at him and smiled as she added, "The textbooks you are studying now are simple. Compared to the textbooks from 10 years ago, they are really too easy. Not to mention high school graduates from 10 years ago, even middle school graduates from that time learn more than you. It can be said that the students who graduated from high school and middle school during the old 3 years have the highest qualifications in the past decade. Each graduating class since has been less impressive. What the teacher said about you students are the worst class I've ever taught truly reflects the teacher's mindset." Xie Jiankong didn't consider the graduates from the old 3 years as competitors, but after hearing Su Qing, he realized that they were actually the strongest. Even though he is a high school student, they are already ahead of him from the starting point of their textbooks. "Second sister-in-law, the textbooks are different. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You're only saying this now." Xie Jiankong was on the verge of tears. What good does it do to say this now? The exams are already over. All he could do now was feel frustrated and angry. Su Qing initially just wanted to add a little salt to his wounds, but Wang Xuefen stepped in to defend Su Qing and added more pressure on Xie Jiankong. "Xie Jiankong, how can you be so unreasonable and blame your second sister-in-law? When your second brother brought the books back, did he ask you to study? He even made you a study plan. Did you follow it? You just went off to play and had a great time. Now you're crying? It's too late. As she continued, Wang Xuefin's tone shifted from scolding to a sarcastic tone. Being mocked by his own mother made Xie Jiankong's tears fall. Crying didn't help. Wang Xuefin continued her attack. Why do you think that question is hard? It's because you're not only slow but also lazy. Xie Jiankong was already feeling overwhelmed, and with Su Qing and Wang Xuefin attacking him one after the other, he completely broke down. I'm not eating anymore, he cried, putting down his bowl, feeling both angry and wronged. I've been studying so hard lately, and Mom, you still say this to me. You think it's easy? Why don't you try taking the exam and see?
You just blame me.
After crying and complaining a bit, he rushed to his room, slammed the door, and sulked. Usually, if he threw a tantrum like this, Wang Xuefin would scold him, but today, Xie Kezi stopped her. Let him handle it on his own. He's been under a lot of stress lately, she said. Wang Xuefin shot him a glance. You really care about your son. Don't you care? You gave birth to him, Xie Kezi replied.
You don't need to keep talking about him.
He must be regretting things right now and knows he made mistakes. Plus, he just finished the exam. Who knows what the results will be? What if he does well? Mom, Dad has a point. Let the younger brother process his feelings for now, and you shouldn't be upset, Su Qing added, trying to calm Wang Xuefin. Su Qing didn't give Xie Jiankong and his siblings much respect, but she did show respect to Xie Kezi. As an elder, he treated her well. Since she married into the Xie family, he never scolded her, even when she had disagreements with her brother-in-law. Xie Kezi still had hopes for his children, but Wang Xuefin had little expectation left. Even if she had some hope before, it had completely faded now. Wang Xuefin frowned and said, I thought this time the second son came home to share news, and that Jian Kong and Guiying could study a few months in advance and give me a pleasant surprise. But the situation was no different from last time. If Su Qing hadn't pointed it out, Xie Jiankong wouldn't even know where he went wrong. Wang Xuefin didn't understand much about studying and exams. Last time, without Su Qing's intervention, she only heard her son's side of the story. The exam was too difficult, he didn't perform well, and the competition was fierce this year. Xie Jiankong made many excuses for his poor exam results, blaming external factors while failing to recognize his own shortcomings. He spoke confidently, and of course, Wang Xuefin and Xie Kezi believed him. They never questioned him before and willingly supported him in repeating the year. However, when it came to Su Qing, before Xie Jiankong could fail several times, she quickly pointed out his flaws after the first exam. Was the exam difficult? Not really, because they had all the study materials at home. Xie Jianhua even went out of his way to bring them back. They had plenty of time to prepare since the family had known about the exam in advance. Wang Xuefin had been encouraging them to study for a long time. With all the study materials ready and prior knowledge of the exam, and considering they were high school students without work to distract them, it was surprising that Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying were still struggling. This couldn't just be explained away as carelessness. During the day, Xie Kezi said nothing, but at night, when only Wang Xuefin was left in the room, he couldn't help but say, Xuefin, don't you think our two younger ones aren't very bright? Even Xie Kezi, who still sees his son through a loving lens, couldn't help but doubt his son's intelligence, let alone Wang Xuefin. What are you saying? Wang Xuefin laughed in disbelief and asked, You can't have thought this for the first time, right? She had long considered her son to be a bit slow. When you have many children, you naturally realize that even with the same parents and similar upbringing, kids turn out differently because of their unique natures. However, parents often let love blind them, thinking their children are perfect. Xie Kezi was one of the more clear-headed parents. Not only did he think his child was slow, but his wife felt the same way, and he could no longer deceive himself. He could only comfort himself by saying, being a bit slow isn't a big deal. God takes care of simple people. Those who worry a lot will worry their whole lives, while those who don't think too much can live happily.
What are you talking about?
Wang Xuefin's face fell. In her past life, she was the one who worried all the time and ended up with nothing good. Xie Jiankong, who was carefree, ended up enjoying the money she left behind. Xie Kezi's words were truly hurtful. As if once wasn't enough, Siak Kazi continued, lamenting, "We are destined to worry in this life. There's no way around it." "Who is destined to worry?" "You're the one who worries." Wang Suifin snapped angrily. "You old man, you can't say anything wise. It's almost bedtime, and you keep saying things that keep people awake."
Who do you want to upset?
Wang Suifin thought she and Xie Kezi could discuss their child and find a way to help Xie Jiankong face some challenges in life, but they couldn't agree at all. In the end, she only ended up frustrated. "You can't sleep? Do you think I can?" Xie Kezi sighed. "The saying goes, children will have their own fortunes, but as parents, who doesn't worry?" He hadn't been so clear about his younger son before, but today, Su Qing almost revealed everything about Xie Jiankong, making it impossible for Xie Kezi to keep deceiving himself. Who doesn't have hopes for their children to succeed? But Xie Kezi felt he could no longer have such hopes for his younger son. He claimed he couldn't sleep, but after tossing and turning for half an hour, he finally fell asleep. Only Wang Suifin was truly too angry to sleep. She knew that Xie Kezi's earlier words were meant to show sympathy and comfort her. But the two had different experiences, and what was said to her turned into mockery. How could Wang Suifin not be angry? In her past life, her children were ungrateful, and in this life, she still couldn't help but worry. The key was that even though she cared for her younger son without holding grudges, he still disappointed her, making her seem even more foolish. It seemed like her worry didn't lead to any good results. It felt like punishment, like she deserved it. The more Wang Suifin thought about it, the angrier she became. Seeing Xie Kezi sleeping soundly, she couldn't help but push him awake, saying, "What are you sleeping for? Didn't you say you couldn't sleep? Now you're sleeping better than anyone." Realizing that Wang Suifin was truly upset and couldn't sleep all night, Xie Kezi, who was woken up for no reason, didn't dare to speak. "How can you sleep knowing you have such a son?" Wang Suifin questioned. Xie Kezi bit his lip, thinking that they say the older you get, the more peaceful you become, but who knew that Wang Suifin seemed to get angrier with age. Anger aside, he still needed to sleep and eat. He couldn't just stop living because he had a foolish son. He thought this way, but the next day when Xie Kezi got up and saw his lively younger son, he couldn't help but grunt. "Your mother couldn't sleep last night because of you. And you, carefree as ever. Just looking at you makes me mad." Xie Kezi pointed at his son and scolded, "If you don't get into college this time, just wait for a beating." He took out his frustration from not sleeping well the night before on his son. Yesterday, Su Qing had already analyzed that if he didn't get in, it was all Xie Jiankong's fault. He deserved to be punished. It was only because he noticed his son's mood was off yesterday that Xie Kezi didn't say much, fearing it would upset him, and even offered some comfort. Today, seeing his son in a better mood, he couldn't hold back his urge to scold. "I already know I was wrong. You all scolded me yesterday, and now you're doing it again. Can't we move on?" Xie Jiankong muttered quietly. He thought the matter was over, but his parents still remembered it. He couldn't afford to provoke them, so he used studying as an excuse and took his backpack to school to avoid the situation. Xie Guiying was the same, finding an excuse to escape even faster than he did. Wang Suifin had stayed up late and didn't sleep well, and the house was too quiet in the morning, causing her to sleep in until 10. When she got up, she couldn't help but feel her eyes were dry and her head was dizzy. The effects of staying up late were serious. "Oh dear, getting older means I can't stay up anymore. One night without sleep, and I feel this awful." Wang Suifin was puzzled about why Su Qing hadn't called her earlier. When she knocked on Su Qing's door, she found her still lazily lying in bed. "Mom, I think my cold got worse." "My head feels dizzy," Su Qing said, her voice stuffed up. She whined, "Mom, I feel so awful." "Then I'll go to the clinic at the factory to get you some medicine." Achoo. Halfway through her sentence, Wang Suifin couldn't help but sneeze. "Oh no, Mom, I think I infected you," Su Qing said, suddenly more energetic, completely shedding her earlier weak demeanor. Su Qing got up, dressed quickly, and urged Wang Suifin, "Come on, let's hurry and get the medicine. We can't let this get worse." She was young and could handle it, but Wang Suifan couldn't. Because of their colds, both of them stayed home quietly for several days. Before the exam, Wang Suifan was in good spirits, but after the exam, both she and Su Qing fell silent, making Aunt Li and the others hesitant to visit. It was clear they didn't do well on the exam, and no one wanted to bring it up at that time. When Wang Suifan finally recovered and went out to meet her friends, no one mentioned the exam. That college entrance exam was so stressful. Wang Suifan started to speak, but was interrupted. Hey, it's all over now. Why bring it up?
Exactly.
You don't know, but the old man from the Liu family at the end of the alley, who's been out of it for half a year, was yelling at his sons and daughters-in-law in their yard yesterday. He was really fierce, claiming his sons stole his hidden money. Wang Suifan's attention was immediately caught, and she asked, "Is that true? Did the money really go missing?" During the college entrance exam period, Wang Suifan and Su Qing felt quite restless. Now that they had free time, Wang Suifan and her friends could gossip for an entire day. Their workplace had over 10,000 employees, and news would pop up every few days. Wang Suifan listened intently when her friends filled her in on the latest happenings. Su Qing wasn't idle either. Once she recovered from her cold, she went shopping and ran into some former colleagues who asked her a lot of questions. "I heard you signed up for the college entrance exam. How did it go?" Su Qing smiled and replied, "The result doesn't matter. I did my best." She was only taking the exam this once and had no plans to retake it. This college entrance exam came as a surprise and many people weren't prepared, so the competition wasn't as fierce. This is her only chance to get into a top school through the college entrance exam. So she is giving it her all this time and doesn't plan to try again later. Even if she repeats the year with the same scores, she would only end up at worse schools. No matter if you get in or not, just being able to take the exam is already great. It shows that your mother-in-law and husband are easy to talk to, her former colleague, Sister Wu, curiously asked Su Qing. "I heard your sister wants to take the college entrance exam, but the director stopped her from registering. Do you know about this?" "I don't know. Before the exam, I was busy studying at home and hardly went out." Su Qing had already cut ties with her family and even wrote a letter to sever connections, so she rarely visited them. She truly didn't know about Su Shui wanting to take the exam. Not knowing, she didn't plan to ask. Since Sister Wu brought it up, she couldn't help but share more. Sure enough, upon hearing that Su Qing was unaware, Sister Wu looked regretful and continued, "You really didn't know. You know your sister is a high school student, right? If she takes the exam, she might actually get in." Su Qing smiled. "I know Su Shui graduated from high school. But why did the director stop her?" Sister Wu gave Su Qing a reproachful look. "Principles are principles, but if her husband doesn't allow it, the director will stop her. In principle, anyone with a high school diploma can take the college entrance exam. Those without a diploma need to find other ways, like getting recommended by their workplace. However, issues with family background and political reviews can complicate things. Many rural youth face challenges when registering, especially if they are married, as their local authorities can block them." Since Su Shui was stopped by her workplace, it didn't surprise Su Qing. Su Qing, who didn't even graduate from elementary school, managed to register successfully, while Su Shui, a legitimate high school graduate, could only watch. In the past, Su Shui benefited from having relatives in high positions, but now she was facing difficulties. With just one word from her husband, she didn't even have the chance to try. As educated individuals, they all understood the importance of a high degree. Just looking at the benefits received by previous students from worker peasant soldier universities, it was clear that getting into college now would come with great advantages. What did Su Shui gain by marrying Ren Chao? It was just for appearances, hoping to show off through him. However, since their marriage, Ren Chao's future has become dimmer. First, his boss fell from grace, and then people he had previously suppressed were vindicated. Seeing that the man was struggling and hearing that Su Qing had signed up for the college entrance exam, Su Shui wanted to give it a try too. However, as soon as she took the first step, she was held back by family obstacles. Once you're married, you have to take care of the family. If you don't pass, that's one thing, but if you do pass and actually go to college for a few years, will you just ignore the family? With just this one reason, Ren Chao stopped Su Shui. Sister Wu sighed. At first, no one in the office knew your sister wanted to take the exam, but on the day of the exam, she cried and argued with the director, and then everyone found out what the director had done. If it weren't for family ties, ordinary leaders in the workplace would be happy to see young people go to college. In the past, units competed for spots in worker-peasant-soldier universities. If someone from the unit got into college, it brought them some pride. When college graduates returned, it also strengthened the unit's talent pool. Su Qing couldn't help but criticize. What the director did was unfair. Why stop your sister from going to college? If Su Shui gets into college, that would be a good thing.
Exactly.
But they want to prevent your sister from climbing higher, especially since they don't have children of their own. It's easier to push others down, Sister Wu said frankly. Ren Chao knows very well what your sister is after in marrying him. It can't be his age. It's definitely about the little power he holds. Sister Wu clicked her tongue and remarked, honestly, compared to them, the Xie family is better. Your husband may not come home often, but your mother-in-law is nice. She doesn't stop you from taking the entrance exam, which is quite understanding. That's true. My mother-in-law is kind-hearted and soft, and she knows it's not easy for me at my family home. She really cares for me. I can see her doing well, Sister Wu said with a smile as she looked at Su Qing. If you really get in, remember to come back and share the good news. Since we've worked together, you must treat us to some sweets. Sweets are secondary. Mainly, everyone wants to hear the news. Not long after the college entrance exam, people still had the energy to discuss it. However, it would take time to grade the papers and send out acceptance letters, and as time passed, everyone's attention shifted elsewhere. At this time, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been quite stressed recently. In the past, classmates from elementary and middle school, as well as the neighbors who watched them grow up, would ask how they did on the college entrance exam whenever they met. Xie Jiankong was unsure about his exam results, so he didn't dare to boast. Whenever someone asked, he would vaguely say he didn't know, even having excuses ready to defend himself. I haven't even graduated from high school yet. When the exam notice came, I hadn't finished learning many things. Anyway, the college entrance exam has been restored. If I don't get in this year, I can try again next year. Although he knew he likely didn't do well, Xie Jiankong still held on to a bit of hope. While waiting in line at the grocery store to buy flour, he heard someone shout that someone from the Xie family had been accepted into college and that the acceptance letter had arrived. Without thinking, he rushed home. As he ran, he thought, maybe it was his acceptance letter, and he needed to get home quickly to check. With that small bit of hope, during the short trip home, Xie Jiankong imagined what it would be like to be accepted into college and live a happy, glorious life. He was determined to show Su Qing a thing or two. Recently, she had made things difficult for him. It seemed she was sure he would not do well, and her words were quite harsh, making his parents look at him with disappointment. He had been humble for a long time. If it weren't for Su Qing pointing out all his mistakes before the exam, he wouldn't feel so guilty. His parents didn't understand the college entrance exam, so they wouldn't blame him if he didn't do well. Other students usually have only one person in their family taking the exam. But I'm unlucky. My sister-in-law is also taking it, and she loves to gossip. If this is my acceptance letter, I would tell Mom to give my sister-in-law a good scolding. And my brother too, he should scold her as well. But scolding can wait. The most important thing is to praise me first. If I get into college, I should at least get a watch and a new pen. Lost in his thoughts, Xie Jiankong couldn't help but smile wider as he approached home. Bursting through the door, he excitedly asked, Mom, I heard someone delivered an acceptance letter. Whose is it? At home, there were still many curious neighbors watching. When they saw Xie Jiankong return, they greeted him with excitement. Jiankong is back. Congratulations, your family has a college student now. That's impressive. You must have run all the way back. You're sweating on your forehead. One neighbor teased, Young man, you're eager. Jiankong wants to be a college student. Of course. Our Jiankong is also waiting for his college acceptance letter. Seeing Xie Jiankong's flushed face and sweaty forehead, the group couldn't help but laugh. They were just teasing him and avoided answering his questions. Xie Jiankong didn't believe their jokes and pushed past them, anxious to get inside.
Hey,
Let me through. Where's my mom? Whose acceptance letter is it? When he finally reached Wang Suifan, the neighbors stopped teasing and gave him the answer he wanted. The acceptance letter is for your second sister-in-law. But don't worry, yours should be coming soon. Of course. You're a proper high school student. If your second sister-in-law, who didn't finish elementary school, can get in, you definitely can too. In that moment, Xie Jiankong felt a mix of hope and disappointment. He looked at Wang Suifan, hoping to hear the final result from her. Wang Suifan, however, was too happy to notice her younger son's vulnerability. She was overjoyed. She patted Xie Jiankong's shoulder and excitedly said, "You came back just in time. I was worried about finding someone to get your second sister-in-law. Hurry to Master Liu and bring her back. Her college acceptance letter has arrived." Xie Jiankong felt crushed. He was also waiting for his acceptance letter, and now he had to inform someone else about their college admission, especially someone like Su Qing. Xie Jiankong couldn't help but feel frustrated. Did he rush home just to deliver good news to Su Qing? Was he some kind of hero? Seeing him in shock, Wang Suifan pushed him gently and urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Xie Jiankong sighed. "Fine, I'll go." The onlookers were much quicker than Xie Jiankong. Before he could find Su Qing, she was already on her way home. When they met on the road, Su Qing happily waved at Xie Jiankong. "Little brother, what are you doing outside?" "My college acceptance letter has arrived at home." Su Qing beamed with excitement. In a joyful mood, Su Qing radiated a sense of ease and pride. It was a beautiful and bright scene, but it made Xie Jiankong feel uneasy inside. Xie Jiankong reluctantly said, "What are we playing for?" "Mom sent me to bring you home." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go back quickly." Su Qing strode ahead, not waiting for the slow Xie Jiankong. She loved to show off, but she wasn't foolish. She could see through Xie Jiankong's reluctance. But what did it matter if Xie Jiankong was unhappy? He was the one being foolish, and he couldn't expect everyone else to be foolish too. Su Qing had never been considerate towards him. She only added to his wounds. There was no way she would hold back her excitement for him. Not only Su Qing, but Wang Suifan wouldn't either. No one cared whether Xie Jiankong was happy or not. As soon as Su Qing got home, she and Wang Suifan started laughing face to face. When the neighbors left, the two of them danced around, almost jumping for joy. "It's Peking University. It really is Peking University." Su Qing rubbed her hands together excitedly. "I really managed to get into this school. What a surprise. Definitely a surprise." Wang Suifan's joy was even more evident on her face. "Oh my Qing, I knew you were great, but I didn't expect you to be this great. Even I, who have little knowledge, know this is a good school. It's so famous." When there were outsiders around, they both acted a bit reserved. Because when Su Qing came home, Wang Suifan had already started boasting. Before the acceptance letter arrived, she had to be modest to avoid making promises she couldn't keep. Now that the letter was home, it was her time to shine. She confidently shared with her friends, "Our Qing is really smart and diligent. When she first married into the Xie family, she didn't even know about the college entrance exam, but she could sit down and study for hours. I'm not surprised she got into university. This university is meant for smart and hardworking people like her." With Wang Suifan saying that, Su Qing couldn't undermine her. So while she was excited, she still maintained a confident demeanor when talking to the ants. "The acceptance letter from Peking University? Not bad. I did perform quite well on the exam. If it weren't for that cold wind making you sick, you would have done even better," Wang Suifan said confidently. "Mom, you worry too much about me." During the exam, everyone was affected by the cold wind. "Getting the score I did is already good. Seeing how hard you studied before the exam, staying up late to read, how can I not feel sorry for you?" Wang Tsuifan exaggerated Su Qing's dedication, then handed out some candies to the neighbors who came to celebrate and sent them away. In front of others, she acted as if getting into a good university was a sure thing for Su Qing, but once they were alone, they both secretly enjoyed the moment. "My daughter is just that amazing," Wang Tsuifan said, holding Su Qing's face and admiring her from different angles. "You look so smart. It's no wonder you got into university."
Shu pouted proudly.
"Not only did you get in, but you also got into such a good university," Wang Tsuifan said dramatically, placing her hand on her chest. "I won't be able to sleep tonight from excitement." Xie Jiankong sat silently on a small stool, watching Wang Tsuifan's exaggerated performance with a blank expression. Even knowing Xie Jiankong was watching, Wang Tsuifan had no reservations. She held Su Qing's hand and sighed. "How can you be so great and not be my biological child? Even if I'm not your biological child, Mom still loves me the most, right?" Wang Tsuifan replied firmly, "Yes, yes, yes. Mom loves you the most. Everyone else has to step aside." After hearing this, Xie Jiankong huffed and moved his small stool a bit further away. "What are you huffing about?" Wang Tsuifan turned to glare at him as soon as she heard the noise. "How dare you huff?" Xie Jiankong remained silent, simply moving his stool further away. If everyone else had to step aside for Su Qing, then he would just move to the side. Wang Tsuifan shot him an annoyed look. "Stop with those little actions and go back to your room. You annoy me." "So, what if my sister's acceptance letter came? It doesn't mean I don't have one. Mine might be coming soon. Many classmates in our class haven't received theirs yet," Xie Jiankong muttered defiantly. "You?" Wang Tsuifan scoffed. "I don't know about others, but I know you." For his first college entrance exam, he didn't listen to his family's advice and didn't perform well. It's too late to regret now. He just needs to improve for next time. The family has all the resources ready, and if they prepare well for the next exam, there is still hope. But Xie Jiankong remained unmoved. After failing the last exam, he regretted it, but when it came to preparing for the next one, he couldn't bring himself to do it and just became lazy. With Su Qing at home for comparison, it was clear whether Xie Jiankong was slacking off. Wang Tsuifan said to Xie Jiankong, "If you had half of your second sister-in-law's self-discipline, effort, and intelligence, you might still have a chance at university. But think about it, do you have any of those qualities?" "Don't I?" Xie Jiankong pointed to himself in shock. He believed he had them. In his eyes, Su Qing was neither smart nor hardworking and certainly not disciplined. What kind of smart person drops out of elementary school? The idea of self-discipline was laughable. Sometimes, Su Qing woke up later than he did. As for effort, he had 8 classes at school every day. He doubted Su Qing could study for 8 hours at home. It was just that Su Qing worked hard in front of Wang Tsuifan, making her think she deserved all the credit. Thinking about it, Su Qing seemed very cunning and lazy. Yet, it was this very person who could charm Wang Tsuifan and make him feel like a little victim at home. Xie Jiankong couldn't help but complain, "Mom, you're biased." "So what? If I'm not biased towards Qingqing, should I be biased towards you? Do you deserve that?" "Not just biased. My heart and soul are all for Qingqing. Go away. Go back to your room. On such a nice day. Don't make me upset." Under Wang Tsuifan's relentless scolding, Xie Jiankong felt like crying. He didn't even want to stay in his room and just ran away. He ran fast, but no one chased him or comforted him. When it was time for dinner, he quietly returned home. After being harshly scolded by Wang Tsuifan during the day, he was very obedient at dinner, just focusing on eating. He looked a bit more serious than usual, but otherwise, he was the same. To celebrate Su Qing receiving her acceptance letter, dinner was especially lavish, with both chicken and fish. "I have to drink a couple of glasses for such a big occasion." Xie Kezi poured himself a glass of wine. He usually didn't drink, but today he was truly happy. Su Qing was Xie Jianhua's wife, so she was part of their family. Having such a capable young person go to university made Xie Kezi feel proud as he walked home from work. He took a sip of his drink and said to Su Qing with satisfaction, "You and Jianhua are both smart and will succeed. From now on, I won't have to worry about you too. You will have a bright future. With 4 children in the family, the burden felt lighter now that one was off his shoulders. Xia Kezi felt completely relaxed. After praising Su Qing, Xia Kezi earnestly advised his son, Xia Jiankong, you should learn more from your sister-in-law. Do you understand? Wang Suifen's comments were one thing, but even Xia Kezi said the same. Dad, you're being unfair, Xia Jiankong complained, feeling wronged. Unfair? Xia Kezi was speechless and almost laughed. One was his biological son, and the other was a daughter-in-law he hardly spoke to. It was obvious who he favored. The favored one even accused him of being biased. Xia Kezi felt embarrassed to look at Su Qing's expression. He glared at his son and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Is it wrong to have you learn from your sister-in-law? She is already better than you. How is she better than me?" Xia Jiankong retorted. Before Xia Kezi could respond, Xia Guiying gently tugged at Xia Jiankong's arm, reminding him, "All right, stop talking." Usually, he couldn't win against Su Qing alone, and now with Wang Suifen and Xia Kezi involved, continuing to argue would only bring him more shame. It was better to be honest. Sure enough, Xia Kezi's words put Xia Jiankong in his place. Your sister-in-law scored better than you. She received her acceptance letter before you, and her university is definitely better than yours. How is that not better? Xia Kezi, unlike Wang Suifen, focused on the results rather than the process and effort. An acceptance letter is either received or not. By that standard, Su Qing was indeed better than Xia Jiankong. The reality was clear, and Xia Jiankong had no way to argue back. Thinking about Su Qing's acceptance letter, Xia Jiankong's confidence weakened, but he still insisted, "It's not a big deal. I can get into college too." If he didn't succeed this time, maybe he would next time. Xia Kezi pointed out, but the key is, you don't have an acceptance letter now, and it's uncertain if you will in the future. But your sister-in-law has already received hers. She has already received hers. As the saying goes, a loud drum doesn't need a heavy hammer. But Xia Kezi knew his son well enough to realize he needed to be clear. He was afraid his son wouldn't understand otherwise. You, Guiying, and your sister-in-law all signed up for the college entrance exam. The family treats all 3 of you equally. The materials your brother brought back were not just for your sister-in-law. In fact, your study conditions with Guiying are even a bit better since the family has always supported your education. With all that, if you still can't score better than your sister-in-law, whose problem is that? According to the conclusions drawn from the controlled variable method, it is indeed a significant issue with Xia Jiankong and Xia Guiying. Xia Guiying knows she still has a chance to join the arts troupe as a female soldier. She didn't wait for the college entrance exam results and remained calm. Since she hasn't secured a spot in the arts troupe yet, she didn't dare to argue with her family. She's not foolish. She wouldn't want to upset her parents at such a crucial time. In contrast, Xia Jiankong appears quite lacking in grace. He failed to surpass Su Qing and still tried to argue instead of accepting it. Being foolish is one thing, but his attitude towards life and work is also lacking. Seeing him like that, Xia Kezi felt not just disappointment, but also rising anger. While scolding him, he became so upset that he ended up feeling angry with himself. Xia Jiankong, being scolded by his father, noticed that it was rare for his dad to get angry, so he quieted down, lowered his head, and accepted the reprimand without arguing back. Hey, don't be too upset. Don't let it affect your health. At that moment, Wang Suifen took on the role of peacemaker. Usually, when she scolds the kids, Xia Kezi mediates, but today it was her turn to offer comfort. Wang Suifen had already accepted that the kids were disappointing. Disappointment was familiar to her, so it didn't feel as intense anymore. However, Xia Kezi was really upset by his son's attitude, which made Wang Suifen feel quite sorry for him. When it comes to the kids, Wang Suifen is the only one who can empathize with Xia Kezi. Seeing him like this reminded her of her own past struggles. She gently patted Xia Kezi's back and comforted him. When we get older, it will just be the 2 of us for company. We can't rely on the kids. If you get too upset and something happens to you, what will I do? Xia Kezi was taken aback. He realized he wasn't at the point of being that upset. Wang Suifan really wasn't good at comforting people. He glanced at her helplessly, sighed, and decided to give her a break by not scolding his son anymore. He just shot a warning look at Xie Jiankong and continued eating. Su Qing's acceptance letter arrived, and hers was among the early batch. Many others were still waiting. Xie Jiankong didn't have his yet, but there was still hope. It was for this slim chance that he dared to argue back. Now that he was being scolded so harshly, he couldn't retort, but he still felt defiant inside. Once they were alone with just Xie Guiying, he quietly complained, "Mom and Dad are biased, always favoring my sister-in-law. She's so lucky. Be sensible. Can't you see Dad is upset?" Xie Guiying couldn't help but advise, "It's best not to say anything until our acceptance letters arrive. You always start trouble, and now I'm getting caught up in it too." Not talking won't help either. In this situation, being at home together feels wrong. Xie Jiankong placed the clean dishes heavily in the cupboard and said reluctantly, "Isn't my sister-in-law just a bit better than us at exams? Does that mean her acceptance letter comes faster? Aren't all universities the same? Once I get my acceptance letter, let's see how she acts." Xie Guiying honestly admitted, "But we really didn't do well this time. What if we don't get in? We might have done a bit worse than my sister-in-law, but we aren't that far off. The pass rate for the city's entrance exam was only 10%, and we both passed, which shows we are better than many others." After being criticized by Su Qing for a long time at home, Xie Jiankong accepted that Su Qing was indeed better than him. However, he still felt confident when comparing himself to others. In terms of confidence, Xie Guiying couldn't match him. She frowned and recalled the day of the exam, with so many students outside the exam hall. There were so many exam halls across the country. Thinking about this made Xie Guiying sigh. She truly felt uncertain about getting an acceptance letter from a university. "What does that sigh mean?" Xie Jiankong asked, displeased. "It means I hope you get in," Xie Guiying replied. "Our levels are similar. If you can get in, I should be able to as well." While they were quietly washing dishes in the kitchen, they suddenly heard Wang Suifan shouting loudly. Xie Jiankong quickly looked up. "Are we in the kitchen? Who is Mom yelling at? Who else could be in trouble?" Xie Jiankong stopped washing dishes and rushed out of the kitchen to see if Su Qing had done something wrong to provoke Wang Suifan. When he peeked out, his expression immediately drooped, and he returned to the kitchen to continue washing the cutting board.
Who is Mom arguing with?
Xie Guiying asked. "Probably my sister-in-law's mom. They argue at least once or twice a month," Xie Jiankong shrugged and explained with disdain. "It's because we bought chicken and fish today. Ma Taohua was outside talking behind Mom's back, and Mom caught her, so they started arguing." Even though these nice dishes were bought by Wang Suifan to celebrate Su Qing, Xie Jiankong and Xie Guiying also ate them today, so they naturally sided with Wang Suifan. Aunt Ma is annoying too. Good things cost money. If she wants to eat, she should buy her own instead of criticizing our mom. No matter how she says it, Mom would never spend her own money to buy meat for my sister-in-law, letting her take advantage. What Ma Taohua means is that her daughter gave birth to a grandson for the Xie family, and she didn't eat that well during her recovery. Wang Suifan doesn't buy anything to help her daughter regain her strength, but instead gives Su Qing such good food, which is simply wasteful. Before the acceptance letter arrived, Ma Taohua often said outside that Su Qing would definitely not pass the exam. Now that Su Qing has succeeded, she keeps complaining. With old grudges and new grievances combined, Wang Suifan ended up arguing with her again. But in the evening, with so many people around, as soon as they started fighting, the neighbors in the yard pulled them apart. Unable to fight, they could only shout insults at each other through the crowd. In previous arguments, the neighbors tried to mediate for both sides, but today, the old neighbors naturally went to support Ma Taohua. Su Qing really has talent. She got into college. It's only right for Suifan to take care of her a bit. Exactly, being a college student is rare. It's not too much for them to enjoy some good food together. Ma Taohua, you should say less. The situation changed too quickly, leaving Ma Taohua a bit overwhelmed. Why should I take a step back or say less? It was Wang Tsuifan who came over and inexplicably pointed at my nose to scold me. Why should I let her? Ma Taohua pointed at Wang Tsuifan and complained to everyone. My daughter gave birth to a grandson for her family, and because she didn't eat well, her milk supply is low. Wang Tsuifan is doing well, enjoying rich food at home. What's wrong with me scolding her a bit? She deserves it. Because of the evil mother-in-law threat, Zhang Dahong didn't cause trouble after giving birth. After all, she is the daughter-in-law, and when facing Wang Tsuifan, she is always at a disadvantage. She is scared, but Ma Taohua is not. Ma Taohua often uses her daughter to confront Wang Tsuifan. The two families now seem less like relatives and more like enemies.
Bah.
You're just jealous, Ma Taohua. My Qin is caring and respects me. If she lets me eat something good, why wouldn't I? I've only heard of children honoring their parents, not the other way around. I didn't ask Xie Jianzhong, that ungrateful man, for retirement money or meat during the holidays. That's already enough, and now you expect me to buy for him? Wang Tsuifan, hands on her hips, angrily shouted, Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You just want to take advantage. You want to take care of your daughter after she gave birth, but how did you take care of her? Before her recovery was even over, you were sent back. How can you still have the face to talk about me? Just like Wang Tsuifan initially told Zhang Dahong, she didn't help Zhang Dahong or support Xie Jianzhong, but she also didn't make things difficult for the couple, asking them for money under various excuses. Since Xie Jianzhong lived far away, they could be said to be living separate lives. However, Ma Taohua was different. She was even worse than Wang Tsuifan. Not only did she refuse to help, but she also took care of Zhang Dahong during her recovery and took food for herself. The newborn baby needed milk, which was a precious resource. Instead of giving the milk to her grandson, Ma Taohua took it home for her own son. When Zhang Dahong asked her about it, she replied, Don't you have milk? The baby can drink that. I didn't take much milk home. I just wanted your younger brother to try something new since he hasn't had any yet. What about the leftover fish soup from last night?
Why are you still worried about that?
Just add a little water. To make more soup, Ma Taohua deliberately added extra water while cooking. Xie Jianzhong hadn't faced many hardships growing up, especially when it came to food. He usually had enough to eat, and when he was sick or uncomfortable, Wang Tsuifan would make him something nice. Having come from a comfortable background, Xie Jianzhong wasn't stingy, while Zhang Dahong was recovering. After deducting daily expenses from his monthly salary, he planned to use the rest to provide Zhang Dahong with nutrition. Things like eggs and fish soup weren't just for Zhang Dahong. Xie Jianzhong would also enjoy some, so he was happy to buy them. But over time, Xie Jianzhong noticed something was off. Half of the good things he bought were taken by Ma Taohua. He had paid for Ma Taohua to help care for Zhang Dahong, and he was already feeling resentful about that, but Ma Taohua still took things. When he asked about it, Zhang Dahong couldn't explain and just cried, saying, That's my mom. What can I do? Zhang Dahong was also unhappy with her mother's behavior but felt powerless to stop it, so she just stayed upset. Hearing this, Xie Jianzhong couldn't hold back his anger. You're such a good daughter. Why don't you give all the good things at home to your mom? She's not here to take care of you. She's here to take advantage of you. Zhang Dahong, upset and in tears, weakly explained, She just took a little food. Xie Jianzhong had already paid Ma Taohua to help, and he didn't plan to find anyone else, but he wasn't the type to just accept this unfairness. After realizing Ma Taohua's behavior, the quality of food at home dropped sharply, returning to the level it was before Zhang Dahong's pregnancy. He would rather eat poorly himself than let Ma Taohua take advantage of him. Ma Taohua and Zhang Dahong both knew the reason and didn't dare to complain. When Xie Jianzhong was about to pay salaries, Ma Taohua urged him to give her the second half of the month's wages, but Xie Jianzhong directly sent her away and took care of his wife himself. It was agreed to a month, but he kicked her out before the time was up. This lack of respect made Ma Taohua stop reflecting on herself and instead blame Xie Jianzhong. You're useless, stingy, and unfilial. It's no wonder your mother kicked you out. If I had a son like you, I wouldn't want him either. As a seasoned critic, Ma Taohua hit Xie Jianzhong's sore spot right away. Look at your brother Xie Jianhua. He's so generous, giving his wife his salary every month. Su Qing was just a young worker before marriage, and she's doing better than our Dahong. Now Su Qing can buy meat and has new clothes every month. And look at our Dahong who gave you a son but has to eat plain food. How could my daughter be so blind to marry a useless man like you? Zhang Dahong widened her eyes and quickly interrupted. Mom, what are you saying? You should go home now. If this continued, would she still have a life to live? Xie Jianzhong was so angry that his face turned red, but he couldn't argue with Ma Taohua, so he stormed out, slamming the door loudly. Seeing Xie Jianzhong leave in anger made Ma Taohua feel victorious. She turned to Zhang Dahong and lectured her. See? I told you not to marry him, but you insisted. Now you know better, right? Mom, I'm begging you, please stop. Jianzhong treats me well, Zhang Dahong pleaded. Given her family situation, marrying someone like Xie Jianzhong had already been a struggle, and she still hadn't been accepted by her mother-in-law. Marrying someone like Xie Jianhua would only happen if she, like Su Qing, had to rush into it. Zhang Dahong was realistic about her marriage and had no complaints. Besides, now that she had a child, she had no other thoughts. But Xie Jianzhong was upset by his mother-in-law's words. When he got home that night, he was silent and sulking. Unless necessary, he didn't want to say a word to Zhang Dahong. Zhang Dahong tried to comfort him and be humble, even bringing their son into the conversation, but Xie Jianzhong wouldn't listen. He blamed Zhang Dahong because of Ma Taohua. The couple had a cold war for a while, but as time passed, their relationship softened a bit, and Zhang Dahong finally felt relieved. I heard that Su Qing received her acceptance letter, and Wang Suifan was so happy that she didn't know what to do. Xie Jianzhong has started to be quiet again.